Chapter 2251. Sacrificing the Rook to Save the King. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. You can try to explain your plan of salvation to my brother and see if he believes it or not, Zhao Manyang replied loftily. What kind of bullsh*** were their beliefs? Even if people treated their lives as a game, others had no right to kick them out of the game without their permission. The Black Vatican came up with such lies to justify the actions of criminals and rebels. Humans were not animals. They were superior because they knew how to obey laws, control themselves, and had lines they would never cross. Flesh alone did not make them humans. No one could stop a human from being an animal, but they had no right to talk about humanity after they turned into animals. Humans could treat them the same way as they treated animals. It was the exact way Mo Fan was treating the Black Vatican now. There was no point in someone telling him they were still humans after they joined the Black Vatican. They were just a bunch of greedy and savage animals who were beyond redemption. He just needed to kill them all. Wuku was a head priest who had met all kinds of people. He could easily tell sharing his teachings with Mo Fan was as useless as a pig that cried for mercy in front of a butcher. There was nothing he could do to change Mo Fan's mind. It was perfectly normal for a butcher to slaughter a pig. That was Mo Fan's attitude toward the Black Vatican. It was part of his virtues. Wuku started backing in the opposite direction. He was most likely a mage, but he had yet to show them his magic. However, his footprints were oddly light on the mud. They would not have been able to tell he was trying his best to stay on top of some of the puddles if they had not been observing him closely. He was skittering across the puddles like a water strider, and easily covered a large distance with every step. Mo Fan immediately went after Wuku after taking care of his men. Wuku was picking up speed, like he could skate across a lake with a single step. Mo Fan was switching between his earth, shadow, and space elements, yet he could barely see Wuku's back. How fast can he move? Zhao Manyang was trying his best to chase Wuku too, but it was very easy to lose him in the woods, especially in a heavy rain. Wuku did not turn around, floating around like a phantom. He had not expected his men to be taken out so easily. It seemed that the Black Vatican would need to recruit more reliable talents. They had a lot of smart and cunning people, but none of them stood a chance against a barbarian like Mo Fan, who was determined to kill them all. Speaking of which, Mo Fan had grown a lot stronger in a short period. In the past they had only had to send an executioner to make Mo Fan a half-cripple, but now, not only did Blue Bat fail to stop him, he had even killed 2 executioners in an instant. Hey, monk, where do you think you are going? A man in a white suit suddenly showed up in front of him just as Wuku was feeling proud of his ability to escape. He was so shocked that he immediately came to a stop. Who the heck are you? Wuku blurted out anxiously. The area was supposed to be their territory, so why did he keep stumbling into strangers? How did these people know where to find them? It had to be the herbalist's fault for being so careless. He had been leaving a lot of unclean tracks lately. Mu Bai from Bo City. Mu Bai declared coldly. An enormous shadow was looming behind Mu Bai in the rain. Its feelers were like the horns of an ox, while its body was as massive as a dragon. Its half-opened mouth was full of shark's teeth, and still had a dead body hanging from it. It was the tall guy who had been pretending to be a student. The enormous creature was gnawing at the dead body like it was a sugar-coated Chinese hawthorn that had yet to lose its flavor. However, the creature immediately spat out the dead body when it discovered the fresher prey in front of it. Wuku swallowed hard. Mu Bai from Bo City. Mo Fan from Bo City. These two, who were once kids in Bo City, had become such powerful mags. One was capable of killing the executioners of the Black Vatican with ease, while the other had a ruler-level insect that was killing their spies like they were dogs. Is it too late for me to start doing good now? Wuku asked with a wince, looking back at Zhao Manyang. You are the most humorous member of the Black Vatican I've ever seen, but being humorous won't save you from the offenses you have committed. You are responsible for your own deeds. You should have expected it would come down to this after you caused the calamity in Bo City. Zhao Manyang answered. A head priest. Humph, what a surprising catch. Mo Fan had a puff of black smoke on his left hand. A deadly hook was visible inside the smoke. At the same time, lightning was crackling wildly on his right hand. A head priest of the Black Vatican. He had to be the highest-ranked person of the Black Vatican they had met so far. Salon was very elusive. It was difficult to catch the right person, but this head priest Wu Ku was clearly the real deal. They had come all the way to the Era Sacred Institute. It would be worth their time if they managed to take out the head priest under Salon, who herself was handling one of the three main factions in the Black Vatican. Amitabha, I won't give up so easily, Wu Ku declared calmly. Sure, feel free to fight either of my brothers here. Zhao Manyang proceeded to set up a barrier to prevent Wu Ku from running away. I already told you I'm not a fan of killing, Wu Ku said. Cut the crap, think of the lives you have taken. Zhao Manyang yelled back. I might be responsible for their deaths, but it doesn't mean I killed them with my own hands. Fellow gentlemen, please spare my life, and we will spare the Era Sacred Institute in return, Wu Ku said. Mo Fan and Mu Bai frowned. They did not understand what the monk was saying. Wu Ku was still standing in a puddle. The raindrops started gathering around him as he waved his sleeves. The raindrops surrounded Wu Ku like pearls and eventually formed a huge beehive made of water. Feel free to take me down if you are confident that you can break through my rain hive in 3 hours to avenge your friends and families, but I can't guarantee what's going to happen to the Era Sacred Institute in those 3 hours. Wu Ku had stopped running. He sat down on the ground and started murmuring strange verses. The rain is getting cloudier. Mu Bai looked into the distance. A huge cloud of rain was visible in the distance in the direction of the Era Sacred Institute. Look at this crystal ball. As a head priest, my job is to supervise my subordinates. Blue Bat has already mixed the evil herbalist's elixirs with the rain. Once the rain turns yellow, all of the Andes Mountains will turn into hell, let alone the Era Sacred Institute. The nearby cities will fall victim to it too. Wu Ku stated firmly. The crystal ball was displaying some images, much like a surveillance camera. He was using the chaos element. You may take the crystal ball. It will help you find Blue Bat. Spare me, and I'll spare the Era Sacred Institute too, Wu Ku vowed. Are you sacrificing the Rook to save the king? Zhao Manyang snarled. It's not like I have a choice, do I? Wu Ku replied easily. Chapter 2252. Claiming Your Petty Life. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was not willing to let the head priest go so easily. However, it would not be easy to break through his defense, since he could turn the raindrops into a rain hive around him. Even Little Flame Bell's calamity fire would need some time to burn it down. Mu Bai caught the crystal orb Wu Ku threw at them. Blue Bat was currently visible inside of it, standing on top of a mountain surrounded by people in grey outfits. Blue Bat's right shoulder was burned by Mo Fan's flames when she was escaping from the underground. They could see the burn very clearly in the crystal orb, meaning that Wu Ku was indeed betraying Blue Bat so he could run away. Mo Fan, old Zhao and I will stop Blue Bat. You stay here and handle him, Mu Bai said. Blue Bat isn't an easy opponent either, Mo Fan reminded him. Trust us, none of them are going to get away today. Mu Bai said firmly. All right, but be quick, I'll deal with him here. Mo Fan nodded. They could not afford to release Wu Ku. If he was a head priest of the Black Vatican, he would be more valuable than Blue Bat, whether or not he was the true culprit of the calamity of Bo City. However, they could not let Blue Bat drive the demon creatures in the Andes Mountains into a frenzy either. Their best option was to split up. Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang would deal with Blue Bat, while Mo Fan took care of the head priest. Wu Ku was clearly not to be underestimated. Otherwise, why did Mo Fan's Dark Vein keep warning him in both encounters? The Dark Vein would only warn Mo Fan when something threatened his life. He could not guarantee that he could take down Wu Ku, but he had to try for the sake of the tens of thousands of lives that had been lost in Bo City. Wu Ku was sitting in the rain hive he had constructed. He only opened his eyes after Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang vanished in the distance. His eyes were as cloudy as the rain. In terms of appearance, he was no different from an ascetic monk. Mo Fan did not understand why he would perform so many evil deeds when he seemed like a person with no desires. Mister, if you three go to Blue Bat, she is dead for sure. You will have achieved something at least, but if you are greedy enough to think you can take both of us down, you might go back empty-handedly, Wu Ku chided him. For some reason, I have a feeling what you are up to is even more disgusting than Blue Bat's conspiracy, Mo Fan answered flatly. The members of the Black Vatican were very concerned about their performances. Blue Bat had conspired for such a long time just to destroy the Era's Sacred Institute. Why would Wu Ku not plan anything if he was a head priest? You've misunderstood me. I've never done anything wicked myself. My job as the head priest is to supervise people. Think of it as a construction project. The contractors are the ones handling the work. I just need to do a routine checkup and stay updated on their progress. The rest of the work isn't my responsibility, Wu Ku replied. Tell it to Yama. Mo Fan did not want to waste his time talking nonsense with the monk. I'm telling you the truth. I was only supervising in Bo City without taking part in it. To be honest with you, Bo City wasn't our true target. It was just an experiment, so it could have happened anywhere. Unfortunately, Great Deacon Hu Jin insisted on conducting the experiment in a place he was familiar with. I couldn't help it, I wasn't a head priest back then, Wu Ku continued explaining, whether or not Mo Fan was listening. Mo Fan's attitude toward Wu Ku was completely different from how Zhao Manyang had treated him. Mo Fan was basically saying, I'll only be in the mood to talk to you when you are dead. Mo Fan used his strongest spell to attack the rain hive. Star patterns appeared continuously and formed a star palace, which fell from the sky like a meteorite. The tremendous energy it was gathering emerged wildly, like fierce waves on a sea. Wu Ku could sense the powerful aura of Mo Fan's super spell and his wrath even when hiding inside his rain hive. What good is this going to give you? I was helpless in Bo City too. I was actually praying for the dead when we first met in Lhasa. I knocked my head on the ground over 30,000 times. It took me a few years to finish them. Do you think I have the time to hurt people when I'm willing to go to such an extent? Wu Ku nattered on. He enjoyed talking to himself. What you did meant nothing, since those people are already dead. I'll believe you if you knock your head 30,000 times on your way to hell. Mo Fan completed a lightning spell. Thousands of lightning sparkles appeared, forming spears. It felt like over 1,000 soldiers were surrounding Wu Ku and throwing their spears at him. Wu Ku frowned when he saw the lightning. He placed his palms together and murmured verses under his breath. The raindrops nearby gathered and circled about him. The raindrops on the outer layer were replenished continuously, preventing the lightning spears from penetrating through their gaps. The raindrops of the middle layer were spinning as rapidly as a wind wall, blocking the lightning. The raindrops of the inner layer combined into a barrier which absorbed the energy of the lightning that had penetrated the first two layers. It was only a single defensive spell, but it consisted of 3 protective layers. Mo Fan's lightning weakened significantly whenever it passed through a layer. The lightning that reached Wu Ku could only scratch his itch. It justified why Zhao Manyang did not bother fighting Wu Ku. If Mo Fan's destructive spells were unable to harm Wu Ku, it was unlikely Zhao Manyang could do anything to him. Zhao Manyang had done his job by buying Mo Fan enough time until he arrived. However, Mo Fan was being troubled by Wu Ku's outstanding defense now. His strongest move was to merge with the little flame bell and transform into the Flame Emperor. Unfortunately, Wu Ku was a water mage. Mo Fan's most reliable fire element was not effective against him. Mister, there's no point in you wasting your time on me. Hurry up and find Blue Bat. You might be able to save the Era's Sacred Institute. If you are late because of me, Wu Ku encouraged him. I have 7 elements. I don't mind trying each of them. I would like to see if you have enough energy to hold on until then. Mo Fan answered grimly. Wu Ku's expression darkened slightly. Yeah, this guy has 7 elements. Their situation was like a crocodile biting a turtle's shell. The crocodile was not willing to let the turtle go, and the turtle did not dare extend its head from the shell. The turtle told the crocodile that it did not mind hiding in its shell since it could live for 1,000 years, but what about the crocodile? Wu Ku began to panic. He could still talk reason with someone like Zhao Manyang. Unfortunately, it was Mo Fan who was standing in front of him. This stubborn guy was determined to claim his life. Chapter 2253. The Red Shirt is Here. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan had 7 elements now. Even though not all of them had reached the super level, Mo Fan had enhanced many of his spells. For example, his Fiery Fist might only consume the energy needed for an intermediate spell, but it was stronger than an advanced spell. If he constructed a star constellation and summoned the fiery dragons from a burning swamp, he could slowly peel away Wu Ku's defense. Even dripping water could penetrate a stone over time. Mo Fan had plenty of patience and determination. Wu Ku was like a sheep trapped in a wooden pen. He could not do anything but watch Mo Fan gnawing at the wooden logs of his pen. There was no way he could keep his calm, yet he could not afford to expend too much of his energy. Shadow Fiend, Army of Shadows. Mo Fan stomped the ground and summoned a black swamp about them. Darkness creatures rose from the swamp like an army. Wu Ku was greatly outnumbered. Wu Ku was nervous when the army of demon creatures charged at him. A solid defense was the most effective way to stop a destructive mage, yet even the most solid fortress would fall eventually under continuous bombardment. Mo Fan was firing endlessly at the fortress, attacking with his most destructive spells. He even switched to the shadow element at times. The shadow element was similar to the ice element in certain ways. The ice element was able to accumulate its energy over time, and turn an area into a frozen ground, making it easier to accumulate and control ice magic. The shadow element was the same. The darkness spread across the ground and the sky. The woods that had been covered by a heavy rain turned into a black morass. Even the simplest shadow spell was greatly enhanced by the darkness. Mo Fan's army of shadows had only consisted of a bunch of footmen and riders in the past, but he had summoned the army of the ancient capital from the swamp this time. It felt as if they had all traveled back in time to an ancient battlefield where an army was rampaging. The Rain Hive was only comparable to a little city before them. The thicker the darkness, the stronger the shadow magic Mo Fan was using. Even the elder of the shadow tribe, which could only endure for a limited time under normal circumstances, was able to stick around without effort in the swamp of darkness. The elder of the shadow tribe was leading countless shadow demons, fresh ones appearing from the swamp over time. When the elder of the shadow tribe first appeared, 3 shadow demons would come from the dark plane every minute, but there were now 10 shadow demons crawling out of the murk every minute. The army of shadows had just passed Wu Ku when the elder of the shadow tribe gathered the army of shadow demons about him. Wu Ku's heart pounded heavily when he saw the scale of the army. Could the Rain Hive really stop the invasion of these darkness creatures? Mo Fan was nothing but a monster. Wu Ku did not believe many people could stop Mo Fan if he tried to break into even the Black Vatican's main headquarters with force. Rainbow Tree, an icy voice uttered in the distance. A colorful ray plummeted from the dark sky as Mo Fan was about to order the elder of the shadow tribe to break through the Rain Hive. It was like a fragment of a meteorite had accidentally fallen into the area, landing at the center of the swamp of darkness. The ray of light spread rapidly, like a blessed seed, as soon as it touched the swamp. The seed sprouted and grew into a sapling before rapidly erupting into a huge tree. The colorful light it was emitting instantly drove the surrounding darkness away. The rain was still pouring down heavily, but it became colorful in the light. Mountains of colorful rocks emerged from the ground. An enormous tree stood alone between the sky and the ground, bearing a magnificent and sacred aura. Mo Fan's shadow magic dispersed instantly. The elder of the shadow tribe and its shadow demons dove into the shrinking swamp in a panic, retreating to their plane. Light! A light spell that greatly outmatched Mo Fan's shadow magic. Mo Fan's shadow magic had reached an unimaginable level after he had obtained the Dark Vein. He was no longer afraid to face some super mags with it. To his shock, the light magic had completely outmatched his darkness. The whole area was filled with the sacred radiance. Mo Fan was enraged. He was so close to breaking through Wu Ku's rain hive. There would have been one less head priest of the Black Vatican soon. However, someone had come to stop him in time. Mo Fan swore to find out who the person was. "You're here." "I was almost at my limit." Wu Ku forced a smile onto his pale face. He would have died at Mo Fan's hands if no one came to help him. "Time to go," the person covered in the colorful light on top of a tree in the distance ordered crisply. "Aren't you going to take him out too?" "He might be a great threat to us in the future," Wu Ku asked. "We are leaving," the person replied in a stronger tone. Wu Ku shrugged obediently, not daring to say a word further, and ran toward the person quickly. The person had a tall profile. The light was piercing Mo Fan's eyes, but he could still tell that it was a woman from her figure. Even though she did not talk much, Mo Fan's chest was burning with rage as soon as he heard her voice. "Salon!" Mo Fan yelled angrily. He was confident that the person who appeared out of nowhere was Salon, the Black Vatican's Red Cardinal. Salon was in such a rush that she did not have time to disguise herself or modify her voice. Mo Fan clearly remembered her voice. It was very similar to when he had talked to her over the phone on Chongming Island. Mo Fan felt his eyes were burning because of the blinding light, yet he completely ignored the pain, overwhelmed by the anger blazing in his chest. He had made the right choice to keep Wu Ku here. Salon had come. Only an important member of the Black Vatican like Wu Ku could lure Salon out. Wu Ku was very confused. He did not understand why the Red Cardinal did not eliminate such a great threat after showing herself. Mo Fan's strength had improved at an insane pace. He was also a sworn enemy who was determined to uproot the Black Vatican. It made more sense to take care of him now, while he was still in the early stages of the super level. Most importantly, Mo Fan and his crew were extremely good at tracking them down. They had come all the way to the Era Sacred Institute because of a single mistake that the herbalist made. They could not afford to underestimate these young mags' capabilities. Wu Ku was hoping that the Red Cardinal would eliminate the three young mags now. Unfortunately, he did not see any intention to murder Mo Fan on his superior. He was surprised when he noticed Salon had a grim expression on her face. What is wrong with the Red Cardinal? Is it because they had no way of killing Mo Fan now? A strong wind began to blow in the woods. It was so strong that it almost shredded the trees. The blinding light shattered like glass before the wind. Wu Ku spun around hastily. He realized why the Red Cardinal insisted on leaving right away when he saw a mysterious red energy taking over Mo Fan's body. Chapter 2254. Just a Step Away. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. They had to leave. They had to leave at once. The Red Cardinal was actually risking her life to save him. "Salon, die!" A voice sounding like a devil that had just woken up in the deepest hells rose behind Wu Ku, sending a terrified chill down his spine. Wu Ku did not dare turn around. He had never seen anyone who was so powerful that the whole area had turned into a realm of darkness and blood, driving the energy of every element away. The Red Cardinal had never planned to fight Mo Fan, as she knew there was a demon inside him. Once the demon woke up, he could crush even the strongest member of the Black Vatican to pieces. Space Scroll. Salon had come prepared. She immediately used the Space Scroll after Wu Ku reached her. Silver strings interwove around her like they were going to slice the two up, but the silver strings were actually slicing through space so they could enter a space rift. The sky and the ground were dyed red. A figure with exploding lightning, flames, shadows, silver light, and the glow of the moon in a chaotic state flew toward them. He might only have been the size of an average human, but he was like a towering devil in Wu Ku and Salon's eyes. He can tear the space apart. Salen frowned coldly. What should we do then? Are we done for? It's all my fault. Wuku looked extremely guilty. The space scroll was extremely rare and expensive. Salen might have come prepared, but Mo Fan's strength in his demon form was comparable to the Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor had managed to reach its claws into the turbulence of space that Mo Fan and Ashiruya were in. Similarly, Mo Fan was able to chase after Wuku and Salen after they escaped into the rift. The space element was one of Mo Fan's elements. He could already maneuver through the turbulence of space and leave it in one piece. He had no trouble doing so after he demonized. Time to go. Salen grabbed Wuku and flung her sleeves to open another tunnel in the rift. They left the turbulence of space and landed somewhere. The tunnel closed very quickly. Salen and Wuku found themselves in an abandoned church. Wuku recognized the place. It was a small base used as a meeting point for their operation. We are safe, oh my. Wuku was about to let out a relieved sigh when he noticed lightning flickering behind them. A hand reached out from the lightning like it was prying open the door of an elevator. The devil was forcing his way through the turbulence of space. This way. Salen dragged Wuku with her like a miserable dog. 6 magic formations with silver lights had been activated in the rundown church. Salen dragged Wuku into one of them. A bunch of people who were dressed like Salen and Wuku appeared in the church. They had even smeared mud over themselves to disguise themselves as Wuku. They entered the rest of the space magic formations to provide Salen and Wuku with some cover. Mo Fan came out of the turbulence of space. His demonic aura had weakened a little, but his blood-red eyes were just as intimidating as before. There were 6 teleportation formations. None of them were reversible. Salen was well aware of Mo Fan's abilities in his demon form. There was no way she would show herself if she did not have a plan. Mo Fan was now forced to choose one out of 6 teleportation formations. Mo Fan did not have time to analyze his options. He knew each of the teleportation formations would lead to a major city. He had to take his chance to stop Wuku and Salen right away. Otherwise, things would be unpredictable once he showed up in a city in his demon form. The odds were 6 to 1. Salen was forcing Mo Fan to gamble. The head priest was very important to Salen or she would never have taken such a risk. She was still bold enough to take the gamble. 1 out of 6. If Mo Fan was blessed by the heavens, he would end up making the right choice, and it would be Salen's end. All her ambitions would be in vain because of a single mistake. If Mo Fan made the wrong choice, she would be able to save Wuku's life. She would not have to look for a new head priest. Wuku had to live at all costs. He was the most important part of her plan. She could afford to lose the evil herbalist and the chief extraditor, but not Wuku. Walking down a crowded street, Salen threw her raincoat away and picked up an ordinary brown umbrella. Wuku draped a half-transparent raincoat over his shoulders to cover his miserable appearance and the smell of mud. It was a normal raincoat sold by every stall along the road. The two were walking at a steady pace through the rain. There were tall buildings and pedestrians around them. Wuku shivered as he kept walking. It was his first time being that close to death. He was panicking more than when he had been surrounded by Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang together. He never knew Mo Fan had such an ability. Even if he had used his innate talent, Mo Fan could still kill him with ease. Is he coming after us? Wuku asked nervously. He made the wrong choice, Salen replied stiffly. It seems like we are still blessed by the heavens, Wuku smiled weakly. The heavens never bless anyone. It was just a matter of probability. Picking the right teleportation portal had nothing to do with the heavens, Salen corrected him coldly. Either way, we are safe now. It's good to be alive, Wuku smiled. The only reason I saved you is because you didn't use your innate talent, Salen stated icily. My innate talent is the only thing that is valuable to you. I'd keep it even if they were going to kill me, but Blue Bat, Wuku said. She won't live, Salen declared grimly. Does that mean our plan to destroy the Heiress Sacred Institute is going to fail? Wu Ku had to ask. It's the price you pay for making a mistake. You are so optimistic about it. Salen glanced at Wu Ku stonily. The man did not dare utter any more nonsense. Ask the chief extraditor to erase every trace of my false identity, the abandoned church, the ninth mound, and blue bat. Abandon those we should, Salen ordered him. Yes, I'm on it. The branch we've put in so much effort into is gone. We've been exposed too much this time. You even gave up the abandoned church to save me, but don't you worry, I'll make up for it, Wu Ku sighed. Wu Ku bowed to express his resentment and determination. He did not get a response from Salen after a long time. He scratched his head and lifted his gaze, only then realizing the Red Cardinal was nowhere to be seen. She was like an ordinary woman, blending in with the city. It would be difficult to track her down. Ding-dang. A few coins were thrown in front of Wu Ku. Wu Ku looked at the pedestrian who had given him the coins helplessly. Fine, he had disguised himself perfectly as a beggar. Wu Ku picked up the coins and thanked the fellow sincerely. He even blessed the man for his kind act. Chapter 2255. The Abandoned Church. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Banlo City. The sky was cloudy in the evening. The light of the setting sun put a red veil on the buildings in the city. The pedestrians took out their phones and began to take pictures. They were mesmerized by the rare phenomenon and assumed it to be a good omen. They did not notice a man with blood-red eyes standing at the junction. Are you going to move? Do you think you can ignore the traffic rules just because you are a mage? Honk! Piercing horns sounded around Mo Fan. He had an urge to destroy the vehicles around him because of the annoying noise. The sunlight slowly faded away. The sinister aura Mo Fan was emitting slowly dispersed with it. Mo Fan knew he had taken the wrong teleportation portal the moment he showed up in Banlo City. The whole process of Salen leaving the turbulence of space and walking into a teleportation portal had only lasted for half a minute. The Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican would have died if she had not had half a minute advantage over him. Mo Fan was fully confident that he could kill Salen in his demon form. Salen was very familiar with Mo Fan's abilities. She immediately ran away as soon as she showed herself. There was no way Mo Fan would not feel anxious about it. That being said, Mo Fan also knew Salen would come prepared. There was no way she would let a single mistake of the head priest ruin everything she had done. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and stared at the stormy clouds above the city. He kept hearing horns around him as the vehicles drove past him rapidly. A few bold drivers even wound down their windows and scolded Mo Fan. Mo Fan ignored the shouts. The blood-red glow in his eyes faded away as he collected his thoughts. Even though he had made the wrong choice, the whole affair did not take very long, so he had yet to completely transform into his demon form. If he had turned into a demon in a bustling city without any targets, he had no clue how he would replenish the enormous amount of energy that he expended after using the power of the demon element. He was not far from the abandoned church where the teleportation portals were. Mo Fan withdrew the power of the demon element and headed for the abandoned church. The abandoned church was around 7 kilometers away, on the outskirts of Banlo City. Wu Ku had been trapped by Zhao Manyang at the 8th mound. It had been nothing but a lucky accident. Even Salen did not expect to find the three of them in the Heiress Sacred Institute and coincidentally end up trapping Wu Ku. Therefore, Salen must have come in a rush, or she would not have taken such a huge risk by betting her life on 6-to-1 odds. Operation Guillotine in the ancient city was the Holy Judgment Court and the Enforcement Union's most successful attempt to hunt Salen down. There had been 10 high-ranked officials involved, meaning that the odds were 10-to-1 there. The Enforcement Union had sacrificed so many spies to finally give themselves a 10% chance of killing Salen. It was surprising that such a careful person would expose herself. The only reason she did it was because she did not have a choice. It was a very close call to Salen at being killed by Mo Fan, but she had exposed a lot of things by her actions. The abandoned church was one of them. The place was used as a meeting point by the Black Vatican. The fact that it had 6 teleportation portals meant it was a place Salon used often. Teleportation portals were the most extravagant form of transportation in the world. They required a lot of equipment and time to set up. Mo Fan did not believe Salon was only using it as a simple meeting point. On the outskirts. The place used to be a village, but it was slowly abandoned after the inhabitants moved to Banlo City. Even the roads were covered in weeds. The church was beside the abandoned road, thick woods behind it. There was a muddy swamp beside it too. A few dead livestock that the villagers had abandoned were letting out a rotting scent. Some crows that were enjoying their dinner screeched when Mo Fan walked past them. The crows screeched more fiercely as Mo Fan went closer, as if he was going to steal their food. They were also warning the people inside the church that they had an uninvited guest. Mo Fan picked up a burning smell when he reached the stairs. He could feel heat coming out from the building too. They act pretty quickly, Mo Fan grinned. Mo Fan was greeted by fierce flames as soon as he kicked the door open. The Black Vatican was burning the church down after it was exposed. However, they did not expect Mo Fan to return here so quickly. Even the old man who was responsible for destroying the evidence could not leave in time. Mo Fan waved his hand and suppressed the flames burning in the church. The fierce flames had devoured the benches, shelves, and floors in the church, but they all disappeared in a second, leaving only the burning smell in the air. The old man inside the church turned around and looked at Mo Fan nervously. "Who are you?" the old man asked. "Are you the only one here destroying the evidence?" Mo Fan asked in return. "I don't know what you are talking about. The church is on the verge of collapsing. The government asked me to burn it down to prevent it from hurting people if they come in here without any permission," the old man replied nervously. "Old man, you better get your eyes checked if you don't recognize me." Mo Fan was amused by the old man's lie. "You are. You were still a village chief the last time I saw you. You brought your villagers with you and demanded that I compensate you for your loss. The truth is, you were planting frenzy poppies in your village fields. You didn't have time to get rid of them. The guy who destroyed the fields with a super spell was your associate." Mo Fan smiled darkly. The village chief was stunned. He took a closer look and realized Mo Fan was the lecturer who had brought the students on a patrol class. Damn it, why was he here? There was no point in lying to pretend he was innocent. "Young man, I am the chief in the village, but I used to be a villager here too." The old man was struggling to come up with an excuse as Mo Fan walked toward him slowly. Mo Fan glanced around the church and noticed one of the teleportation portals was not yet destroyed. They must have been in a rush. There were also some books on the shelves. It would be rewarding if they contained the names of the Black Vatican's members. Mo Fan had withdrawn the demon element in time to avoid the penalties. Salon might have gotten away, but he had found a branch of the Black Vatican. The outcome was still in his favor. "Young man, the chief was still trying to convince Mo Fan." Mo Fan's right hand burst into flames. His fist was burning like a tank reloading its shell. "Give me back my gold." Mo Fan punched the old man in the stomach. Chapter 2256. The Remnants. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Not only had the old man colluded with the student called Hansen to destroy the fields of frenzy poppies, he had even helped out and scammed 1,000 gold from them. It was time to settle the debts, both old and new. The punch knocked the old man to the front of the church. He slammed into the wall adorned with a drawing of Jesus. The old man vomited blood. The flesh on his chest and stomach was scorched and lacerated. His expression changed instantly, and he glared at Mo Fan viciously. "Do you think you have won because you found this place? Victory only belongs to Master Salon," the old man yelled defiantly. "Your master ran away from me miserably not long ago. You shouldn't place too much faith in her? By the way, I do understand your belief in paradise after death, but do you really think you will find yourself in the paradise Salon has created for you? You have overthought it. However, I have prepared a furnace in hell for people like you. I don't know if Salon can send you to paradise like she promised, but there's no escape from the hell I've prepared for you. Mo Fan snarled back. Shadow demons appeared on both sides of the old man, including the one who had killed its target in a unique way last time. It had stabbed an evil monk in the eyes before strangling him to death. The shadow demon had come up with another new trick. It first put a dark hood over the old man's head, like he was a criminal who was on his way to a gallows and shielding the crowd from seeing their twisted expression when they were hung to death. It took a rope of darkness out of nowhere and tied up the old man in a way that resembled Jesus' pose on the cross. The shadow demon then took out its beloved dagger and started cutting the old man's soul out like it was using a scalpel. Mo Fan shook his head helplessly. The old man had some tough luck. Mo Fan had many shadow demons at his command, but they were summoned to his aid randomly. This time just happened to be the shadow demon with great creativity. The show was not going to end anytime soon. Mo Fan was not mentally twisted enough to find it enjoyable. He left a zone of darkness behind so the artistic shadow demon could stay a little longer. He then went looking around the church looking for any clues that Salon might have left behind. Hello, Zhu Meng, I'm Mo Fan. Mo Fan? What happened this time? Don't tell me you've done something wrong again, so you need my help to clean up your mess, Zhu Meng spoke up. I found the Black Vatican's branch in the Andes Mountains, with plenty of evidence that they couldn't destroy in time. You should send someone over to gather clues here. They might help you clean up some of the remnants, Mo Fan informed him. Zhu Meng immediately switched to a more serious tone. Mo Fan had found the Black Vatican's branch. Most importantly, it was related to Salon's faction. Salon's last branch in China had been Chongming Island. Mo Fan was also the one who had snuck in first there and helped the Enforcement Union take it out. Mo Fan had found another branch, and it sounded even more important than the one on Chongming Island. We have enforcers standing by in the Americas. I'll ask someone to contact you. It will take me some time to meet up with you, Zhu Meng finally replied. Sure, just ask them to come straight to me. I'll give you the location, Mo Fan agreed. I'll inform Tang Vong. Zhu Meng was very excited, and trying his best to keep his calm. Not yet, Mo Fan said. Zhu Meng was confused, since Tang Vong was the president of the Lingyan Enforcement Union. Zhu Meng was only a councilman. Even though he had a certain influence over the Enforcement Union, the local presidents were the ones handling operations. I'm looking at a list with the names of people who have infiltrated the Enforcement Union, the circles of councilmen, and the royal guards of the Magic Palace in our country. The Lingyan Enforcement Union is in a worse state than we imagined, Mo Fan informed him. Lung Qing had almost died at the hands of the Black Vatican. The main reason was not because the Black Vatican had found out her identity themselves, but because there were traitors in the Enforcement Union. Mo Fan had a rough idea who the traitors were now. Zhu Meng immediately understood Mo Fan's intentions. It explained why Mo Fan had contacted him, instead of Tang Vong, who was the president of the Lingyan Enforcement Union. There had to be someone suspicious among Tang Vong's men. I also found something that might explain how Salon managed to flee from our country while it was on lockdown, Mo Fan told Zhu Meng. Mo Fan, you've done our country a huge favor once again. Zhu Meng was overjoyed. Even though Salon's faction had been wiped out in their country, they had no intention to spare those who Salon had bribed. The citizens would be pleased if they could find the rotten apples in their homeland. Are the people you are sending to me reliable? Mo Fan asked after he remembered something. I can guarantee that with my life, Zhu Meng assured him. Are there enough people? Apart from this branch, Blue Bat and other remnants are currently hiding in the Eris Sacred Institute. I need the help of your people to take care of them too. There is a lot of work to be done, Mo Fan went on. I'll send someone to you first. I will also get Great Councilman Xiao Zheng's approval to grant you the authority to command the enforcers over there, Zhu Meng stated. It has to be quick, or they might run away, Mo Fan warned him. Mo Fan, the Enforcement Union hadn't been idle all this time. Our men also infiltrated the Eris Sacred Institute and the Andes Federation while you were investigating the school. We couldn't afford to expose them unless it was necessary, so that they wouldn't fall victim to the Black Vatican. Don't worry, there are enough resources for you over there as long as we have the Great Councilman's approval. They will help you take care of the remnants of the Black Vatican right away. Zhu Meng declared. Mo Fan nodded to himself. One more thing, the trails you and your friends are on are different from the ones our men are on. You might learn something new when you meet with them. Ha ha ha, it's been so many years. We finally won a battle against the Black Vatican. Zhu Meng exclaimed. Mo Fan roughly told Zhu Meng of his encounter with Wu Ku and Salan. Did you use your power? Zhu Meng blurted out in surprise. Not really, I only used it briefly. I managed to withdraw it in time, Mo Fan smiled wryly. Which means you didn't waste it. Zhu Meng said. I can still use it once, Mo Fan confirmed. That's good to hear. Be careful, Salan will do everything to force you to use the demon element. Once you use it, she will definitely come after you, Zhu Meng warned him. I'm not that weak without it now. Only Salan can force me to use the demon element, Mo Fan acknowledged. Listen to me, Salan still has many powerful mags under her command. You can't afford to lower your guard. Chapter 2257. Field Enforcers. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhu Meng submitted a request to Xiaozheng quickly. Everything would be a lot easier with Xiaozheng on their side. He could approve any requests right away with just a quick notice. Normally, it would take at least a meeting to get some approval, since they were requesting the use of some undercover field enforcers. They would have wasted a lot of time if they had to wait until the councilmen were done with a meeting. Time was of the essence when it came to dealing with the Black Vatican. Any trails leading to the Black Vatican would be gone far too quickly. Mo Fan, you have a green light to proceed with your plan. The field enforcers will aid you, Zhu Meng called back. Great, but you should come over as soon as possible too. I heard the field enforcers are proud and arrogant, Mo Fan requested. Not a problem. Mo Fan stood guard outside the church to prevent anyone from destroying the evidence. At dusk, he saw a dark red sports car heading his way along the abandoned road. It was approaching him like a scorching meteorite. Mo Fan was startled. He was not sure who the person was. The person was unlikely to be a thrill-seeker with a wealthy background. The road was in very bad condition. It was the last place for a race. The magic-imbued sports car was still approaching Mo Fan. The material of its exterior was different from the normal vehicles he saw in cities. Dried branches, fallen leaves, and stones were swept off to the sides as the car's bullet-shaped front went right at Mo Fan, before sliding to a stop in front of the church after a dazzling drift maneuver. The car's door rose automatically. Mo Fan frowned. He didn't understand the meaning behind the showy entry. An attractive woman with curly hair came out of the car. Mo Fan caught a glimpse of a colorful sight the moment she reached her legs out. It's you. Mo Fan was surprised. He stared at the woman he had met not long ago. The woman smiled. She passed the name card between her fingers to Mo Fan. Mo Fan saw a golden flame burst out of the card before he took it. The flame rose into the air and took the shape of the Enforcement Union's logo. Mo Fan thought she was Salan's henchman, who had come to destroy the church. He did not expect her to be a member of the Enforcement Union. I'm Winnie, a field enforcer of the Enforcement Union. I believe we met at the cafe along the sandy white beach. The truth is, I was approaching you on purpose back then. Winnie combed back her hair. She was the woman who had been enjoying a sunbath in front of Mo Fan, the same woman with 2 legal husbands. She had driven all the way here in her dark red sports car. What a surprise, I thought there were only Chinese in the Enforcement Union, Mo Fan remarked. The field enforcers were an important asset of the Enforcement Union. Their roles were equivalent to the Royal Guards in China. Some might even refer to them as the Holy Court Mags of China. The field enforcers were the elite of the enforcement union, as they mainly pursued dangerous criminals who had fled to foreign countries. Many field enforcers were working undercover. They would only reveal their identities if required by a mission. My grandfather is Chinese. We'll discuss it next time. I was assigned to Banlo City and the Era Sacred Institute a long time ago. I've been collecting information on Salon's whereabouts with the help of someone called Wolf Chief. I didn't expect you to find her first, Winnie admitted to him. Is someone else coming too? We won't be able to take out all the remnants if it's only you. Mo Fan looked back down the road to see if a fleet of sports cars was following her. I'm more of a lone wolf. I communicate with the councilman directly. The rest of the field enforcers are on their way. Winnie studied the inside of the church carefully as they walked inside. Then I guess you can take care of the evidence here. I must leave for the 10th Mound right away, Mo Fan told her. He had yet to receive any updates from Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai. He was a little worried they might fall into a trap, knowing how cunning Blue Bat was. That's fine, but aren't we supposed to work with you? Winnie asked him. One of Salon's disciples, Blue Bat, is at the 10th Mound. We have to seal off their escape routes if we want to catch her and all of her men, Mo Fan replied. The 10th Mound is located deep inside the Andes Mountains. If they are determined to run away, we won't be able to seal off the whole area, even if we sent the whole enforcement union here. You should focus on the important clues we currently have. It's better to exchange information and see if we can track down the high-rank members of the Black Vatican. From what I've learned, Blue Bat isn't the only person in charge of the operation here, Winnie said. Winnie knew who Blue Bat was. She also knew the evil herbalist's whereabouts. Mo Fan fell into deep thought. It was true that heading to the 10th Mound now was not going to make a difference. He was currently in Banlo City, a long distance from the 10th Mound. It would take him half a day just to reach the 10th Mound, without a teleportation portal to shorten the trip. He could only hope Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang were able to handle Blue Bat on their own. Mo Fan gave up on the thought of heading to the 10th Mound. He gave the files he had found in the church to Winnie. Is this everything? Winnie asked. She felt there should be a lot more evidence in the church. Yeah, the old man has destroyed some of them. Aren't we going to exchange information? Where's yours? Mo Fan said. Winnie rolled her eyes at Mo Fan, feeling he was being overly cautious. She flipped her hand and took out a seemingly ordinary book from her space bracelet. This is the information I have gathered, Winnie told him. They each handed the information they had found to one another. The list Mo Fan had obtained in the church was quite long, and he had only skimmed through it. Ferreting out the members of the Black Vatican who had infiltrated different industries and companies was like looking for vermin in a huge orchard. It was difficult to track them down without their names, occupation, and who their superiors or subordinates were. The information Winnie was browsing through included the remnants in Mo Fan's homeland and some members of the Black Vatican in South America. The remnants were mostly spies, with important roles in government. The members in South America were most likely involved in the operation that was meant to take out the Era Sacred Institute. There were roughly 1,000 names on the list. Most of them were unexposed members of the Black Vatican. Winnie flipped through the pages quickly. Did you take photos of these files as backup? Winnie asked. She was taking pictures of the files with her phone so she would not lose such an important clue. No, I was guarding the church here. I didn't have the time, Mo Fan answered. Chapter 2258. Fishing. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Winnie went to the other side of the church after she was done taking pictures. She looked at Mo Fan and saw him reading the files she had given him. She grinned and tightened her grip. The important files burst into flames and burned into ashes instantly. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and looked at Winnie. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. "I'm burning them." "I only need the copy of them on my phone," Winnie responded calmly. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Mo Fan snapped. Ha ha, so what if I do? Oh, Mo-fan, you're so naive. It's getting dark. You can wait for the rest of the field enforcers here. It's time for me to go. Winnie laughed and ran out of the church. Mo-fan stared at Winnie and asked, was it worth exposing yourself just for the files? Winnie felt something was not right when she heard Mo-fan's voice. She quickly turned around and saw Mo-fan holding a few extra files. They were the same files she had just burned away. It's just a simple trick with the chaos element. The ones you burned were only clones. Besides, I also took pictures of them. They are stored in my flameproof, shockproof, and magic-proof Nokia. Mo-fan waved his phone around. Winnie's eyes widened. Why did he suspect her? She had already shown him the badge of a field enforcer, which was impossible to forge. Why had he not trusted her? Where had her plan gone wrong? In order to get Mo-fan to trust her, the files she had given Mo-fan contained real information. Some of them were related to Wolf Chief. I already contacted Tang Vong, the president of the Lingyan Enforcement Union, before calling Zhu Meng. I told him someone under Zhu Meng's command was suspicious, but the files didn't have their exact details, so I thought I could fish them out. I then called Zhu Meng and told him the exact same thing. Mo-fan gazed at Winnie. The spy in the Enforcement Union was not one of Tang Vong's men. It was one of Councilman Zhu Meng's men instead. Mo-fan had only called Zhu Meng so he could pass on a misleading message. He was betting on the spy among the field enforcers taking the risk. As long as the spy found a way to earn Mo-fan's trust and was the first to meet up with Mo-fan, he or she would have a chance to destroy the evidence and the list. It was very likely the spy among the field enforcers would show up to make a big move for the Black Vatican. Mo-fan was merely gambling. He was betting the spy would lose their calm and expose themselves to intercept the important name list. It was not like Mo-fan would lose anything if the spy did not show up. He just had to wait for the real field enforcers to take out the remaining members of the Black Vatican. If the spy did show up, it would be a huge catch for free. The spy among the field enforcers had to hold an important role in the Black Vatican. He or she might even be the traitor who almost got Lang Qing killed. He had finally found the spy. Mo-fan could not help smiling. Salin had exposed an important branch to save Wu Ku, basically severing her arm. It had given Mo-fan the chance to dig out so many members of the Black Vatican. You're going to die soon. To be honest, I have a question. I wanted to ask you something when you approached me on purpose the other day, Mo-fan continued calmly. Winnie stopped talking. She had been a field enforcer for some years. Strictly speaking, she was not really a member of the Black Vatican. A person could have multiple identities. She was willing to help whatever side promised her greater benefits. Winnie had struggled to make up her mind on whether she was going to get rid of the members of the Black Vatican as a field enforcer, or side with the Black Vatican and destroy the important list in Mo-fan's hands. When Winnie realized she might have a chance to become one of Salin's disciples after destroying the name list, she had ended up choosing the Black Vatican. To her surprise, it was a trap Mo-fan had laid out for her. Winnie, since you have 2 legal husbands, do you have sex with them one at a time each night, or do you have sex with both of them at the same time? Mo-fan asked her. Show me what you've got. I'll kill you before the rest of the field enforcers are here. No one will know what happened here. Winnie was not planning to run away. She had no choice but to devote herself to the Black Vatican now that her identity had been exposed. However, she would suffer great consequences if she failed to complete her goal of destroying the name list. She could not afford to run away. She had to kill Mo-fan here. If you think you can choose either side as you please, you will end up failing. There's no way you can please both sides at the same time, Mo-fan chided Winnie mockingly. Winnie trembled in anger. She had been undercover for so long. She had not expected to fall into Mo-fan's hands. Mo-fan knew Winnie could not afford to run away now. He slowly lifted his phone and said, "There's no internet here, so I won't be able to send the photos. What a pain in the ass. I will now head to Banlo City. If you can kill me before I reach the city, you can still remain undercover and continue being a spy. Mo Fan put the name list and the files away carelessly. You are being too full of yourself. It's only a matter of time until you die. Winnie snarled at him. Winnie's hair suddenly drifted up. Waves of brown flames quickly surrounded the church. The woods and the swamp were burning with wild dark brown flames. Little Flame Bell, Daddy is a little tired. I'm going to take a rest. I'll let you handle her. Mo Fan sat down on the stairs in front of the church. He was not planning to fight Winnie himself. An alluring figure gradually appeared from the flames. She was wearing a bright red dress made up of flames of the purest form. Her sacred calamity fire was not affected by the fierce dark brown flames at all. The Flame Bell Empress hovered above the sea of flames. Her aloof figure resembled an angel as she walked upon the flames. Her voice was like the sound of a harp, the tone changing completely after she transformed into the Flame Bell Empress. She no longer sounded like a child. The dark brown flames dancing widely around the church suddenly flew into the sky. Flame Bell Empress had driven away the flames that had filled the woods and the swamp in mere seconds. It was as if the dark brown flames were Flame Bell Empress' own power. She could send them away whenever she pleased. The dark brown flames were supposed to form Winnie's domain, but the Flame Bell Empress had suppressed them with ease. Winnie's expression changed instantly. This was a ruler-level fire elemental creature, but she was only Mo Fan's contracted beast. Chapter 2259. The Nine Disciples. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Winnie began to regret her decision. Why did she come here so recklessly, without finding out her opponent's strength first? Normally, she would only come if she was fully prepared. She would at least have had the confidence to take out her enemy after her identity was exposed. She had seen the duel between Mo Fan and Nelson, so she was confident in her strength. However, she realized she was in a bad spot after Mo Fan summoned the Flame Bell Empress. A ruler-level creature with a pure lineage. Most terrifyingly, this ruler-level creature's calamity fire was comparable to a heaven-grade seed. Her fire element was greatly suppressed in the creature's domain. Flame Bell Empress unleashed her flames. The dim sky lit up again. The dusk which had dyed the sky red reappeared. The people in Banlo City were dazzled. They had all witnessed a blood-red sunset just a moment ago. Why did the sky turn such a bright red all of a sudden? Did the sun rise again, after falling below the horizon? The red light shone upon the city in the distance and overwhelmed the lights in the city. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was reading the files outside the rundown church. He had to make sure the information in the files was valid. After all, Winnie was exchanging her files with the name list. The information on the files might be fake. However, there was a great chance that the files were real. Wolf Chief? He had to be an executioner too. His role was similar to Spectre, who had tried to kill Mubai, a hitman the Black Vatican normally used to get rid of threats. Based on the information Winnie had provided, the Wolf Chief's rank was higher than Spectre's. He was a super mage with 3 elements at the super level, a chief executioner. The Wolf Chief was hidden in the Eris Sacred Institute, and rarely showed himself. He only took orders from the Chief Extraditor and Salon. It was the Wolf Chief who had executed the Red Cardinal, the Cold Prince. If I find this Wolf Chief, I might be able to find the Chief Extraditor. Mo Fan flipped through the pages. Winnie was a two-faced person. She might have worked for the Black Vatican, but she had also done a great job as a field enforcer. Perhaps she had outperformed the rest of the field enforcers because she was working for the Black Vatican. The Chief Wolf was obviously an important breakthrough that might lead him to the Chief Extraditor. The Chief Extraditor? The Head Priest Wu Ku. The Evil Herbalist. These 3 were Salon's most important henchmen. The Evil Herbalist was an important asset to Salon because of the frenzy liquid, but Mo Fan had no idea what the Head Priest's uses were. Meanwhile, the Chief Extraditor's rank was only slightly lower than Salon's rank as a Red Cardinal. the chief extraditor had information about every member of the Black Vatican, whether they were a grey priest, a black clergy, a blue deacon, an executioner, a spy, or a red cardinal. The chief extraditor had it all. Salon had also mentioned that Salon was just a pseudonym. If she died, other people could take over her identity too, as long as they inherited her will. The chief extraditor would be the main reason why Salon could pass on her title. Salon was a leader, while the chief extraditor was a commander-in-chief. The death of a great leader would be a huge blow to the system, but it was not enough to take down the whole Black Vatican. The chief extraditor could just appoint a new leader to be in charge of the Black Vatican's plans again. Therefore, the chief extraditor was also Mo Fan's #1 target, save for Salon. It turns out that the chief extraditor is someone who can contact the Supreme Pontiff directly, Mo Fan exclaimed in surprise as he read the information in the files. The chief extraditor did not take orders from a red cardinal, but only from the Supreme Pontiff. The election of red cardinals requires the chief extraditor's approval, Mo Fan murmured. When the Cold Prince was executed, the chief extraditor incorporated the Cold Prince's faction into Salon's faction. Mo Fan was able to learn more about how the Black Vatican operated through the information in the files. It turned out that Blue Bat did not backstab the Cold Prince because he had provoked Salon by targeting Shinsha with his plans, but because Salon was trying to expand her influence. Salon had also killed another red cardinal in Brazil. The chief extraditor had incorporated the Cold Prince's faction into Salon's faction after the prince was executed. In other words, Salon had taken out 2 of the 12 red cardinals, and it was very likely that she had done so to take over their factions. Salon had established her faction in China, while the other red cardinals had been active in foreign countries for many years. However, Salon had managed to grow her influence rapidly in just a few years, likely because she had taken out 2 other red cardinals. What is that lunatic planning to achieve? Mo Fan was getting more confused. The Black Stones of Guilt were one of Salon's motivations. She was taking out the magistrates who had used the Stones of Guilt to sentence Wen Tai to death, one by one. However, if killing the magistrates was her only motive, there was no need for her to take out entire cities. Perhaps it was just as Blue Bat had mentioned, getting revenge on the magistrates was only part of the grudges Salon held in her past, but she was focused more on growing her influence as the god of death in her current life. Perhaps Salon was not just holding a grudge against the magistrates who had used the Stones of Guilt and killed Wen Tai, but was directing her hatred toward the twisted world. Wen Tai had died because people in the upper class had seen him as a nuisance. The magistrates were not the only ones who used the Stones of Guilt. They were only representing the people who wanted Wen Tai dead. The 9 disciples? So Salon has 9 disciples who are learning her skills. They must earn her approval with an impressive graduation project. Mo Fan had a headache. The Blue Deacons were already giving the Enforcement Union a difficult time, but Salon was raising her disciples too. I have no clue who the other 8 disciples are yet. Blue Bat was already done for. Even if Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai failed to stop her, she would never escape the field enforcers after her identity was exposed. Even so, Blue Bat was only one of the 9 disciples. Huge mushroom clouds exploded into the sky behind him, grabbing his attention. Leave her alive! Mo Fan called out lazily. Flame Bell Empress immediately stopped attacking. Winnie fell from the sky and slammed into the roof of the church. She was completely exhausted, and even struggled to stand back up. Her young and unblemished skin was as dry as the skin of a wilted old tree from her burns. Her 2 husbands might even ask for a divorce if they saw her now. He could hear the sound of a helicopter's propellers approaching from the distance. Small things scattered across the place were sent flying by a strong wind. Mo Fan looked up. He did see a pair of propellers, but it was a wind mage instead of a helicopter. His wind wings were a little special. Who are you? Mo Fan asked him directly. I'm from China's Enforcement Union. Chapter 2260. Miyamoto Shin. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan frowned. Why was everyone who arrived someone he already knew? Was the world really so small that the people he met were either spies of the Black Vatican or a spy from the Enforcement Union? Aren't you Japanese? Mo Fan asked the man with the propeller-shaped wind wings. The man landed on the ground and glanced at Winnie, whom the Flame Bell Empress was currently stepping on. It was important to prove their identities first. The man handed Mo Fan a name card similar to the one Winnie had shown him. However, the man also displayed his right hand to show Mo Fan the seal on his wrist. The seal represented the oath the man had sworn in front of the Tree of Vows to never betray the Enforcement Union. Mo Fan believed in the Tree of Vows. However, he did not expect the man to be Miyamoto Shin. A field enforcer of the Enforcement Union often has multiple identities. My father is also a field enforcer who is mainly active in Japan. I mainly use my Japanese identity so I can travel freely between different countries. I must say it has helped me a lot, as people never connect me to the Chinese Enforcement Union, Miyamoto Shin explained. That's true, I would never think you were working with Tang Vong if you hadn't shown up here, but aren't you a member of the student union's main party too? Mo Fan had to ask. I joined the Enforcement Union when I was 16. I was planning to go back to my homeland after graduating from the Era Sacred Institute, but my superiors happened to dig up some information about Salan's faction in South America, so I chose to stay as an assistant. Miyamoto Shin smiled wryly. Miyamoto Shin was only taking his further studies at the Era Sacred Institute. He had planned to go back to his homeland after he was done. Salan happened to be active in South America while he was doing his studies, so he had no choice but to stay behind. The only way he could stay in the school after he graduated was by being an assistant. So it wasn't a coincidence that you were the assistant of the 3 guest lecturers from China. Did your superior arrange it? Mo Fan asked. That's right. I didn't dare tell you the truth, as I know you 3 are also on a secret mission, Miyamoto Shin confirmed. Mo Fan nodded. Miyamoto Shin had enrolled in the Era Sacred Institute as a Japanese, so it was not suspicious when he was assigned to Mo Fan and his friends. His identity as a Japanese had done a great job at covering up his identity as a field enforcer. The field enforcers of the Enforcement Union were similar to high-ranking members of the Black Vatican. It would be extremely dangerous once their identities were exposed. They were only valuable while they remained undercover. Do you know her? Mo Fan pointed at Winnie. I know she's a student at the school, but I didn't know she was a field enforcer, let alone a traitor. Miyamoto Shin harumphed coldly. No wonder the people of the Black Vatican were acting so recklessly at the school. The field enforcers were struggling to make a breakthrough because there was a traitor among them. Look at this list of names and see if you know any of them. Mo Fan gave the list to Miyamoto Shin. He still had a copy of the name list on his phone. It did not matter if the Black Vatican tried using the same trick on him twice. Miyamoto Shin flipped through the pages and skimmed through the huge list. Meanwhile, there were sounds approaching, hurried footsteps coming from the distance. A group of people soon gathered in front of the church. They are our brothers from the Enforcement Union, Miyamoto Shin told Mo Fan. Are they reliable? Mo Fan asked. They all have the latest seal from the Tree of Vows, Miyamoto Shin confirmed. You will be assigning tasks to them. Mo Fan was not good at commanding people. He was also unsure of the capabilities of the field enforcers in the group. People in different outfits gradually stepped forward. They had all received orders from their superiors. So it's you, Blue Sparrow. I didn't expect you to take down a branch of the Black Vatican. It's making us feel like we are quite useless compared to you, a middle-aged man with a cigarette between his lips spoke up. The overweight man was wearing a singlet, like he had just come from a blacksmith job. Not really, Mr. Mo has done all the work. He even found the traitor among us. Miyamoto Shin pointed at Winnie, who was now covered in mud on the ground. Golden Canary, the middle-aged man blurted out in surprise after he recognized Winnie. Mo Fan was speechless. Why were all their nicknames related to birds? Sir, Golden Canary has always been loyal to the Enforcement Union. I don't understand. What did she do? The man asked with a frown. She was working for the Black Vatican, Mo Fan replied. So what exactly did she do? The man pressed. Did your superior send you here to interrogate me? Mo Fan snarled. Was the middle-aged man accusing him of blaming Winnie wrongly, judging by his tone? No, I won't dare to. I just want to understand things better so it's easier for us to interrogate her, the man answered hurriedly. Miyamoto Shin, I don't want him here. The others may stay, Mo Fan told Miyamoto Shin. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. What do you mean? I'm a field enforcer. I'm fully responsible for this operation after receiving an order from my superior. He was displeased by Mo Fan's attitude. INB, go back and wait for further notice, Miyamoto Shin said. He knew what Mo Fan was up to. Since Tang Dong had granted Mo Fan the power to command the field enforcers under the Great Councilman's approval, Mo Fan did not have to explain anything to the field enforcers. In simpler words, Mo Fan had the greatest authority of all those present. Every field enforcer had to obey his orders. Why was it necessary? Because the Black Vatican was hiding among the public. Most of their members looked innocent until they were proven guilty. If the field enforcers were doubting Mo Fan's orders, they might end up giving the important members of the Black Vatican a chance to escape. The middle-aged man was demanding an explanation from Mo Fan because he did not think Winnie was a traitor. As for the truth, it did not matter how close the middle-aged man and Winnie were. If Mo Fan already had the green light to proceed with the plan of exterminating the remnants of the Black Vatican, he would not allow anyone to doubt his decisions. Miyamoto Shin did not ask a single question, nor did the rest of the field enforcers. The middle-aged man was the only exception. Mo Fan's phone rang as the middle-aged man was overwhelmed by anger and shame. Mo Fan took the call, not wanting to waste his time on the arrogant man. Mo Fan. It was Councilman Zhu Meng. Mo Fan responded. Are you suspecting me? Zhu Meng asked with a deep voice. It seemed like Zhu Meng had received information that Winnie, whom he had sworn to be reliable, had turned out to be the traitor. Chapter 2261. Starting from the School. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was you who promised me with your life that the person you were sending was trustworthy, Mo Fan echoed back to him. I didn't know. Golden Canary was one of the enforcers I trained myself. Zhu Meng had no idea how to explain himself. Zhu Meng, I've always trusted you. I know what kind of a person you are, too. You might be righteous, but that doesn't mean your men are the same as you. Luckily, I was being extremely careful. Otherwise, we would have lost the important name list, Mo Fan sighed. It's my mistake. I didn't think everything through. If you think I've neglected my job, you can do whatever you want to me. Zhu Meng called out in shame. There's a man called INB here. Is he one of your men too? Mo Fan asked. Yes, he is. Zhu Meng let out a relieved sigh when Mo Fan did not dwell on his mistake. You should talk to him about his working attitude. Mo Fan passed his phone to INB. INB was standing right beside Mo Fan, and was clearly able to hear the conversation between Zhu Meng and Mo Fan. For some reason, he felt a chill running down his spine the moment he took the phone. INB? Tell me what happened, Zhu Meng ordered. I came straight to the gathering point after receiving the order. I saw Golden Canary was badly injured, so I asked what happened to her, INB said. What was your order? Zhu Meng demanded. To fully comply with the Special Duty Commanding Officer's orders, INB reported. Did you see the Special Duty Commanding Officer? Zhu Meng asked. I did. INB's voice was so soft that it was barely audible. Have you forgotten the code of conduct of an enforcer after working in the field for so long? Should I summon you back and teach you everything again? Golden Canary is a member of the Black Vatican. I swore to Mo Fan with my life that he could trust her, yet she tried to destroy the list of names. A chief enforcer and a councilman have already proven it to be true. Does he still need to report to you and get your approval? Or perhaps you would like to say something in defense of the traitor. Sure, I will now give you a chance to appeal to the enforcement union on her behalf. Zhu Meng scolded him angrily. I didn't mean that, councilman. I was being arrogant. I will apologize to the special duty commanding officer right now. INB was struggling to stand properly after the scolding. A chief enforcer and a councilman had already proven that Golden Canary was the traitor. Just do your job as a field enforcer. Golden Canary has become a disgrace to our Quanbei enforcement union. I don't want you to destroy the remaining pride that we have left. Zhu Meng rebuked him. Zhu Meng was in great shock himself. Golden Canary had been an elite field enforcer. Zhu Meng had put much faith into her, so he immediately sent her to Mo Fan after he found the important evidence. To his surprise, she was the one helping the Black Vatican to destroy evidence. Not only did the traitor almost kill Vice Chief Leng Qing last time, she almost helped over 1,000 members of the Black Vatican escape. Chairman Xiaozheng had already scolded Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng had quickly called Mo Fan to explain himself and get his understanding. Luckily, Zhu Meng had provided Mo Fan with some help during the incident related to the Parthenon Temple, and they were pretty close to one another. Otherwise, not only could he lose his job as a councilman because of his grave mistake, he might even be placed in custody for investigation. His life would be over. Zhu Meng did not even dare to doubt Mo Fan's decisions now, yet one of his men, INB, was bold enough to ask unnecessary questions. Zhu Meng had the urge to slap INB in the face if he had not been an ocean away. Zhu Meng clearly knew the reason he was not being arrested and interrogated now was because Mo Fan had asked for mercy on his behalf when he reported his findings to Tang Vong and Xiaozheng. If Mo Fan had not told Chairman Xiaozheng that he believed Zhu Meng was innocent, what Golden Canary had done could easily drag the person in charge of the Quanbei Enforcement Union down with her. INB seriously did not know his place. Did he not realize that it was Mo Fan who had just saved the Quanbei Enforcement Union? INB finally behaved himself after the scolding. Mo Fan was not unforgiving. After all, he needed all the help he could get. Mo Fan took his phone back. Zhu Meng said sincerely, "Mo Fan, thank you so much for what you have done. Not only did you prove I'm innocent, you also helped us to find a traitor. We've known each other for so many years and been through so many things. It's fine as long as you don't blame me for entrapping you," Mo Fan smiled in reply. "Of course not, you have made such a huge discovery. I wouldn't blame you even if you did set me up. Do I still need to go to you?" Zhu Meng asked. "Yes, I won't be able to manage the operation well without you being here as a councilman," Mo Fan said. "All right." Miyamoto Shin was very efficient at his job, as expected of a high achiever from the Eris Sacred Institute. He had managed to break up the 1,000 members of the Black Vatican in a short time. INB and the others were still digging for more clues in the church. Miyamoto Shin was already done with his task by the time the moon had just risen into the sky. "Sir, I've filtered out the people who are from the Eris Sacred Institute. If they really are plotting against the school, we should take them out first," Miyamoto Shin called out. "How many are they?" Mo Fan asked. "There aren't a lot at the school, 13 members in total. 3 of them are blue deacons, and the rest are clergymen. However, they have a lot of disciples among the workers in the villages," Miyamoto Shin reported. "Sure, we will start from the school," Mo Fan nodded, agreeing with Miyamoto Shin's suggestion. "Sir," INB spoke up softly. Mo Fan looked at him. INB was obviously intimidated by Mo Fan now, like a subordinate who had made a mistake. He continued in a humble voice, "The members of the Black Vatican each have a main contact person, but they might also personally know some of the disciples, too. If we take them out one at a time, they might warn the others to run away." "You don't agree with the plan?" Mo Fan asked him. "No, I'm just saying that if the Black Vatican bribed Golden Canary and decided to abandon the people on this list, we can ask Golden Canary to send out a quarantine command to prevent the members of the Black Vatican from escaping," INB suggested carefully. Mo Fan looked at Miyamoto Shin, who nodded and agreed, "That's not a bad idea. It's very likely the others will run away, since we are taking them out in order." Chapter 2262. Chief Executioner, Wolf Chief. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Golden Canary was done for. As a traitor to the enforcers, she would suffer greater consequences than the members of the Black Vatican. However, she was a valuable asset, too. She was a high-ranking member in the Black Vatican who had infiltrated the Eris Sacred Institute. She could stop the other members of the Black Vatican from running away by spreading some rumors. Mo Fan understood INB's intent. They were currently overseas, so their numbers were limited. These field enforcers were all the help Mo Fan could draw on to take out the remnants of the Black Vatican. It was important they did not alert the members of the Black Vatican in other areas when they were exterminating their associates. I'll leave Golden Canary in your hands. You should talk to her, Mo Fan said. Leave it to me. INB nodded. Golden Canary would never make up for her faults by doing good deeds, but INB still had a chance to make up for his mistake. INB would not show her any mercy. Either she cooperated in their plan so she did not have to suffer as much punishment, or she would have to undergo the most brutal punishments of the Enforcement Union. Sir, we might face a lot of restriction since we are in another nation's territory, especially if we want to use magic in the Andes Federation. I suggest you retain your identity as a lecturer of the Eris Sacred Institute and ask the Dean for permission to use magic, Miyamoto Shin proposed. Don't you field enforcers have the right to use magic? Mo Fan asked them. Miyamoto Shin and INB put on shamed faces. We do, but the local magic association will still interrogate us. But if we have permission from the Eris Sacred Institute, Miyamoto Shin hinted. In the end, the Eris Sacred Institute's name is still the most useful, right? It depends. Most of the targets on the list are deacons and clergymen. We can handle them ourselves, while you continue to observe the situation behind the scenes to fish out more important clues and members of the Black Vatican, Miyamoto Shin went on. Mo Fan immediately understood Miyamoto Shin's intent. Miyamoto Shin was hoping he would continue to disguise himself as a lecturer for the Eris Sacred Institute and pretend like nothing was happening. He would focus on his classes and the competition with the guest lecturers from other countries, preparing for the open tournament. The field enforcers would handle the sweep and update Mo Fan at times. The Eris Sacred Institute was long soaked in the heavy rain by the time Mo Fan returned. Luckily, the rainwater looked clear. The school had not been alerted by the mounds, meaning that Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang had most likely stopped Blue Bat's plan. Miyamoto Shin immediately started taking out the spies of the Black Vatican at the school. Everything was done behind the scenes. The school was the same as usual, and the students were sticking to their usual routines. Even the villages on the outskirts remained the same, except for certain people who went missing. The field enforcers had no trouble sweeping up the clergymen and disciples of the Black Vatican. They were able to apprehend them easily, like it was just a simple conversation. After all, Salon had shown her tail too. She would not dare to interfere with the sweep if she did not want high-level mags coming after her. Salon decisively abandoned the people on the list. The remnants of the Black Vatican, who only had a main contact person each, were like a bunch of headless flies after the chief extraditor stopped contacting them. They had no chance of escaping from the field enforcer's hunt. How strange, why isn't that guy on the list? Mo Fan blurted out in surprise. Who are you referring to? Miyamoto Shin said. A guy called Hansen who's always around Sancha? Zhao Manyang has been watching him all the time. We are sure that he's from the Black Vatican too, but he wasn't on the list we found. Mo Fan flipped through the pages to see if he had missed Hansen's name. Miyamoto Shin blurted out with glittering eyes, he might be an executioner. Why is that? Mo Fan asked. The chief extraditor is in charge of the executioners. The Red Cardinals know their code names and have the power to order them around, but they don't know their true identities, Miyamoto Shin told him. There was no information on any of the executioners in Salon's branch. Therefore, the student called Hansen was not on the list either. If someone was not assigned to a Red Cardinal despite being a member of the Black Vatican, it was very likely they were executioners. Should we go after him? Mo Fan asked Miyamoto Shin. Miyamoto Shin was a professional. He surely knew better about some things when it came to fighting the Black Vatican. Not now, that guy is our biggest catch. Even if he hears about the sweep, he won't run away because he knows he is not on the list, Miyamoto Shin advised him. Golden Canary's files kept mentioning the chief executioner with the code name Wolf Chief. Do you think it's him? Mo Fan asked. It's very likely. Miyamoto Shin's heart raced. They had dug out so much useful information. Even though he was forced to stay undercover in the Era Sacred Institute, he had always been waiting for a chance to make worthy contributions to his homeland from the first day he joined the Enforcement Union. Mo Fan had definitely lived up to his reputation as the Black Vatican's nemesis. Shin thought he might be able to end his undercover work here earlier than he expected because of Mo Fan's help. Normally, field enforcers like them were promoted to the chief enforcer of an intermediate enforcement union or a vice chief of an advanced enforcement union once they were back in their homeland after accomplishing their mission. The enforcement union was classified into local enforcement unions, intermediate enforcement unions, advanced enforcement unions, and the supreme enforcement union. The Lingyan Enforcement Union was only an advanced enforcement union. Miyamoto Shin's goal was to enter the supreme enforcement union. If this operation was a success, he might qualify to join the Supreme Enforcement Union by catching a chief executioner like Wolf Chief. A tanned enforcer came up to them while they were discussing Wolf Chief. Sir, your friends have returned to the first mound safely, the enforcer reported. Great, I'll be going. Miyamoto Shin, I'll let you handle the sweep. I'm going to see what else they found out, Mo Fan said. Got it. Miyamoto Shin seemed very motivated. To someone like Miyamoto Shin, arresting deacons alone did not mean much. He had already had his eyes on a few deacons. He had left the deacons alone in order to catch a bigger fish. Unfortunately, the big fish never showed up, so he had no choice but to wait so he would not alert the enemy. Blue Bat, Miyamoto Shin murmured as he watched Mo Fan leave in a hurry. Blue Bat was one of Salan's disciples, and took orders directly from Salan. Miyamoto Shin felt a little helpless. They were enforcers, professionals when it came to handling the Black Vatican. However, Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang had managed to dig deeper than them. It had to be the difference between treating it as a job and treating it as an act of revenge. Chapter 2263. No Chance of Living. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan's greatest worry was Blue Bat managing to escape. To his relief, Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang actually took her down. She was too focused on her project. Otherwise, we might have had trouble taking her down, Mu Bai reported. She's dead. Mo Fan looked at the sack Mu Bai was dragging behind him. The strange thing was Mu Bai bringing a body bag around. He was transporting Blue Bat's corpse inside to preserve its condition. It seemed like the rumors spreading among the mags were true. Poison mags and undead mags were more excited to see a well-preserved corpse than their long-distance girlfriend. She killed herself with poison. I also poisoned her, just in case she was trying to fake her death, Mu Bai told him. That's very cautious of you. By the way, where's old Zhao? Mo Fan looked around. Mu Bai pointed to the other body bag. Mo Fan immediately lost his cool. Could it be? Mo Fan did not believe it. He quickly went over and pulled the zipper down. He thought Mu Bai was joking with him, but his scalp turned numb when he saw Zhao Manyang lying in the body bag with a pale face. Did old Zhao sacrifice himself for the greater good? If he knew it would end like this, he would never have gone after Wu Ku. He could still hunt the head priest down in the future, but if his brother died because of him. Zhao Manyang suddenly opened his eyes before Mo Fan was overwhelmed by grief. He was faking his death. Zhao Manyang must have faked his death so he did not have to sacrifice himself in the fight. Mu Bai, you should feed old Zhao more poison and let him go peacefully too. I feel uncomfortable when he stares at me like that, Mo Fan said blandly. He was injured and lost consciousness. I didn't have anything else to carry him with, so I put him inside the body bag and dragged them both back, Mu Bai explained. Oh, Mo Fan finally realized the truth. He decided to stop calling Mu Bai Green Tea Man from then on, in case Mu Bai used the same treatment on him. Mu Bai looked like an honest and righteous man on the surface, but there was no limit to his dark side. King Hell. Zhao Manyang had regained consciousness, but he was struggling to speak properly. Mo Fan could barely tell what he was saying by reading his lips. He wondered if Zhao Manyang was reacting to the suggestion of feeding him poison, or the fact that Mu Bai had dragged him back in a body bag. Blew but destroyed most of the evidence. We only managed to grab a few samples of the frenzy liquid. The rest of them died rather than surrendering, so old Zhao and I had no choice but to take them all out. Mu Bai briefly explained what happened at the 10th mound. Mo Fan also told Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang his findings. Mu Bai's eyes glittered in surprise. What pleasant news! They had finally settled a score with the Black Vatican. The field enforcers are sweeping up the remaining members of the Black Vatican. However, there's someone we should continue to keep an eye on, Mo Fan said. Who? Mu Bai asked. Sancha's bodyguard, Hansen. His name wasn't on the list. Miyamoto Shin believes he's an executioner, since the executioners are directly assigned to the chief extraditor. Mo Fan looked at the motionless Zhao Manyang. Which means he might bring us to the chief extraditor. Mu Bai clenched his fists. Exactly, so he's very important to us. Old Zhao, we will continue to disguise ourselves as lecturers at the school. You can keep doing your filthy acts while keeping an eye on Hansen. Mo Fan told him. Zhao Manyang moved his lips, but it sounded like something was stuck in his mouth. But I'm worried that the Black Vatican already knows who we are. It's meaningless for us to keep pretending to be teachers, Mu Bai commented. It doesn't matter. The sweep is going to take more than a few days. They might need our help to take out some of the troublesome guys on the list, Mo Fan replied easily. I'll bring Blue Bat's corpse to my lab and see if I can learn anything useful, Mu Bai nodded. You're trying to find clues from a dead body. Mo Fan's eyes widened. The clues provided by a dead body are the most reliable. The air particles inside a person's lungs will tell us where they have been to. I'm planning to dissect her, Mu Bai declared flatly. Mo Fan was left speechless. The old Mu Bai might be a little arrogant, but he was still a normal nasty-tempered man. He was now sinking deeper into his darkness. It turned out that it was easier for a man to go to extreme measures after being single for too long. The splashing waves sounded like beast roars when they struck the reefs at night. The dim aloe vera village was shrouded by a mist. A few street lamps were flickering, as if they had not been maintained properly. The woods were oddly dark due to the lack of lighting. A few figures glided above the waves like seagulls and flew over the breakwater that was used to block the waves. The street lamps happened to dim at the same time, allowing them to sneak into the village. Everything was back to normal after the street lamps lit up again. I'll check that area. You may proceed with the plan once you are ready, Mo Fan told Iron B. Iron B nodded, splitting the field enforcers into groups with gestures. The aloe vera village was where the Black Vatican was planting the frenzy poppies. Some of the villagers were just normal farmers and had no idea what they were planting. It would be inhumane if they killed everyone in the village. However, they now had an accurate list of names. They just had to catch the people on the list. 13 field enforcers were taking part in the operation. Mo Fan had tagged along in case there were powerful mags among the members of the Black Vatican. The village had a stone wall behind it. The natives were expanding the village along it. Mo Fan was standing upon the wall, able to see the whole village from his angle. 2 enforcers were in position at one end of the village. They had captured 4 black clergymen who had tried to escape after noticing the field enforcers. Iron B was fighting a member of the Black Vatican at the center of the village. A thick wall had surrounded the area and blocked everyone's vision. Mo Fan heard movement below him. Damn it, there's one over here, too. He's just a young man. We can kill him and run away. 2 black clerics were climbing the wall with their wind element. A spiraling thread of wind was dangling from the highest rock on the wall like a white rope, allowing the black clerics to jump their way up the rock like martial artists from a novel. Sigh, they could have chosen the entrance, the back, the beach, or the woods. There were so many options available, yet these 2 clerics had to choose the worst one by coming to the wall he was guarding. They simply had no chance of living. Chapter 2264. By 2, Gift 3. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Inside a stable. 2 eyes were glaring viciously at an enforcer in their path. The enforcer was lighting up their surroundings with a light orb capable of highlighting every living creature nearby. It was like a thermal scope. The enforcer was distracted by a few moving figures in a warehouse. He did not notice the 3 who were hiding in the stable. Sir, run to the walls. They only have a young enforcer guarding it. We can run away after taking him out, a voice in the distance whispered. He was a sound mage. Only sound mags were able to communicate with others after every transmission signal in the village was intercepted. 1. Great work, we'll be there soon, the Blue Deacon agreed quickly. Blue Deacon Marcus left the stinky manure pit behind the stable. He had been panicking after he lost contact with his superior a few days ago. He had thought they were safe after a few days had passed peacefully, yet the enforcers had still shown up in the end. Marcus almost vomited when he walked across the manure pit, but he did not dare make any sound. He could only withhold his urge to puke and run for the walls. 2 black clergymen were following him. They had been in charge of the plantation of frenzy poppies in the village. They were also covered in an overwhelming stench. The wind cable rope. Quick, climb up the walls. Marcus was excited when he saw the wind cable rope his men had used to escape. They would enter a huge rainforest after climbing up the rocks. Even the enforcers would struggle to hunt them all down in the woods. Sir, both Banlo City and Ley City are heavily guarded. Our only option is to cross the Andes Mountains, a black cleric murmured. We'll cross it then. The Andes Mountains won't stop us, Marcus declared. He did not care if he had to fight the ferocious demon creatures in the mountains. He would rather live like a savage than fall into the hands of the enforcement union. You guys are really good at planning far ahead. You are already thinking about your escape routes before you even make it through me. Mo-Fan smiled as he greeted the members of the Black Vatican. Mo-Fan thought the 2 black clerics were the only ones trying to escape over the walls, yet they had notified their superior before clearing the path. How interesting. It was a by 2, gift 3 promotion. One of them was even a Blue Deacon. If he remembered correctly, the enforcers might even receive a promotion if they could arrest a Blue Deacon. The enforcers under Iron B's lead were extremely motivated. 13 enforcers were assigned to take down a village where a good half of the villagers worked for the Black Vatican. They were trying their best to find a Blue Deacon. Little did they know, the Blue Deacon ended up coming to Mo-Fan. Mo-Fan sighed. It was a pity that he was just a volunteer in the operation. He would not receive any bonuses from it. He saw us. Quick, take him out, don't let him alert the rest of the enforcement union, the black cleric with the sound element shouted. Mo-Fan almost burst into tears of laughter. He had already seen them running toward him for some time. Go, the Blue Deacon ordered. They had to clear a path as soon as possible. They would be free once they went into the rainforest. The 4 black clergymen surrounded Mo-Fan and attacked him simultaneously. The Blue Deacon wiped the stinking mud off his face and joined in the fight too. He was a little slower than the rest, not because he was the weakest among them, but he was waiting for his men to expose their enemy's weakness so he could exploit it. The 4 black clerics were all advanced mags. It seemed like they were very close to Salon's main base. Even the black clerics here were advanced mags. It also meant Salon was getting more powerful. In the past, a Blue Deacon under her command was only an advanced mage at most. There were rarely any super mags in her faction. But now, even the black clerics were advanced mags. Mo-Fan raised a lightning orb with both hands. He kicked the lightning orb at the black clergyman like a goalkeeper, after it absorbed a few lightning strikes from the clouds above him. Bang! The lightning orb exploded between the 4 black clerics. Lightning arcs surged wildly at them, like steel cables that had suddenly snapped in half. The 4 black clergies had just completed their star constellations, and were just about to fire their advanced spells when the sparks of lightning lashed at them and spun them in circles. The black clerics slammed into the walls in succession. Their flesh was lacerated as they twitched wildly from the electric shocks. Marcus froze in place and stared at his useless men. They were supposed to expose the enemy's weakness, not be wiped out within a second. An enforcer with the earth element ran up the wall vertically. "Sir, I saw a few figures running toward you," the enforcer said as he landed beside Mo Fan. The slow-reacting enforcer turned around and saw 4 spasming bodies and a dumbstruck man covered in horse dung. "I have taken out 4 of them. That blue deacon is the only one left," Mo Fan said, pointing at Marcus. "Sigh, sir," Marcus repeated, taking a deep breath and immediately vomiting at his own stench. How useless were his men? The enforcers were already too strong for them to handle, let alone the commanding officer of the operation. The enforcer's eyes glittered. A blue deacon. Oh my, it's the cash cow everyone is looking for. Can you take him out? Mo Fan asked seriously. The enforcer was only in his 20s. He had only been a field enforcer for a short time, but he was very eager to make worthy contributions. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen to be a field enforcer, which was considered the most dangerous job in the enforcement union. "I can," the enforcer declared confidently. "I'll leave him to you then. It's not like I'm going to get a bonus." Mo Fan was too lazy to fight the blue deacon. He was acting like a real boss. The enforcer's eyes burned with passion. Normally, a leader would take all the credit for their men's work. They would even take a portion of their men's reward. However, the commanding officer of this operation was willing to let him take all the credit instead. "Get on with it, but I want him alive," Mo Fan reminded him. "Don't worry, I'll make sure he's still breathing in the end." The enforcer took a few steps forward. His aura changed instantly. He had an earth domain. The walls under his feet began to crack apart, like they were being sliced by an invisible blade. "Stone Fisher!" The enforcer used his strongest spell right away so as not to disappoint his superior. Chapter 2265. Gravity Bola. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The enforcer was pretty impressive. Mo Fan stood aside and watched him fight. The rest gradually fired their signals, indicating they were done clearing the areas they were responsible for. Mo Fan took out the list of names for the Aloe Vera village. He remembered Lily had an aunt here, but to his surprise, her aunt was not a member of the Black Vatican. She was just a believer the Black Vatican had brainwashed. Normally, people like her who had yet to join the Black Vatican officially and had not committed any crime still had a chance at redemption. The Black Vatican was just using the villagers to plant the frenzy poppies. They were not capable enough to join the organization itself, and after all, the requirements to join Salon's faction were even higher. Mo Fan also knew some members of the Black Vatican would manage to escape the net even though they had an accurate list of names. Certain people might not have joined the Black Vatican, but might have done a lot of misdeeds regardless. Mo Fan could only catch the people who were on the list. Mo Fan could not make the decision on whether these farmers who had planted the frenzy poppies should be condemned for their actions. It was like the difference between moral values and the law. There was a clear boundary between there, but Mo Fan could only target those who had crossed the line. The rest of the village might be involved in planting the frenzy poppies, but they were not on the list. Mo Fan could only hand them over to the Eris Sacred Institute. The field enforcers were very efficient, as expected of the elite agents of the Enforcement Union. The village had around 300 people, yet it only took the field enforcers the time to finish a pot of tea to detain them all. They did not even require the assistance of the others who were standing guard around the perimeter. There were a lot of villages that had planted drugs in the tropical regions. Those villages were well populated and had their own armed forces. The local police would not dare to provoke them, and the military would only handle threats to national security, not bothering to waste their time on these villages. Therefore, the villages that planted drugs were like malignant tumors, and a pain to deal with. Even the special forces in the military would struggle to clean up a village where more than half its villagers were affiliated with the Black Vatican, but the 13 enforcers had done it with ease. The numbers are right. We are done for the night after the Blue Deacon is taken care of. Mo Fan put the list away and glanced at the walls. The fight between the enforcer and Marcus was reaching its end. It was obvious that the enforcer was winning the fight. However, Mo Fan quickly noticed some curse magic was circling the Deacon's right arm. The Blue Deacon was clearly not a curse mage. There was only one reason he would be able to wield curse magic. Mo Fan looked into a corner where the moonlight could not reach and found a sneaky figure lurking there, as he expected. The creature looked like a demon ape at first sight. It was holding onto the ledge of a cliff and moving horizontally across it. Its cunning eyes were staring at the enforcer, who was focused on the fight. It was waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, just like a spider. A commander-level dark beast monster, Mo Fan grinned. It seemed like the Blue Deacon was a standard member of the Black Vatican. Even the cursed beast he had raised was a high-level one. The enforcer might have sustained serious injuries from the cursed beast's surprise attack if he was not careful. The cursed beast finally found the perfect opportunity it was waiting for. It scuttled down the cliff and landed behind the enforcer's rock barrier. The enforcer was completely unaware of its presence, busy giving Marcus a final blow. Circle of crystal teeth, gravity bowlers. Mo Fan reached out his hand and clenched his fist in the cursed beast's direction. The shards scattered under the cursed beast's feet gathered rapidly and formed metal balls tied to chains. The cursed beast was about to make its move when chains tied to huge metal balls bound it up. It fell face down to the ground as soon as it jumped. The cursed beast lost its temper. It tried to shake free of the chains with its powerful back limbs. Unfortunately, the grip of a heaven-inferior seed was too overwhelming. The cursed beast failed to break free from the chains. It would break its joints if it struggled anymore. The enforcer turned around and snarled when he saw the creature. Cunning bastard! Marcus paled when his scheme failed. Rock Fang! Mo Fan uttered calmly. A huge rock fang punched out of the ground the cursed beast was tied to. It was the size of a hill as it went right through the cursed beast. A foul stench lingered in the air as the cursed beast's blood poured onto the ground. It could not be any deader. Mo Fan had to work a little harder to kill these cursed beasts in the past, but it was different now. He just had to wave his hands casually without constructing a star constellation to kill a cursed beast now. Thank you, sir. The enforcers were utterly impressed by Mo Fan's strength. Even though the cursed beast would not be able to kill him, he would have to lay in bed for more than a month if he was bitten by the venomous creature. He might even suffer for years if he could not cleanse away the curse magic. The enforcer was sincerely grateful and impressed. Mo Fan had to be very familiar with the Black Vatican if he was able to see through their tricks so easily. 1. It's nothing, but be more careful next time. They can still bite back at you when they are at their limits, Mo Fan reminded him. I'll keep it in mind, the enforcer nodded. Mo Fan let Iron B take over the interrogation. Marcus had to know a lot of things as a Blue Deacon. It would be best if they could obtain another list with names that were not on the first list. The truth was that not every disciple of the Black Vatican was a hard nut to crack. Some had only joined the Black Vatican for their own greed. They would not hesitate to surrender to avoid the harsh punishments of the Enforcement Union. Blue Deacon Marcus turned out to be a weak and cowardly person. He confessed even before he was brought back to the Enforcement Union to be interrogated. Marcus was mainly in charge of the Aloe Vera village. Both he and the chief of the Rock Coral village were Blue Deacons, and responsible for planting the frenzy poppies. Mo Fan happened to be the person who took out the chief of the Rock Coral village. Blue Deacon Marcus decided to spill the beans and tell them the whole process of planting and refining the frenzy poppies after he realized his superiors had indeed abandoned them. Chapter 2266. The Huge Gift from Zhu Meng. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Marcus told the Enforcement Union how he had ended up with the Black Vatican throughout the sleepless night. It turned out that Marcus used to serve the Red Cardinal in Brazil. He and his subordinates had joined Salan's faction after she arranged for their boss to be thrown into the Holy Judgment Court's prison. The life cycle of the Frenzy Poppies was not long, but Salan was able to spread her influence and expand the plantations quickly. She had taken over the outskirts of the Eris Sacred Institute within just a couple years. Not only that, Salan also had branches in every country in South America. Banlo City was only one of them. It was impossible to estimate how many followers she had. We thought we could sever Salan's limbs after putting in so much effort so that she would lay low for a while, yet our sweep was slower than her rate of expansion. Mo Fan shook his head helplessly after hearing Marcus' explanation. In simpler words, as long as Salan was still around, crooks would keep joining the Black Vatican. The fat guy you mentioned. Is he the evil herbalist? Marcus exclaimed in surprise. The evil herbalist was one of Salan's most important henchmen. Even Marcus had no idea the businessman from the olive grove was the evil herbalist. He had thought the guy was just a spy from Greece. Mo Fan smiled wryly when he saw Marcus' reaction. The Black Vatican had done a great job of protecting the evil herbalist's true identity. Even the Blue Deacons were unaware of it. Salan's faction was growing rapidly. Destroying a branch would only slow her progress slightly. If they were seriously planning to hurt her, they had to take out the evil herbalist, the chief extraditor, or the head priest. Mo Fan had a feeling even her disciple Blue Bat was nowhere near as valuable as those three. It was all giving him a headache. He might have found some clues related to them, but it was very challenging to hunt them down. The evil herbalist had once fallen into their hands, but they'd had no clue he was the evil herbalist back then. As for the head priest, they had only stumbled into him coincidentally while they were trying to stop Blue Bat's conspiracy. It felt like they were only one step away from catching people, yet Mo Fan knew he was far from taking them down. Keep interrogating him. If he can't tell us anything useful, ask an enforcer with the curse element to dump his soul into a furnace in hell, Mo Fan said. Got it, the enforcer nodded. Marcus' face was twitching, but the things he knew were very limited since he was only a Blue Deacon under the evil herbalist. He quickly recalled every detail that might be helpful to the Enforcement Union. If he truly believed in Salan's promise of paradise, he would also believe in the torments of the curse element. It was a true torture from hell. Mo Fan yawned as he walked out of the interrogation room. The Eris Sacred Institute had given the Chinese Enforcement Union their full cooperation. They had even set up a secluded spot for the Enforcement Union to work from. After all, the school had come very close to being overrun by the hillmen of the Andes Mountains. The school knew how severe the situation had been. Mo Fan was starving. It was already morning. He had not eaten for the whole night, but he did not enjoy the food provided by the Eris Sacred Institute, except for the fruit. A helicopter was flying along the sandy white beach toward the Eris Sacred Institute through the first light of dawn. The sand was blowing into the air like white veils beneath the helicopter. The Eris Sacred Institute had a lot of rich students. It was normal to see private jets landing on the beach, let alone helicopters. A few men in suits came out of the helicopter. Mo Fan did not place any attention on them until his phone rang. It was Zhu Meng. Hello, Mo Fan, I've landed. Look behind you, you will see a man shining brightly in a light brown jacket on the street. Zhu Meng looked behind him and did see a man in a light brown jacket. He looked as tired as a young man coming out of an internet cafe after staying up all night playing games. He failed to notice anything shiny about him. Come, I'm bringing you somewhere, Zhu Meng said. I haven't had breakfast yet. I have takeaway meals on the helicopter. Were the councilmen so poor nowadays? Shouldn't he have a bottle of 1982 Lafitte and a serving of Argentina's best steak? Mo Fan followed Zhu Meng into the helicopter. To his surprise, the helicopter stopped using its propellers after rising into the sky, switching to the jet engines on its stern instead. Its speed multiplied instantly. It was Mo Fan's first time taking a ride in a plane like this. It felt like he was in a fighter jet. Unfortunately, the complimentary takeout meal was quite ordinary. The plane flew across a few cities. It even had an invisibility cloak which evaded the eyes of the demon creatures when it was in their territories. That being said, the plane also bore a powerful aura, so weaker demon creatures would not dare to attack it. Mo Fan had no clue where Meng was bringing him. He desperately needed a rest. They passed another huge city. Mo Fan noticed the city was on the other side of the Andes Mountains. It was located toward the end in the east, where the tropical rainforests were. "Why did you bring me here?" Mo Fan asked. "I have some properties in the Americas. One of them is a company working with the local government to mine the lightning pentagons. It happens to be in charge of the lightning pentagon mine, which has been a hot topic in the Andes Federation, so I have some great stuff related to the lightning element." Meng smiled. "Old Meng, that's corruption." Mo Fan swore excitedly. "Our homeland has always worked with countries in South America like Peru, Chile, and Brazil, on projects which frequently end up in shambles. Someone threw a company which had almost gone bankrupt to me. I had to invest my own funds in it. I also got approval from our government. It's my own foreign asset." "How is it corruption?" Meng asked, raising his brows. "I never knew you were good at managing businesses too." Mo Fan defended himself. "I know nothing about managing businesses. My niece is doing most of the job. She graduated with a PhD in magical geology from Harvard. She decided to give me something to thank me for supporting her financially when she was a student." Meng smiled when he mentioned his niece. He was very proud of her achievements. "Why did you bring me here, then? Are you trying to arrange for your niece to marry me?" "Please, I already have 2 wives, Mo Fan grumbled. "If that traitor Golden Canary had done something worse and posed a threat to our homeland, I would be in jail right now. You have helped me eliminate a huge threat, so I must thank you. You are also a lightning mage too, so I think this gift suits you more," Meng said. Meng might have sounded sincere, yet it was obvious that he was still reluctant to give the gift away, judging from his expression. "Are you sure about this?" Mo Fan pretended like he was hesitant to accept the gift, yet he immediately continued before Meng could respond, "But seeing how sincere you are, I would be disrespectful if I don't accept it." Meng nodded in tears. Since when was he being sincere? If he had not made such a huge mistake, he would never give this thing to Mo Fan. It was something that every lightning mage dreamed of gaining. Chapter 2267. Lightning Cultivation Tool. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The lightning pentagon mines were located at Half Ridge Mountain City. Half Ridge Mountain City was an important industrial city of the Andes Federation. It was not as dazzling and developed as Banlo City, but the whole city was like a pounding heart, pumping blood through the important arteries of the nation. Half Ridge Mountain City was around 40 kilometers away from Banlo City, with a huge tropical river as a boundary line between them. When the plane flew across the river, Mo Fan noticed that the river was as wide as a small strait. It was rare to see a river so wide. Using the river as a boundary line, the areas toward Banlo City were mostly farms, woods, and green fields. In contrast, the areas toward Half Ridge Mountain City were mostly barren. There was not much vegetation, and some areas were as dry as the Gobi. Industrial areas were prone to pollution. Even the rain on one side had a different color than the other. It might seem like Half Ridge Mountain City is full of factories, trucks, and ships, but the Andes Federation is planning to develop a port like Shanghai here in South America. They even plan to dig a channel through the Andes mountain range to reach the Pacific Ocean, Meng claimed. "That's a lot of work," Mo Fan observed. "The Andes Mountains are a natural barrier that stops the sea monsters. If I'm guessing right, the cities along the coastline in South America will gradually move to the other side of the Andes, Zhu Meng mused. Mo Fan thought about that. It was just as Zhu Meng had mentioned. The Andes Mountains were located along the shoreline, forming a natural dam. It did not matter how high the sea level rose, it would never make it through the Andes Mountains range, which stretched out like an enormous dragon. It explained why Chile, Peru, and other countries had decided to form an alliance and potentially move their cities to the other side of the Andes Mountains. It was the perfect plan to hide from the invasion of sea monsters. China and Japan were on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, but the countries in South America did not have armies of the same size and strength as China and Japan. China was able to build a 200,000 kilometers long dam on its vast shoreline, while Japan was known for being an expert at fighting maritime battles. The countries in South America did not stand a similar chance against the sea monsters. Seeing that so many cities had been trampled to the ground by the sea monsters, choosing to form a federation and move the cities to the other side of the Andes Mountains was the smartest option. We are here, it's right ahead, Zhu Meng pointed ahead. Half-Ridge Mountain City was constructed on a slope. It felt like the buildings in the city were arranged in a star from afar. The Lightning Pentagon mine was the biggest mine in Half-Ridge Mountain City. A group of people in khaki military outfits came over as Zhu Meng's helicopter landed on the helipad. The pilot took off his helmet and studied the soldiers. "Councilman, something isn't right." "I'm a councilman from China, Zhu Meng." Zhu Meng revealed his identity to the incoming soldiers. A man with a yellow hat came up to Zhu Meng. "We are managing this place now," the general declared. "I'm here to see my niece." "I have no interest in your business." Zhu Meng remained fearless despite the pressure from the soldiers. The general talked to his advisor softly. He nodded in the end, indicating that Zhu Meng was allowed to see his niece under their supervision. The soldiers followed beside them, keeping stern faces, like they were going to fire their automatic rifles at Mo Fan and the others at any moment. Mo Fan was utterly confused. The country is still politically unstable. This Lightning Pentagon mine is its greatest asset, so it's normal for them to be on alert. "However, I thought this mine belonged to the Andes Federation," Zhu Meng informed him helplessly. "The mine used to belong to the Greens, but it now belonged to the Yellows." It did not matter much to Zhu Meng. His company was still involved in the mining, so the change of ownership did not make any difference. The Yellows just had to sign a new agreement with his company. "Uncle." A short-haired woman in a jacket came trotting up to them. "Why are you so tanned?" Zhu Meng asked her in concern. "You can tell that the air isn't great here, and the sun is always up. It's only a matter of time before my skin condition worsens." "Uncle, this lightning cultivation tool is pretty rare. It should be able to strengthen your cultivation further," the woman exclaimed. "Zhu Li, allow me to introduce you, this is the famous Mo Fan you always wanted to meet." "I brought him with me," Zhu Meng said formally. The woman immediately focused on Mo Fan. She blatantly scanned Mo Fan from his head to his feet. "He isn't as special as the rumors mentioned," Zhu Li declared. "My bad, not only do I not have 3 heads and 6 arms, I didn't even have eyes like Srong Yu, nor did I dig up a boulder from the Yellow River with a prophecy that I'm ascending to the throne," Mo Fan answered smoothly. "Ha ha ha, you're amusing." Zhu Li laughed. She was more of a masculine woman. Zhu Meng told Zhu Li his plan to give Mo Fan the lightning cultivation tool. Zhu Li was confused at first. She did not understand why Zhu Meng would give away something so useful, until she heard Zhu Meng mention there was a traitor among the core members of the Qianbei Enforcement Union. The lightning cultivation tool was nothing compared to Zhu Meng's career. "Besides, I'm getting older. Even if my cultivation improves, it will only provide me with more energy and better control. It won't make much of a difference. Mo Fan has the blessing of the God Seal. He's also young, so he needs the lightning cultivation tool more than I do. The truth is, even if Golden Canary wasn't a traitor, I was planning to give it to Mo Fan anyway. Mo Fan is taking on the Black Vatican. He needs to become stronger as soon as possible," Zhu Meng told her. Meng meant what he said. He was still hesitating a little before, but he had made up his mind after what had happened recently. Old man, I'm not going to take your thing for granted. Just let me know if you need my help. Mo Fan did not turn down Meng's offer. There was no point in being too courteous with Meng. They had both sworn to take down the Black Vatican, and now was the time Mo Fan needed strength the most. He had long wanted to get his hands on the lightning pentagons, but the Andes Federation military had taken over the mine. Very well. Meng was a straightforward man too. He did not think twice after making his decisions. Li took out a gleaming pendant. It had a lightning pentagon with a slight golden-purple luster, cut very delicately. The edges and vertexes were clean and sharp. Chapter 2268. Space Rift. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan knew the pendant was extraordinary at first sight. As a lightning mage, he could sense the overwhelming lightning magic inside the tiny pendant, as if it had stored the energy of a thunderstorm. Not only was Mo Fan attracted by the pure lightning magic in a lightning cultivation tool, Little Loach was struggling to stay calm. He had an urge to swallow the pendant right away. Be patient, can't you behave yourself in front of others? Mo Fan slapped the Little Loach pendant on his chest. A lightning cultivation tool? Mo Fan had never needed a cultivation tool, as the dark pendant around his neck was the best cultivation tool. It was able to grow continuously. The lightning cultivation tool happened to be perfect rations for it. He believed Little Loach would upgrade after eating the lightning cultivation tool, which would help his lightning element reach the second tier of the super level in return. Meng's lightning element was also only in the second tier of the super level. It had only taken Mo Fan a few years to catch up to Meng's cultivation since their first encounter. His cultivation had improved quickly, mainly because he was constantly having breakthroughs under the pressure of death and the constant help from Little Loach as it kept growing. Do you want to take a tour around the place? Li asked him. Sure. Mo Fan nodded. Li brought Mo Fan and Meng on a tour around the mine. A group of soldiers followed them throughout the process. May I ask what is this place for? Mo Fan pointed at a chimney with lots of sparkles in it. The solitary chimney was as huge as an office building. It was covered by a layer of dark leathery material with clear lines on it. Normally, a chimney was used to conduct smoke and combustion gases, but this huge chimney was conducting lightning sparks instead. It looked quite dangerous. It's how we deal with the tailings after refining the lightning pentagons. Once we refine the pure lightning magic in the lightning pentagons, the rest is just ordinary ore. We can't just throw them away, since they still contain lightning particles. They might cause an explosion in the junkyards, so we have to build a chimney to release the remaining lightning magic in them, Li explained. So, it's like the impurities of lightning or? Mo Fan asked carefully. Yes, it's possible to generate electricity with them, but they are too unstable, and they aren't pure enough to make magic tools, Li admitted. I have something precious that can absorb the impurities of lightning magic. Does your mine have a lot of waste ore? Why don't you give them to me instead of wasting them? Mo Fan asked her. Really? Can you tell me what it is? Li's eyes widened. I can't tell you what it is. It's my heirloom treasure. Mo Fan rejected her decisively. Meng glared at Li when he saw she was going to pursue the topic further. Li did not dare to ask further when she realized she might be prying on someone's secrets. I have a pile of tailings at the mine. If you can clear the impurities in them, I might be able to give you a few lightning pentagons. You may have a taste of how it feels to have an abundant supply of energy for your lightning element, Li finally agreed. They had to find a way to get rid of the tailings, yet getting rid of the dangerous waste ore involved a huge cost, because of the scale of their mine. Many smaller companies in Half-Ridge Mountain City were willing to buy the tailings from the mine, and Li knew exactly what they were planning to do with them. The lightning pentagons were a perfect material to produce cultivation tools. Even the lowest grade cultivation tools had the potential of making huge profits. Many schools and people could not afford to buy a cultivation tool. If the market had cultivation tools around the price of a few $100,000 each, some people might spend all their money just to buy a cultivation tool for the sake of their descendants. However, if these cultivation tools were made from the tailings that were produced from refining the lightning pentagons, there would be a serious problem. The people who were cultivating with those cultivation tools would have to endure the pain of being electrocuted every time they cultivated. It was exactly the same as Rich's situation had been. Zhu Li was an academic with a conscience. Even though she was currently in a foreign country, she did not want people to abuse the waste or harm young mags. She had no choice but to spend a fortune on getting rid of the tailings in order to keep a clear conscience. The company had pressured her to sell the tailings many times, but she managed to withhold the pressure and stand her ground. "I can get rid of as much waste ore as you have," Mo Fan declared confidently. "Come to the mine with me. We have a whole mountain of tailings there," Zhu Li said. The Lightning Pentagon mine was not located within the Lakeside Company's headquarters. It only had a teleportation portal connected to the Sun-gathering peak. There were many kinds of teleportation portals. Among them, a space rift which allowed people to travel in both directions was the most expensive. Zhu Meng's company actually had a space rift. Mo Fan gasped when he saw the two enormous silver structures that formed the space rift. The two structures were like huge mountains facing one another. Their surfaces were covered by lines, making them look like beehives. Some people might even mistake them for a demon creature's palace from afar. The silver structures had mysterious dark red lightning arcs flickering between them. They were intimidating to look at. So this is a space rift? It was Mo Fan's first time seeing one. He thought it would have an altar and messy symbols and runes all over the ground. He did not expect a space rift to be so magnificent and spectacular. It felt like a gate leading him to another world. This is insane. I don't think any companies in our homeland can afford a space rift like this. Zhu Meng stared at the structures in astonishment. Our company currently has the highest earning potential in the Andes Federation. The lightning pentagon's value in the international market will decide whether the Federation can survive the invasion of sea monsters, Zhu Li declared proudly. A space rift was not something any company could build as they wished. The cost of building it had to be insane. Otherwise, why were airline companies that were constantly involved in aviation accidents still allowed to operate? Not only was the cost to build a space rift extremely high, the cost to operate and maintain it was a stunning figure too. Mo Fan was surprised that the Lightning Pentagon mine Richie had found in the past was currently the key to survival for half of South America. "We won't be taking the space rift. The tailings are over here. We will see it once we cross the hill," Zhu Li told them, pointing at a rising hill with a strong magnetic field. Little Loach started misbehaving again, as Mo Fan expected. Mo Fan could even imagine it lunging forward like a starving baby flying at their mother's breast if it was not an amulet. Chapter 2269. Mainstay of the Country. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was about to climb higher, to where the tailings were located, when he suddenly felt a powerful energy behind him. The space was being distorted with waves spreading from it. The wave soon formed a vortex, spinning 100 times both clockwise and counterclockwise in just a few seconds. It looked like some kind of passcode for the space rift. It was verifying the validity of the passcode at an incredible speed. The distortion eventually calmed down, but for some reason Mo Fan began to see two different versions of the vacant space in front of him. The two structures had become four, as if he was looking at a mirage. The mountains in the distance were also stacked on themselves. Silver strings and cracks were everywhere. A few seconds later, the mirage gradually disappeared. Mo Fan subconsciously rubbed his eyes. He thought something was wrong with his vision. However, it was unlikely he would see twice the number of structures, even if he had astigmatism. He realized his eyes were not playing tricks on him when he saw the heavy military trucks appearing out of nowhere in front of the two structures. It was a clear sign that the space rift had been used. Each truck was big enough to transport a tank. 50 of them, filled with lightning pentagon ore, had suddenly appeared in front of the two silver structures. The dazzling sparkling light spread across the bottom of the mountain, as if the whole ground was scattered with glittering purple jewels. How spectacular! He remembered the ore vein in Mount Kunlun Sun Ridge, the one the Dongfang clan and the Mu clan were excavating together. It only used space scrolls when transporting the valuable raw materials. The real excavation site was stationed with powerful mags, since they could only transport large amounts of raw material in the most traditional fashion. Meanwhile, the Lightning Pentagon's mine had teleported over 50 military trucks to the mine, and then teleported them back after they were filled with the Lightning Pentagon ore. Mo Fan was dumbfounded by the space rift's capacity. The space element had strict restrictions on the volume of the objects that were being teleported. When Mo Fan was teleporting a group of people, even having an extra person would reduce the maximum distance his spell could cover. The same principles applied when he was teleporting objects. Mo Fan's space magic could only transport a military truck some 50 meters away at most. It was nothing compared to the space rift, which had just teleported the truck several hundred kilometers, clear across the Andes Mountains from an altitude above 4,000 meters. Talk about the boundless potential of magic technology. Most unexcavated mines were located in demon creatures' territories. It was not like mags couldn't reach the mines to excavate them, but transporting the ore from the mines had always been the biggest problem. How were they supposed to transport tons of raw material from the demon creatures' territories to a city? There were no roads in the wilderness, not to mention the hassles of fending off demon creatures along the way. They could not possibly afford the insane cost of hiring mercenaries to protect cargoes over such long distances. As a result, only countries could afford to own the largest mines. The military would then build a fortress to guard the mines. Even so, the number of mines every country could excavate was naturally limited. It was also a big reason why many cities outside the safe zones were unwilling to relocate. If a city relied on excavating a mine as its source of income, the city would grow over time by exporting the raw materials from the mine. It had plenty of resources to provide for tens of thousands of people. Meng let out a sigh. I bet only forbidden mags are capable of constructing this space rift. How was it possible that a poor country in South America had someone who could build a space rift, yet they did not have anyone in China who could build such a thing? If their country had the same technology, they could easily excavate the richest mines, instead of having to worry about the sea monsters. The greatest advantage of being close to the sea was the ease of transportation. If the cities along the coastline had to move inland, it would greatly hinder the growth of a country. The plan of setting up the headquarters cities in China was their final solution. Doesn't our country have a forbidden space mage? Mo Fan had to ask. Information on forbidden mags was confidential in every country. Mo Fan was totally clueless about the details of the forbidden mags in his homeland. Meng would know more than him, since he was a councilman. Unfortunately, we don't have a forbidden space mage. Even super space mags are treated like national treasures in our homeland, let alone forbidden space mags. Meng sighed and smiled wryly. Our country lacks space resources. The proportion of space mags in our homeland is extremely low, unlike South America. The proportion here is 1 to 100 at the advanced level, Zhu Li recalled for them. What about China? Mo Fan had to ask. Based on the data we have collected, it's around 1 to 400, Meng said professionally. That low? Mo Fan's eyes widened. You were extremely lucky to awaken the space element without relying on a guided awakening. Besides, the space element isn't well received in our country. Strong space mags might be treated like gods, but weak space mags are totally useless. Since our country lacks space resources, most clans are not willing to waste their efforts on raising space mags, Meng sighed. Every country is different. China is known for its fire and ice mags, Zhu Li contributed. That's true, the fire and ice mags of our country are symbolic, like Chinese kung fu. Speaking of which, Mo Fan, you are now a super mage. Have you heard of the Super Mage Association? Meng asked him. Super Mage Association? Mo Fan's eyes widened. He never heard of anything like that. It's an organization our homeland has established. Only super mags chosen by our country can join it. Certain elements are extremely rare among super mags, not to mention the forbidden level, Meng explained. That's true, Mo Fan nodded. You know that the lightning and shadow elements are rare in our country since their awakening rate is relatively low, but these elements are crucial in certain operations. Those elements are very rare among the super mags, so if China didn't establish a super mage association to gather the talents in our country, we wouldn't be able to carry out difficult missions that require these elements, Meng explained further, as he knew Mo Fan had only reached the super level recently. The super level was a whole different level. Even though it was impressive that Mo Fan now had 3 elements at the super level, he was still nowhere close to the big shots of the super level. Our country has a lot of super fire mags, but we only have a few super shadow mags. I remember some of my colleagues asking me if I knew a powerful super shadow mage. They are short a super shadow mage for an operation they have been planning for years, Meng offered. Should I contact them when I'm back in the country? Mo Fan was intrigued. I had the same idea too. Oh my, such a strong presence of lightning magic. Meng halted in his tracks after he stepped past an artificial barrier of stone, wincing like something was stabbing his eyes. Mo Fan had a different reaction. His eyes were glittering with a strong light of greed, as if he was going to devour the whole tailings yard in front of him in one go. Chapter 2270. Turning Waste into Valuables. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was about to get rich. Even a professional like Zhu Li could only get rid of the impurities of the lightning pentagons by releasing their energies in a huge furnace. However, these seemingly uncontrollable energies were like delicacies to Little Loach ever since it had evolved into a dark golden loach. Little Loach's appetite and food choices had expanded greatly. It had only fancied cultivation tools and rare energy resources in the past, but it was now willing to feed on many kinds of resources after its appetite improved. Mo Fan initially thought he would only find a limited number of the lightning pentagons on the sun-gathering peak. It would be nowhere enough to feed Little Loach. However, he now had all the impurities of the lightning pentagons mined to himself. The amount of wasted crystals was absolutely insane since a national company was excavating the mine. Even though they had refined the essence in the ores to produce cultivation tools, leaving only residual energies in the waste rocks, the amount was simply stunning. It was similar to spent batteries. The energy inside those depleted batteries could no longer support the functioning of electrical appliances, but they still had a small amount of energy in them. A few spent batteries might be useless, but the combined energy from 100 tons of waste batteries was equivalent to a small generator. The Lightning Pentagon's mine was providing countries and federations with countless cultivation tools, which were shared between millions of people. However, Mo Fan was claiming all the waste from the process for himself. How are you going to do it? Julie looked at Mo Fan. She was waiting to see Mo Fan perform his magic trick. To think that he was able to absorb the residual energy inside the waste rocks. If they had the same capability and technology, they could easily manufacture the junk rocks into other products. Why would they bother searching for gold in a junkyard? Julie was extremely curious about what Mo Fan was planning to do with the tailings. Is it fine if I absorb them all? Mo Fan asked, not answering directly. The khaki-clad soldiers were still following them around. Mo Fan was worried that they might arrest him for stealing their country's resources. It's fine, I've already spoken to them, Zhu Li assured him. Mo Fan nodded eagerly and headed closer to the waste piles. The tailings had piled up into hills of crushed stone. The residual energy in the waste rocks was still dangerous. They would still emit lightning flashes randomly, so it was impossible to transport them without special care. The trucks could only transport the raw material through the space rift once in a while, so the tailings kept increasing, as they were unable to clear them in time. Mo Fan jumped onto a pile of tailings. He could feel his feet going numb, even though he was wearing a pair of sturdy boots. It was obvious that the waste rock still contained unstable energy. Mo Fan did not mind that Meng and Zhu Li were watching him closely, since they could not see how Little Loach was absorbing the energy in the mine tailings. He just needed to put up an act with his lightning magic to deceive them. It's time for dinner. Little Loach had long lost its patience. It immediately spat out the nether river as it trembled in excitement. It took Mo Fan by surprise. Since when did Little Loach turn into a water-spitting serpent? The nether river rapidly encircled the waste yard like a tornado. Mo Fan quickly turned around to see Zhu Li, Zhu Meng, and the soldiers' reactions. Thank the heavens, they could not see Little Loach's remarkable power. It seemed like only Little Loach's master, whose soul it was bound to, was able to see the spectacular sight. The others were unable to see the process of Little Loach absorbing soul essences and soul remnants, even if they had a soul container. As the nether river flowed across the yard, glowing purple dots flew toward it like fireflies being summoned. They followed the nether river's flow and streamed toward the Little Loach pendant thickly. Mo Fan stood there and pretended like he was controlling the flow of the energy. The truth was, he was not doing anything at all. Little Loach was fully in charge. It did not require its master's involvement in the process. Mo Fan was thinking whether he should spread his arms like he was absorbing nature's energy, but it might make him look like a retard. Zhu Meng and Zhu Li were watching him from not far away. The truth was, he already looked like a retard in their eyes. From their perspective, Mo Fan was merely standing there calf-deep in a pile of tailings. It would not feel too awkward if Mo Fan was standing on an altar or a peak, but he was standing on top of a pile of crushed and useless rocks. Perhaps it felt like he was sitting on an iron throne as the king of scavengers. Is it done? Zhu Li asked after she saw Mo Fan making his way down the pile of tailings a few minutes later. Mo Fan was a little unsatisfied when he heard Zhu Li's skeptical tone, but the truth was, he was indeed done absorbing the energy of the tailings. Little Loach always had the habit of finishing its meals quickly. I'm done, Mo Fan nodded with a faint smile. When a person won the jackpot, they would not be overwhelmed with joy right away. They would withhold their excitement and confirm they were indeed the winner first, then dance in joy when there was no one around. Mo Fan was in a similar state. Be calm, he could laugh all he wanted when he went back. I thought you were going to establish a magic formation or something, Zhu Li said in disappointment. Zhu Meng, let's head back, we still have a lot of work to do in the Era's Sacred Institute, Mo Fan proposed. Oh, you're right, Zhu Meng nodded. Zhu Li was still confused, and stepped closer to the tailings. She still had a feeling that Mo Fan had failed to absorb the energy inside them. No one could possibly absorb the unstable lightning energy in the waste rocks just by standing on them, unless he was Magneto. However, she noticed something unusual as she drew closer to the pile of tailings. Normally, she would feel a faint electric field from the waste rocks, which would inflict a numbing sensation on her. If she was carrying something metallic, she would feel a sharp shock from it. But she did not feel anything this time. Everything was oddly stable. There was just a pile of ordinary rocks in front of her. She did not feel the slightest sense of danger. Did he really absorb the energy inside the waste rocks? Did he seriously get rid of the dangerous residue energy of such a huge pile of tailings in a few minutes? Zhu Li turned around and stared at Mo Fan. Mo Fan was walking at a light pace, like a primary school kid hopping his way out of the school's entrance on the last day of school before the summer holiday. How did he do it? Zhu Li gaped. The place might be full of scrap, but according to the principles of magic energy, the residual energy the tailings contained was enough to form a wild thunderstorm a few dozen kilometers across, which would last for at least 10 hours. Where had Mo Fan stored all the lightning energy? What kind of thing could possibly contain such an enormous amount of unstable energy? How shocking would it be if he released or absorbed all the energy at once? By the way, you said you were going to give me a few lightning pentagons. Don't you forget it, Mo Fan called back to remind Zhu Li. It was like he was not forgetting to take away a cone of ice cream after he was done enjoying a buffet. Chapter 2271. One with the Magic. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan found a relatively quiet spot after he returned to the Era's Sacred Institute. There was an island some distance away from the sandy white beach, occasionally drowned by the sea when the tide rose close. Mo Fan chose to attempt his breakthrough on the island in case he failed to stop the energy from leaking out of his body. The walls around the star galaxy of his lightning element were on the verge of collapsing. He just needed some extra lightning energy to break down the walls. The impurities of the lightning pentagons definitely provided him with the required energy. Mo Fan sat down and inhaled the damp wind that was blowing at him from afar. A few seagulls were circling and screeching in the sky, staring at Mo Fan hostilely. It was obvious that Mo Fan had taken over the place they normally worked from around this time, when schools of fish would show up nearby to feed on microorganisms for dinner. The schools of fish would end up as these seagulls' dinner. Unfortunately, someone else had occupied their restaurant. Dense lightning arcs were emerging from Mo Fan's body. They were kept within 2 meters of Mo Fan under his outstanding control. However, the lightning arc suddenly turned reckless as Little Loach emitted a strong purple light. The lightning started dancing wildly above the sea, like unleashed weapons. Thousands of fish in the area were frightened. The purple lightning had taken dozens of forms. Some flashed across the sky like dazzling thundering spears, while others dove deep into the sea like enormous eels. Mo Fan had made the right decision to attempt his breakthrough on the island. Even though Little Loach had absorbed the impurities of the lightning pentagons, they fought back fiercely when Mo Fan tried to subdue them. Mo Fan was controlling the unstable lightning magic with his will. The unstable lightning energy was similar to a group of refugees. Even if Mo Fan provided them with shelter, he still needed some time to comfort them as they were overwhelmed by the grief of losing their homes and uneasiness at being brought to an unfamiliar environment. Mo Fan had to react appropriately, rather than trying to subdue them with force. The energy that Little Loach had absorbed was of the troublemaking kind, and would trigger an explosion at the slightest conflict. Mo Fan had to convince the energy to become a part of his lightning galaxy through both intimidation and pacification. The lightning galaxy had 2,401 stars. After Mo Fan achieved the super level, he had to put in much more effort to control the stars, as he was no longer looking after merely 7 stars. Leveling up not only expanded the star galaxy and increased its energy capacity, but the stars evolved too. Mo Fan had to refine more than 2,000 stars at once. He wondered where he would even have found the energy required if he had not stumbled into the waste piles of the lightning pentagons by coincidence. There were many kinds of energy sources in the world. Magic ores were the most common energy source for magic technology. However, the kind of energy the lightning pentagons contained could be absorbed by mags directly. It was extremely rare to find an energy source like the lightning pentagons. If every energy could be absorbed, wouldn't it be easier for Mo Fan to put on a steel helmet with a lightning rod and find a thunderstorm so lightning would keep falling on him? The energy of the lightning falling from the sky was destructive. It would only inflict damage on its target. The seagulls in the sky suddenly turned into crows. They were swaying in the air like kites with broken strings. The smell of burnt fish lingered above the sea, with a slight fragrance of cooking food. Mo Fan opened his eyes. He scratched his head when he saw the scorched dead fish floating in the waters around him. My bad. He had accidentally cooked the schools of fish by electrocuting them. Was it his reward for breaking through successfully? My lightning element has reached the 2nd tier of the super level. Mo Fan clenched his right fist. That simple action summoned a few thick lightning bolts to fall onto the sea full of cooked fish. The lightning was falling so rapidly that it was like a purple thunderstorm. He moved the fingers on his left hand. Lightning arcs burst out of the tip of his fingers and turned into 5 lightning blades. Mo Fan swung the lightning blades across the sea. The lightning blades sprang forward and sliced the water apart like purple crescents. They tore the sea open until they reached its bottom, leaving 5 long ravines on the seabed. Is this the effect of being one with the magic after reaching the super level? Mo Fan was excited when he saw the damage of the spells he had executed with a few simple actions. Mo Fan had realized being a mage was not as cool as he had first thought soon after he awakened his first element. He had thought mags could summon a blizzard by waving their hands, or call down a lightning strike by moving their lips. However, he had to follow a standard routine just to cast a simple spell. In simpler words, he had to follow certain procedures to use his magic. He had to connect 7 stars to use a basic lightning strike. He needed to construct more complex star orbits and star patterns to cast more advanced spells. It made him feel like mags were too mechanical, since they had to channel for a certain amount of time before they could use their magic. However, upon reaching the super level, the improvement to his control over the elements, the help from domains, and the growth of his mental state made him feel like magic had fully combined with his body. He could now use magic with a single thought. If he was quick enough, he could even fire spells continuously, like a rocket launcher. It was not because he was getting more familiar with the standard procedures, but because his body had become one with the magic. It was like a box of matches. Someone had to swipe the match against the side of the box to create fire. The match was ignited because of the friction. When mags were connecting stars into star orbits with their will, it was like they were swiping a match against the side of a matchbox. When they reached the advanced level and gained a domain, the matches were replaced with a lighter, which could be ignited with a single click rather than having to swipe the match against the side of the matchbox. Once they reached the super level, they had become fire itself. They could burn whenever they wanted. This was exactly what Mo Fan felt. The 2401 stars no longer existed separately in the spiritual world where he had to control them. The lightning stars now felt like they were a part of his body. They were the acupuncture points on his body. When the acupuncture points were activated, energy would originate from the body instead. It was why he was able to call down lightning strikes simply by clenching his fist. Even the complicated more star orbits, star patterns, and star palaces had become a part of Mo Fan's body. All he had to do was to stimulate the right acupuncture points. No wonder the shadow element felt like it had become a vein inside my body after it reached the super level. The shadow magic is originating from my body, and so is the lightning element now. The stars have become something like acupuncture points on my body. They have truly become a part of me. In the past, there were sayings on how people could be one with the sword. Similarly, I've become one with the magic. Chapter 2272. The Extraordinary Power of the Super Level. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A question suddenly crossed Mo Fan's mind. By the way, if I can also merge the other elements perfectly with my body, what forms will they take? The dark vein had greatly increased the strength of his shadow element, allowing him to rely solely on his shadow magic if he wanted to. Even an existence like the Elder of the Shadow Tribe was willing to fight alongside him now. He now possessed the lightning star points, too. He called them lightning star points because the stars providing him with such an enormous amount of lightning energy were spread across his body like acupuncture points. It made Mo Fan feel like he was able to unleash lightning as he pleased. If the dark vein and lightning star points were signs of him making progress in the super level, wouldn't his fire element, space element, earth element, chaos element, and summoning element also become a part of his body? What would the fire element turn into? His fire element was not as strong as his shadow element and lighting element. He wondered what the fire element would turn into. The little loach pendant started vibrating. The little thing was signaling Mo Fan to enter its world, as if it could read its master's mind. Mo Fan entered the world inside the little loach pendant, feeling confused. The nether river inside the little loach pendant had turned into an ocean in the vast world. The ocean was split in half in the middle. Mo Fan was able to find the answer to his question based on what he was seeing. Countless stars of the fire element flew out of the ocean like fireflies. They eventually formed an enormous red heart in the sky. Mo Fan was startled. Was Little Loach telling him that once his fire element merged with him, it would exist in the form of a fire heart? Dark vein. Lightning acupuncture points. And a fire heart? It sounded very plausible. If his fire element took the shape of his heart, it meant his life would always burn passionately, like a raging flame. Mo Fan was suddenly looking forward to the day he formed the fire heart. His fire element was also at the super level, but it had yet to become a part of his body like the shadow and lightning elements had. How different would his fire element be once his heart became its projection? What about the earth element? Mo Fan was overcome by fanciful thoughts. Little Loach immediately answered Mo Fan's question, as expected of his beloved assistant. Mo Fan saw golden brown light dots combining into a skeletal frame, a skull, vertebrae, ribs, hip bones, and the bones of its legs. Earth bones? It was true that bones were the most suitable symbol of the earth element. Once his earth element reached the super level and became a part of him, his bones would be as sturdy as rocks. Little Loach, what about the space element? Mo Fan asked it. Little Loach started gathering silver lights which gradually took the shape of an enormous eye. Space eyes. The space element's projection was his eyes. His eyes symbolized the space element. Right, he still had the chaos element too. If Little Loach was emotional, it would probably be a little impatient. It summoned a few light dots from the Nether River and roughly drew another eye. Why is it an eye again? Mo Fan was confused. Oh, I understand now. I have two eyes, so my right is the space element, while my left is the chaos element. Little Loach wriggled its tail, like it was pleased with Mo Fan's quick deduction. What about the summoning element? Hey, what about my summoning element? Don't pretend to be dead. I still have one last question. Little Loach failed to answer Mo Fan's question. Mo Fan had the impression nothing on his body could represent the summoning element. It did not matter much. The summoning element was rather unique when compared to the other elements. It was not really dependent on a mage's power, so it was unlikely that he had a body part that could represent it. If he insisted on finding a body part that suited it, perhaps the organ between his legs would do. Knowing that it was capable of summoning millions of his offspring. Either way, Little Loach did not give Mo Fan a symbol of his summoning element. Mo Fan cleared his thoughts. He had now learned that when his elements reached a certain level, they would merge into a part of his body. Lightning acupuncture points. Fire heart. Dark vein. Earth bones. Eye of space. Eye of chaos. And the demon blood. When Mo Fan thought about it, he felt like he was about to surpass the limits of a human and become an immortal. It all sounded like those cultivators in novels who were able to ascend after they cultivated until each strand of their hair turned golden. If he perfectly merged his elements with his body and reforged his flesh, would he still be a delicate mage who could not withstand a single slap or two from the demon creatures? A basic mage body was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, like an athlete. An intermediate mage body was stronger, with a certain explosiveness, jumping ability, stamina, and endurance. An advanced mage body had obvious differences. Its defense, strength, and vitality were almost equivalent to those of a servant-class demon creature. As for a super mage, once his organs, tendons, bones, veins, and acupuncture points contained the energy of the stars, would he be able to brawl a demon creature to death? Mo Fan recalled how the stronger super mags he saw were not too concerned about maintaining a safe distance from ruler-level creatures. The super spell of the space element, space compass, axis of death had to be cast at a close distance, too. No wonder people always say that the super level is a whole different level. We only have full control of our magic at the super level. Mo Fan exclaimed. He only had the dark vein and the lightning acupuncture points for now, yet those two elements were already as strong as tigers. Once his other elements had joined to him, he could easily trample anything in his way. He would no longer have to be afraid of the Black Vatican. Mo Fan went back to the school in a great mood. He was about to take out his keys when he saw a rather fatigued figure coming up to him. "Where have you been?" Mu Bai asked him. "I was cultivating." "Is there a problem?" Mo Fan asked in return. "No, I can smell burnt fish on you," Mu Bai pointed out. "I had a little breakthrough recently. Care for a duel?" Mo Fan grinned as he came up with a sudden idea. "Don't, go ask your students instead. The tournament is around the corner. It's time to give them some special training." Mu Bai quickly shook his head. He did not want to fight Mo Fan, who was a battle maniac. "Makes sense, I can try it on my 9 students," Hee. Mo Fan rubbed his hands as if he had found the perfect punching bags. Lightning acupuncture points. They might give him a little surprise, like how he had first found the dark vein. By the way, have you become one with any of your elements? Mo Fan asked Mu Bai. What do you mean, one with my elements? Mu Bai asked with a confused look. Like your star galaxy has become a part of your body, Mo Fan explained. Mu Bai frowned. He said after some time, maybe it only applies to you. Even the same element at the super level can evolve into something different. Oh, is that so? Mo Fan looked awkward. He thought every super mage would develop a dark vein or lightning acupuncture points like he had. Mu Bai was about to get some sleep when a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to turn around and ask curiously, what is it? Do you possess the extraordinary power of the super level now? Extraordinary power of the super level. Mo Fan had never heard of the term before. Chapter 2273. Blue Bat Seal of the Enforcement Union. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. May I ask, what do you mean by the extraordinary power of the super level? Mo Fan persisted. Mu Bai was speechless. He had never seen someone so ignorant, yet so not ashamed to ask the question so loudly. Normally, people would only ask the question softly in shame. To think that someone could be so impressive at being uncivilized. When you reach the super level, many mags develop special abilities, based on factors like their innate talents, attributes, experience, and which elements they normally focus on. These special abilities only appear at the super level, and are referred to as the extraordinary powers of the super level, Mu Bai applied, sighing. So it's like a superpower? That sounds pretty cool. Mo Fan exclaimed. I remember you mentioned that Secretary Richard, who you fought at the military academy. You told me how unique his ice magic was. He was able to summon a huge ice boot with a stomp and a huge ice fist when he threw a punch. It was a kind of superpower. Mu Bai explained. Mo Fan was shocked. He had indeed been intrigued by Secretary Richard's abilities when they were fighting. Unfortunately, Secretary Richard must have stayed in his comfort zone for too long, and was no longer good at real fighting. Mo Fan had managed to defeat him with a few powerful spells. These superpowers are like the transformations of your elements after your control over them reaches a certain level. For example, a defensive mage like Zhao Manyang will most likely end up with the ability to materialize a turtle shell or something with his magic. As for a brute force mage like you, your superpower would lean more toward the destructive and offensive side, Mu Bai went on. They heard heavy footsteps as they were talking. They stopped talking and turned around. It was Zhu Meng with his thick brows. Zhu Meng had brought a cone of ice cream out of nowhere. He was licking it, obviously enjoying himself. Perhaps he did not expect to stumble into anyone in the corridor at this time. He looked at Mo Fan and Mu Bai in astonishment while holding the ice cream in his hand. As a matter of fact, if it was like a 17-year-old girl holding a strawberry ice cream in her left hand and a matcha sorbet in her right hand, it would be a pleasant sight watching her licking and biting the ice cream. The problem was, Zhu Meng could easily cosplay Zhong Fei if he was a little more tanned. It was weird seeing a councilman enjoying an ice cream. Ice cream cones are my favorite. Zhu Meng coughed, feeling very awkward. He had no idea where to put his hands. Zhu Meng was not a materialistic guy. He had decided to stay in the same apartment complex as Mo Fan, since it was more convenient for work. His room was the last room on the same floor, facing a park. Everyone has an 18-year-old heart, Mu Bai sensibly gave Zhu Meng a way to explain himself. But it's rare to see one with an 8-year-old heart. Mo Fan showed no mercy. Zhu Meng felt extremely awkward. He quickly changed the topic. What were you two discussing? We are talking about superpowers. Mo Fan had no idea what they were. I used to think if one doesn't study hard, they could still be a postman after traveling a long distance, but it doesn't really apply in Mo Fan's case, Mu Bai mocked Mo Fan. Mo Fan was Mu Bai's classmate. He could not imagine how the guy who always came in last in exams would end up becoming a super mage, and even had superpowers now. The world had never been fair. There were people from grassroots and wealthy families. There were normal players and pay-to-win players. Those who were extremely lucky, like Mo Fan, were the most annoying kind, yet Mu Bai was struggling to get angry with him. "Oh, superpowers, I have one too. Should I show you my superpower?" Zhu Meng proposed. "I remember you were wearing a lightning armor and using a lightning spear when you were fighting in Hangzhou. You were like a lightning knight back then. Was that your superpower?" Mo Fan recalled. Zhu Meng had looked so cool when he was fighting the Silver Sky Ruler in Hangzhou. "My superpower is elemental battling armor. I can put on lightning armor when fighting at a close distance, and put on fire armor when fighting at long distance," Zhu Meng said proudly. Zhu Meng was in charge of eliminating national threats. There was no way someone like him, who was always dealing with national threats, would admit he was weak. "Mo Fan seems to have awakened his superpowers," Mu Bai pointed at Mo Fan grudgingly. How was Mo Fan always a step ahead of him? He had also been the first to become a super mage among the three of them. "Seriously?" Zhu Meng almost dropped his ice cream cone. "My lightning element evolved a little after I absorbed the impurities in the tailings. I haven't tried it out, so I'm not sure if it's really the superpower Mu Bai told me about." Mo Fan scratched his head. "Are superpowers really that impressive? What is with their reactions? Does it mean I now have two superpowers? Being able to construct a star palace is only the first step at the super level. Having superpowers is the real aim of every super mage," Zhu Meng informed him. Every mage had to rely on star orbits, star patterns, star constellations, and star palaces at first, but as they grew stronger, they would gradually develop their special abilities. Domains and wards originated from external sources, like soul-grade seeds and heaven-grade seeds. However, the source of superpowers was the Mags themselves. It was a fundamental change for Mags. Now that Mo Fan thought about it, if the Dark Vein was not a kind of superpower, why was he able to beat the crap out of Super Mags lately? The Dark Vein was surprisingly strong. It almost made Mo Fan unbeatable, since he could do whatever he pleased when using it. Did it mean the lightning acupuncture points would be domineering too, especially since his lightning element was further strengthened by the blessing of the God Seal? How would it feel if he could unleash his lightning magic from every body part? How crazy would it be if he fully unleashed his lightning magic? It seems like I'm worrying for no reason. The Black Vatican is going to send executioners after you, and I was wondering whether you could handle them, Zhu Meng went on. One of the reasons Zhu Meng had stayed at the same apartment as Mo Fan was because he was concerned about Mo Fan's safety. Mo Fan was completely exposed on the Black Vatican's radar. If Salin insisted on taking Mo Fan's life, he would be in great danger while he was overseas. Mo Fan was in Salin's territory now. No one could stop her from taking extreme measures. By the way, Councilman Zhu, Blue Bat was an enforcer too. Do you know that? Mu Bai asked him suddenly. Blue Bat was an enforcer? How is that possible? Zhu Meng was startled. Was the enforcement union that unreliable? How did the Black Vatican manage to infiltrate it so easily? I saw a seal of the enforcement union in her body when I was performing an autopsy on her. I guessed she might have joined a local enforcement union in the past, but I thought enforcers were bound for life. I don't understand how she managed to quit the enforcement union. Mu Bai told them. Chapter 2274. Enforcer Bee Sting. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan exchanged glances with Zhu Meng. Show us, Zhu Meng ordered me by. The three went to the autopsy room. Zhu Meng studied Blue Bat's corpse carefully and discovered the seal of the enforcement union on her back. The seal was right between her backbones. Even Zhu Meng had never seen a seal like it, let alone Mo Fan. Most enforcers have seals on their wrists or the back of their hands. There's only one reason why an enforcer has a seal on their backbone. She was a spy inside the Black Vatican. Zhu Meng speculated. 1. A spy? Blue Bat was an Enforcement Union spy. Mo Fan blurted out in disbelief. Seriously? Had they killed an agent from the Enforcement Union? No way. If she was really a spy from the Enforcement Union, she would have told them her true identity. Meng had a grim face. To think that they would find the seal of the Enforcement Union on the backbone of one of Salan's 9 disciples. I think I need to contact the Supreme Enforcement Union, Meng said after a prolonged silence. Meng left the room to contact the Supreme Enforcement Union in secret. Mo Fan and Mu Bai remained quiet in the room for a long time. If she's really an agent of the Enforcement Union, doesn't that mean we lost our best chance at capturing Salan? Mu Bai finally spoke up. He was the one who had killed Blue Bat. Mu Bai did not have trouble killing Blue Bat. He was able to track her down with Wu Ku's crystal orb, no matter where she fled. Now that he recalled it, Blue Bat had not fought back that fiercely when he killed her. 1. Blue Bat should have had some extreme last resort as one of Salan's 9 disciples, but Mu Bai did not feel like she had used any. Did she say any last words to you? Mo Fan asked urgently. She said a dead person is more valuable than a living person. It's why I decided to autopsy her body, to learn some useful information, Mu Bai said. Mo Fan's heart sank instantly. Blue Bat was obviously telling Mu Bai to dissect her. It turned out that her corpse was extremely valuable to them. Blue Bat was unable to show her seal to anyone. In simpler words, only those who autopsied her after she died would be able to find the seal of the Enforcement Union. Mo Fan, try recalling everything that Blue Bat has done, Mu Bai urged him. I thought she was only a normal blue deacon serving under the Cold Prince when I first met her. I realized she had another identity when she killed the woman who was the Cold Prince's important sidekick. The woman had mastered a curse magic that could suppress my demon element's power, so in a way, Blue Bat actually did me a favor. Otherwise, I have no clue how things would have ended back then, Mo Fan muttered. However, Blue Bat had claimed that she was Salan's disciple. She was following instructions from Salan to take out the Cold Prince. Mo Fan did not doubt her words. After all, Salan did show up at the Parthenon Temple. She was displeased by the people who had tried to pick on Shin. However, if he assumed Blue Bat was an agent of the Enforcement Union, what she had done had helped Mo Fan resolve a great danger. Their second encounter was at the Merchants Guild in Crete. She had shown up to protect the evil herbalist and take him away. Mo Fan was quite confused back then. Knowing the Black Vatican's way of doing things, there was no need for her to expose herself. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan had not known Mr. Lin was the evil herbalist. He would not have connected his disappearance to the Black Vatican. However, Blue Bat had spared Golden Sun Knight Jiang Bin's life. She had basically told Mo Fan and the others that Mr. Lin was the evil herbalist, and she, Blue Bat, was the one who had saved him. It had basically left Mo Fan a trail to follow. Their third encounter was at the 9th Mound. Inside the place had been a Hillman's dissected corpse. Mo Fan had chased Blue Bat down to the Black Vatican's underground factory. The strange thing was, why had Blue Bat told him the person with her was the head priest, Wu Ku? 1. Weren't the high-ranking members of the Black Vatican more careful at concealing their identities? Did Blue Bat reveal Wu Ku's identity to show off the Black Vatican's strength? If they had not known Wu Ku was the head priest, they would all have focused on Blue Bat instead. In other words, she provided you with clues or assistance in all your encounters with her. Mu Bai summarized. Mo Fan nodded. Was Blue Bat too stupid, or too full of herself? That was impossible. If Blue Bat was stupid, she would never have been chosen as Salan's disciple. Salan did not admire those who were merely strong, they had to be extremely smart, too. Blue Bat had met him 3 times. Although the things she had done had favored the Black Vatican, she had also given him a lot of information and help. Was she a spy for the Enforcement Union or Salan's disciple? Mo Fan, do you think it was possible Wu Ku betrayed Blue Bat? What if the head priest Wu Ku noticed something fishy about Blue Bat, so he used us to kill her? Mu Bai wondered aloud. Mo Fan was spooked. Blue Bat had told Mo Fan the head priest's identity. Wu Ku had betrayed Blue Bat in return. Their mutual actions had been quite unreasonable. The only explanation was that Blue Bat was from the Enforcement Union and Wu Ku had noticed her true identity, or perhaps he was not too sure yet, but he had still decided to betray her. "How did you kill Blue Bat?" Mo Fan asked. "To be honest with you, I feel like she was trying to get herself killed," Mu Bai admitted. "What do you mean?" Mo Fan did not understand. "Old Zhao and I were planning to capture her alive. After all, it was more useful to keep her alive, since she was one of Salan's disciples. However, she went all out and fought recklessly when she faced me, forcing me to kill her," Mu Bai stated. Mo Fan was not a stubborn man. After all, the things that Blue Bat did might have favored the Black Vatican, yet she had obviously helped Mo Fan. They had now discovered the seal of the Enforcement Union on her. The kind of seal she had was not the same kind as Golden Canary's, who could betray the Enforcement Union as she pleased. Blue Bat's seal was implanted deep in her spine. Even other agents of the Enforcement Union would have no idea she was a member of the Enforcement Union. No one would find out the truth unless she died and her body was examined forensically. Most importantly, they were able to make sense of the things she had done after learning her identity as an enforcer. Taking out the Cold Prince. Tracking down the evil herbalist. Chasing the Black Vatican all the way to the Eris Sacred Institute. Finding the head priest Wu Ku. Ruining Salan's plan to raze the school to the ground. It was possible that Blue Bat was actually a member of the Enforcement Union. "I've asked around," Zhu Meng returned, breathing heavily. He had gone to a secluded corner in the school and used a special method to contact the Supreme Enforcement Union. "The seal is called the Bee Sting," Zhu Meng declared. He looked like he was struggling to stay calm. Chapter 2275. The Origin of Operation Guillotine. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. When a beehive was threatened, the bees would attack the enemy with their stingers. A honeybee attacking with its sting was suicidal, since the sting would tear the bee's abdomen apart if the sting was stuck in the enemy's body. The Enforcement Union had named this seal Bee Sting. It meant the enforcer had stuck her stinger into the enemy's body secretly. However, her life would come to an end the moment she pulled out the stinger. "She's an enforcer with the codename Bee Sting, the only person who would never betray the Enforcement Union," Zhu Meng declared. Mo Fan wavered and took a few steps back. Everything he had discussed with Mu Bai was only mere speculation, but it had been proven true after Zhu Meng verified Blue Bat's identity with the Supreme Enforcement Union. Mo Fan felt like something was stuck in his throat. Bee Sting was one of the earliest enforcers to infiltrate the Black Vatican. The high-ranking authorities in the Enforcement Union have changed since then, so the Enforcement Union basically had no idea of her existence anymore. Zhu Meng stared at Blue Bat's remains. "Which is why she was able to go so deep into the Black Vatican," Mo Fan murmured. "Exactly. Even the Black Vatican believed she was one of them. She even became one of the 9 disciples, the closest people to Salan." "Mo Fan, Mu Bai, do you still remember Operation Guillotine?" Zhu Meng asked them. The two nodded. Operation Guillotine was when Han Ji was informed Salan was among them, yet he was unable to confirm her identity among the 10 high-ranking officials. The government decided to launch Operation Guillotine. They would even sacrifice 9 innocent officials, just to kill Salan. "Do you know who the informer was during Operation Guillotine?" Zhu Meng said. Mo Fan shook his head. He remembered Asheria mentioned that she had provided the Enforcement Union with some information, but Mo Fan had never believed her. Asheria would have provided information related to Salan's past at most, so who was the person who told Han Ji that Salan was among the 10 officials? If I'm not mistaken, Bee Sting was the one who provided us with the information. The Enforcement Union only found out Bee Sting was still alive and had successfully infiltrated the Black Vatican back then, Zhu Meng informed them. Even a councilman like Zhu Meng, who was in charge of the Qianbei Enforcement Union, was unaware of Bee Sting's existence. Did I really kill an honorable enforcer by mistake? Mu Bai asked in disbelief. Mo Fan shook his head and said, the fact that she is dead meant she had no other option left. She chose to kill herself by provoking you. If Bee Sting did not die, no one would ever know her true identity, nor would anyone believe her. The fact that Blue Bat had chosen to die at Mo Fan and Mu Bai's hands was because she had only trusted them. There were traitors in the Enforcement Union. As one of the 9 disciples, Blue Bat clearly knew about the existence of the traitors. Therefore, she could not afford to reveal her true identity. Even if she did, no one would believe her, since she was one of the 9 disciples. Only death could prove her sincerity. Mo Fan and Mu Bai had fought the Black Vatican for a long time, but they were not from the Enforcement Union. Her true identity would only be revealed to the right people if she died at their hands. Wu Ku has long been suspicious of Blue Bat. After all, she was the one who lured us to the Era Sacred Institute. Blue Bat not only died to reveal her identity to us, but she was trying to regain the Black Vatican's trust. Mo Fan was trying his best to withhold his emotions as he analyzed the things that Blue Bat had done. To regain the Black Vatican's trust. Mu Bai was confused. Normally, if we tried to kill her, she would have revealed her true identity as an enforcer to prevent us from killing the wrong person, Mo Fan said. Mu Bai immediately understood what Mo Fan was saying. The Black Vatican was already suspicious of Blue Bat. Wu Ku had betrayed Blue Bat by telling Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang how to track her down. He had also made sure she was not going to have any backup. That way, Blue Bat was forced to fight Mo Fan and his friends to her death. Blue Bat had to kill Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang to prove she did not lure them to the Era Sacred Institute on purpose. Otherwise, she would end up dying to Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang as a glorious sacrifice for the Black Vatican. As long as Blue Bat was still alive, her only way out was to kill Mo Fan and his friends. Otherwise, if she somehow escaped after their operation failed, the Black Vatican would still execute her. Mu Bai felt even worse when he recalled the fight between him and Blue Bat. He had a feeling Blue Bat was acting strangely during their fight. It turned out that she had already decided her ending. Now that she's dead, she could regain the Black Vatican's trust and reveal her true identity to us. There's only one reason why she would do so. Mo Fan stared at Blue Bat as he spread the dark material into her body. If her code name was Bee Sting, she would have dealt a serious blow to the enemy prior to her death. Her sting must have inflicted serious damage on the Black Vatican. It was definitely not as simple as the list of names he had found at the abandoned church. Blue Bat was willing to use her death to regain the Black Vatican's trust because she did not want the Black Vatican to wipe out the information she had left for Mo Fan and his friends. She had also hinted to Mu Bai to autopsy her before she died, so there must be some important clue on her body, in addition to the seal of the Enforcement Union. An important clue that was comparable to the piece of information that Salon was hiding among the 10 officials. But where did she hide it? Mo Fan checked Blue Bat's organs thoroughly with the dark material, but did not discover anything useful. Mo Fan took his time. He recalled everything that Blue Bat had done in detail. He suddenly thought of something. Blue Bat had spared Jiang Bin's life when she saved the evil herbalist, yet she had dug Jiang Bin's eyes out. Why did she dig out Jiang Bin's eyes? Was she only trying to inflict fear on them? Everything she did had been in accordance with her way of doing things, yet her actions were also according to the Black Vatican's goals. If she had done that in accordance with the Enforcement Union's code, the reason she dug out Jiang Bin's eyes would be. Mo Fan placed his attention on Blue Bat's eyes and asked Mu Bai, "Did you check her eyes?" "No, her eyes have been closed since she died," Mu Bai replied slowly. Mo Fan opened Blue Bat's eyelids. He stared at the hollow eyes for a long time. "Don't you think that eyeball looks like the crystal orb that Wu Ku gave us?" Mo Fan asked Mu Bai. Mu Bai was startled. He immediately went up to take a closer look. It really was. It was the same crystal orb imbued with the chaos element that was used for surveillance, but this one was about the same size as a human eyeball. Chapter 2276. Rain. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. For some reason, Mubai had not hesitated to perform the autopsy on Blue Bat, even though she was only one of Salan's 9 disciples in the Black Vatican. But now, after learning Blue Bat was actually a spy of the Enforcement Union, his hands were trembling as he was removing Blue Bat's eye. His heart was full of respect and guilt when he recalled her sacrificial act, just like a bee. Mo Fan had the same feeling. Why did he not realize Blue Bat's true identity earlier? Even if she did a great job disguising herself so she could infiltrate deeper into the Black Vatican, he could still have guessed her true identity from the things she had done. It's indeed a Chaos Element crystal orb. It must contain some important information. Zhu Meng was struggling to control his voice. "I'll take a look at what's inside," Mu Bai said, turning to leave the room. "I'll go with you." Zhu Meng followed Mu Bai. Mo Fan did not go with them. He looked at the operating table in front of him. The table was normally used by the school to dissect hillmen, yet a woman whom Mo Fan had complicated feelings for was now lying on it. The crystal orb had to contain some important information. Mo Fan was sure of it. Yet Mo Fan still had an urge to take a closer look at Blue Bat. Mo Fan was ashamed that he did not even know her true name. Both Blue Bat and B String were only code names. Mo Fan sat beside Blue Bat's corpse and mumbled, "I know it's no use telling you I'm sorry now, but I'm really grateful for everything you've done, and thank you for trusting me." He clearly remembered the first time he had seen Blue Bat. He was disguising himself as a dying Blue Deacon in order to infiltrate the Cold Prince's faction. The Condors were pecking at his face back then. Perhaps she was long aware of his real identity, and decided to trust him when she saw his determination to take down the Black Vatican. "I know there are traitors among the high-rank people in the Enforcement Union. Don't you worry, I'll find them. The sting you've left on the enemy's body. We'll find it too." Mo Fan did not believe in God, since he only wished to become a devil after the things he had been through, a devil that would send every scum in the Black Vatican to hell. It was the first time that Mo Fan wished he was a god, if only to have the ability to send the soul of a departed to heaven. He might be able to send the bad guys to hell. However, he was unable to guide someone whom he respected and was impressed by to heaven. Mo Fan stayed behind to talk to Blue Bat, hoping that she would receive his peace, even though it was a little too late. He hoped she could relieve herself from the burdens in this world. She no longer had to drift between the Black Vatican and the Enforcement Union by herself. At the same time, Blue Bat's death also proved how ridiculous the Black Vatican's goal of brainwashing people with their beliefs was. If someone was determined enough, they would remain pure until the very end. Blue Bat had even become one of Salan's disciples, yet her heart was never tainted. Her determination to crush the Black Vatican had never swayed in the slightest. It was Mo Fan's first time being so impressed by a woman. He swore he would never let her sacrifice and efforts be in vain. 1. The clouds were slowly gathering toward the center of the sky, like a painter putting colors on their work. A huge waterway called the Scorched River served as a clear boundary line across the vast land. On one side were wilted old trees, dusty roads, and little factories filled with trash. On the other side were green rainforests with railways and highways weaving through them, leading straight to Banlo City. The clouds were growing thicker. A man who looked like a tramp stood on the shore overlooking the strong current in the river. He was staring at the flowery world on the other side. A huge hole appeared in the clouds above him. The clouds had shrouded the sky above the entire Scorched River. The clear white sky had turned grey. The grey clouds and haze had driven away the sunlight. Even the river turned dark and cloudy, as if a truck had poured a tank of oil into it. The hole was now right above the man's head. The oval hole was the only gap between the sky and the ground, as if a pair of eyes was watching whatever was going to happen soon. Today was the day of the Open Tournament in the Americas being held by the Eris Sacred Institute. The tournament was taking place in Banlo City. The bustling city was a little gloomy and icy because of the sudden change in the weather. People had gathered outside the arena to enjoy the spectacular magic duels. In addition to people from all over the Andes Federation, people from other cities and countries had come too. A public Magic tournament with participants above the advanced level. Its scale was almost comparable to the World Cup. People were rushing into Banlo City excitedly, yet not only did Banlo City fail to welcome these visitors warmly, they were greeted by terrible weather. Strong winds were blowing in the city, sweeping dust and trash into the air. Many trees and billboards were shaking vigorously. An empty can hit a sedan that was parked by the road and triggered its alarm. The owner came rushing out yelling angrily, as he thought someone was trying to steal his car. Meanwhile, a group of high school students from Brazil was heading for the arena in an orderly fashion under their teacher's lead. They were one of the schools invited by the Eris Sacred Institute as spectators. The strong winds kept blowing up the girls' skirts. The boys kept turning their heads around in laughter while the girls tried to hold their skirts with their legs while walking on the street. Someone stuck their head out of a newspaper stand by the road and remarked, "It's about to rain. I bet it's coming from the Pacific Ocean. I can't believe it had made its way through the Andes Mountains. It'll be troublesome if it rains. People will be looking for shelter while the vehicles keep honking as they make their way to the venue in the middle of a traffic jam." Cloudy raindrops started falling densely across the sky. When the first wave of raindrops fell, the sky looked like a kaleidoscope, followed by the rapid taps on the ground, like the sizzling of something being deep-fried. The smell of moisture spread and lingered in the air. In the arena, Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai were leading the 9 students who were representing their faction onto the stage. Berlin, wearing a grand dress, was first in the line with a smile. She was waving a Chinese flag, too. The heavy rain was knocking on the awnings with reinforced glass like arrows. The crowd was overwhelmed with excitement. After all, they were watching a public Magic tournament live, something that recording devices could not capture effectively. Watching a Magic tournament on the television or the internet was no different from watching a bunch of idiots in a sci-fi film without special effects. Mo Fan had a stern look on his face. He could feel his soul shivering in the rain. He had the same feeling twice in the past. Every raindrop was equal to a human life. Chapter 2277. Public Tournament. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Don't worry, the Eris Sacred Institute has already repaired the mounds. Even if the Andes Mountains are only 100-some kilometers away, they are keeping a close eye on the movements of the demon creatures. Zhu Meng patted Mo Fan on the shoulder. They were not unprepared like last time. The Black Vatican seemed to be targeting Banlo City, the city that would soon be the Andes Federation's capital and economy hub. The open tournament was being jointly held by Banlo City's government and the Eris Sacred Institute. It not only had teams from the Eris Sacred Institute, but teams from other schools in the Americas, too. The 9 teams from the Eris Sacred Institute were only the warm-up matches for the true tournament. The tournament scale was second only to the World College Tournament. It was the most important tournament in the Americas, and the first round was taking place in Banlo City. Yeah, Half-Ridge Mountain City is the closest to the Andes Mountains. Even if there's an invasion, Half-Ridge Mountain City will serve as the first line of defense. Banlo City might have a high population, but there's plenty of time to evacuate the city before the first line of defense falls, Mu Bai agreed. 1. Banlo City was a central transportation hub with spacious lands about. It was unlikely the city could be surrounded by demon creatures, even if something went wrong in the Andes Mountains. The mounds of the Eris Sacred Institute also served as sentry towers. The Half-Ridge Mountain City was the first line of defense, followed by the Scorching River that served as the second line of defense. There was no reason for them to be worried, even if a strong horde of demon creatures was advancing toward the city. Mo Fan nodded. However, he still felt uneasy. Banlo City? Seemed absolutely safe. It was not close to the demon creature's territory, nor did it have a unique species like the undead close to it. Even if the kingdom of demon creatures in the Andes Mountains was marching toward them, the people could easily flee by sea, the rivers, or the land. Multiple military bases were not far away. They could easily ask them for backup. Bo City had been built right up against the Nanling Mountains. The ancient capital was located in the Undead Kingdom's land. Was Salen really planning to carry out her plan in Banlo City? Was it really just a normal rain coming from the Pacific Ocean? Was there no conspiracy involved, nor a potential bloodbath? Mo Fan was still worried. He asked Elemental Green Chief, who was sitting beside him, what about the Hillman? Is there any news from the mounds? Green patted Mo Fan on the shoulder, telling him to calm down. Don't worry, the mounds are perfectly normal. There's no sign of demon creatures, Green assured him. It's easy to detect demon creatures' movements when they are in a large group. As long as our sentry towers are operating normally, we can fully focus on the tournament. It's an important tournament, as the Andes Federation is about to be established. I believe every mage with outstanding performance in the tournament will make a huge name for themselves, Dean Shearling spoke up. The first match after the opening ceremony was between Brianka and Prince Bennis factions. Each team had 9 students. It was going to be a spectacular match. When the match began, many people were still outside the arena and the streets, struggling to make their way inside. Some decided to sit on the ground. Others were standing on their cars. The arena was not stacked on a high ground. It was possible to see bits and pieces of the match through the gaps and glass. The rain was pouring heavily, yet the crowd was so excited that they did not bother using umbrellas or putting on their raincoats. They were cheering loudly in the rain. There were people with banners written full of words further away. They were trying to get the attention of foreigners by protesting against the new government. The armed police were keeping an eye on them. It was fine if they were only protesting, but the police were around to make sure they were not stirring up trouble or disturbing the tourists from other countries and cities. They could not afford to let these protesters ruin the Andes Federation's reputation. If you have the money to hold the tournament, why don't you provide us with comfortable houses? You were the one who forced us to leave our homes and tricked us by saying that the sea monsters are going to overrun the cities and villages to the west of the Andes Mountains. You have placed us in a city full of slaves and manual laborers. We have to do filthy jobs to feed you ***** while you enjoy your red wine in the main cities. Give us back our homes. Give us back our homes. The group of protesters was not particularly big. It only had around 300 people. It was only a small ratio compared to the crowd and the gamblers who were focusing on the tournament. However, their voices would occasionally cover the cheers of the crowd. Mo Fan could hear their angry shouts from inside the arena. Mo Fan remembered having a conversation with Brianka about how the Federation was established in such a rush that they were unable to look after everyone, like the orphans. If such a complicated and unstable city was invaded by demon creatures, it would lose the fight easily. Why are the voices outside getting louder? The officials of Banlo City were annoyed. We can stop them from coming in, but we can't stop them from talking. After all, we have done some inappropriate things too. What do you mean by that? Nothing, just watch the match. Meanwhile, in the match, a savage bear beast from Prince Bennis' team was charging at the opposing team, trying to break down the opposing team's formation. Unfortunately, the savage bear beast's level was not that high, and it only managed to harass the opponent slightly. It was soon heavily injured by a fire mage. How dare you bite me? Die, the fire mage yelled angrily after seeing the wound on his arm. The flames immediately grew fiercer as they surrounded the summoned beast and devoured it. A burned smell lingered in the air. The savage bear beast tried to break free from the flames, but the fire mage kept stopping it. What are you doing? A female student standing beside the fire mage stared at him. I'm burning it to death, the fire mage snarled. It's their contracted beast. Can't you just let it go? It's no longer a threat to us, the woman yelled at him. It shouldn't have bitten me in the first place. The savage bear beast failed to leave the flames alive. The summoner on Prince Bennis' team felt the pain his contracted beast suffered when it died, and stood there blankly. He could not believe the opponent team had burned his contracted beast to death. I'm going to kill you, the savage bear beast's master howled. Chapter 2278. Destroying Indiscriminately. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The crowd was cheering loudly. Everyone was so excited that many people did not realize that the pain of a summoner losing a contracted beast was like losing a family member. They only cared about how exciting the match was. It felt even more real after the death of the savage bear beast. Stop it, you are going to kill him at this rate. This is supposed to be an exhibition match to warm up the tournament, not a duel of life and death, the captain of Prince Ben's team yelled. The match was chaotic, since each team had 9 members. It was difficult to hear what the participants were saying. They only saw the summoner using a powerful light spell to beat the crap out of the arrogant fire mage. However, the participants in the match clearly knew the two were going to fight one another to the death. Stop them! Elemental Chief Green finally realized something was not right. As the referee of the match, he quickly sent his assistants to stop the match. The outcome of the match had already been decided. The fire mage who killed the savage bear beast had lost consciousness. An assistant carried the fire mage to Elemental Chief Green. Sir, his life is in danger. Damn it, don't they know when to stop? The crowd didn't realize what's going on. We can continue on with the next match. Treat his injuries. Ask the faculty leader of the healing element to attend to him. The first exhibition match was very exciting. The death of the savage bear beast also intensified the match, like it was a real battle. The second match was very exciting too, but it too had a serious conflict between the participants, just like the first match. A student with the curse element had inflicted serious damage on his opponent's soul. Most of the damage inflicted on a person's soul was incurable. The victim's lifespan would decline as a result. Do you think you can use the curse element as you please just because you are a student of the Era's Sacred Institute? This is a public tournament. Many international organizations will come after you for what you have done. I wasn't able to control myself. I didn't want to lose. Do you realize you've taken away 10 years of his lifespan? King idiot. The third match was scheduled to take place in the afternoon. It was Mo Fan's team against Nelson's team. Berlin, Richie, Sonny, and the others were participating. Herr Kassa was leading the opposing team. Richie and Herr Kassa clashed right from the start of the match. Even though the participants were not allowed to use super spells in the tournament, Richie was struggling to beat Herr Kassa, since his cultivation level was not as outstanding as Herr Kassa's. Mo Fan was fully focused on the fight between Richie and Herr Kassa. Mo Fan had always been suspicious of Herr Kassa, but he had never exposed himself. Even the people on the list had no connection with him. Herr Kassa was obviously stronger than Richie. He was very close to matching Mo Fan's strength. Richie was having a hard time fighting Herr Kassa. He was still in a pinch after using everything he had. Is this all you have? You should just lie on the bed and pretend you are still injured. There's no need to embarrass yourself in front of the crowd, Herr Kassa mocked him. Richie kept backing away. He soon found himself at the edge of the barrier. Richie looked behind him. He could see a lot of spectators through the barrier. Not only were they wearing mocking expressions similar to Herr Kassa, some of them even pointed their thumbs down at him. He felt humiliated. He had lost to the same guy twice. He had given his everything just so his clan could make a comeback. In the end, he was still no match against someone with such a formidable background. What was the meaning of the suffering and pain he had been through all these years? Everyone was going to remember his miserable face after the tournament. How did it feel when your bones were broken last time? Why don't you have a taste of it again? Herr Kassa came closer with a disgusting grin. Richie could no longer withhold the anger inside him. He swore he would make Herr Kassa pay too, if he insisted on destroying him. Richie's skin suddenly turned purple, like scales with purple flickers. He dashed forward and lunged at Herr Kassa. Herr Kassa was startled. He clearly sensed Richie was using a super spell. Herr Kassa did not expect it. The tournament had strictly forbidden the participants from using super spells. Those who broke the rule would face serious consequences. Herr Kassa did not think Richie would ruin his life because of a little humiliation. To his surprise, Richie actually broke the rule. He had used a super spell and charged at Herr Kassa like a lightning beast that had broken free from its chains. He tore through Herr Kassa's defense with ease. Herr Kassa's defense was only an advanced spell. It had no chance of stopping the penetrative lightning spell. Richie was only within inches from Herr Kassa. The scales on him expanded, turning him into a lightning tank that was going to crush everything to pieces. "Are you out of your F***king mind?" Herr Kassa yelled. Herr Kassa did not have time to back away. He could only stare at the tank as it ran over him. He summoned his magic armor in a panic. However, he was too close to Richie, and his magic armor needed a moment to take shape. It could not just appear instantly. Herr Kassa began to regret he acting so tough and wondered why he did not realize Richie was such a madman at first. He was going to get himself killed. Order manipulation, a deep voice uttered behind Herr Kassa just as he thought he was either going to die or turn into a cripple. Herr Kassa's vision flickered rapidly. Everything was flying around, like how the walls, table, and ceiling were upside down when he woke up from a dream. Herr Kassa realized he was no longer in danger. A man with lightning flashing about him had replaced him. He was standing in front of Richie. He reached his hand out like he was trying to catch something. The wild lightning on Richie dissipated instantly, as if it had disappeared into a different dimension. Richie was completely worn out. His fearless charge came to a stop. Mo Fan wrapped his arms around Richie to prevent him from falling to the ground. Richie stared at Mo Fan in disbelief as the energy of his lightning element was neutralized. He managed to calm down after he came to his senses. He did not understand why he would do such a stupid thing. More importantly, he did not understand why his lecturer was able to nullify his strongest attack so easily. Chapter 2279. The Kamikaze Orchestra, Part 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The match was forced to end after Mo Fan's interruption. Herr Kassa collected his thoughts with lingering fear. He glared at Richie and pointed at him. Even though Herr Kassa did not say a single word, Richie knew he would never resolve the conflict between them. Herr Kassa was a vengeful person. He would never forgive anyone who tried to mess with him. The Kassas were known for being vengeful. "Sir, I'm sorry for letting you down." Richie was overwhelmed by guilt. He finally had a chance to participate in a grand tournament, yet he had almost made a huge mistake because of his recklessness. If he ended up crippling Herr Kassa, the Kassas would not let it go easily. He might end up bringing trouble to his whole clan. Zhao Manyang came up to them and asked, "What happened?" "Richie, why did you use your super magic?" "I don't know, I felt very desperate." Richie lowered his head. Zhao Manyang wanted to ask more questions, but Mo Fan shook his head at him. The officials soon declared Richie's punishment to maintain the fairness of the tournament. They requested the Era Sacred Institute place Richie under inspection. The inspection meant Richie was only a step away from being expelled. If the Kassas applied some pressure to the Era Sacred Institute, the school would definitely expel Richie. The punishment was only directed at Richie. However, if something had happened to Herr Kassa, Richie's clan would have been in deep trouble. The two families were not on the same level. The Kassas would not let the chance go, since their actions were justified. "Something doesn't feel right," Mu Bai noticed. "Yeah, Richie has always been calm. He even endured the shame when he was beaten up so badly last time. Why would he do something so reckless in the tournament?" Zhao Manyang agreed. "I'm not only referring to Richie. The participants in the previous two matches, too, how should I say it?" Mu Bai could not find the right word to describe it. "It's like they were in a frenzy," Mo Fan supplied. "Exactly." Mu Bai clapped his hands. The participants were in a frenzy. They had gone to extreme measures in all 3 matches. They had no reason to do so, they were only exhibition matches, not duels of life and death. Everyone wanted to have a good performance in the matches, yet it was not like they had no idea how grave the consequences of their behavior were. Mo-fan might still think it was a coincidence that the participants had lost control of their emotions if it happened to the others, but the same thing had happened to Richie. Richie had been with them for some time, and Mo-fan had taught him many lessons. They all knew what kind of a person he was. The Richie they knew would never break the rule just to take Herr Kassa down with him even if he was in a bad spot. He had a huge sense of responsibility toward his clan. He knew the consequences of messing with Herr Kassa. Give us back our homes. Give us back our homes. The sound of protests was mixed with the heavy rain. More people had joined the protests outside the arena. Their voices kept coming in like a siren in the city. Mo-fan lifted his head and stared at the cloudy rain falling from the gloomy sky. Why? Why did he feel like a black tsunami was on its way when they were standing on tall mountains where the waves could never reach? They had already carried out every preventive measure to handle the Black Vatican's frenzy rain. Yoshimiya came over to Mo-fan and said, "Lecturer Mo Yifun, your team has been disqualified from the match." It was the last thing that Mo-fan was worried about. Yoshimiya was displeased when she saw Mo-fan ignoring her. "Let's proceed with the 4th match," Yoshimiya called out. A symphony sounded from the southwest of the arena. There was a relatively big orchestra in the arena. The glowing tubas and cellos started playing first, followed by heavy drum beats. The heavy notes echoed in the arena like a wave. Zhao Manyang was quite surprised. He did not notice the live orchestra at first. He thought they were playing music through the speakers. He purposely took a closer look at the orchestra. To his surprise, the person who was conducting the orchestra with a silver baton on a little rostrum felt a little familiar to him. The person was wearing a standard tuxedo. His curly hair was split in the middle. He would stand on his toes and shake his head around at times while waving his baton. He was indulging in the music. Holy crap, why is he here? Zhao Manyang suddenly screamed. The orchestra would play before every match. Zhao Manyang did not notice it in the previous matches. However, the orchestra had caught his attention because of the psychological shadow the last symphony he went to had left him with. He was utterly shocked by what he saw. The conductor! Didn't he kill himself after his plan to kidnap Sancha failed? Sancha had even decided not to complicate matters further. Yet to Zhao Manyang's disbelief, the conductor was right here in the arena. He was conducting the orchestra? Was he a ghost? Or was he not dead in the first place? The heavy drums suddenly became so loud that everyone's heart was pounding along with its beats. The beats were so loud that it felt like something was exploding in their bodies. What's happening? Mo-fan turned around. Something isn't right about that orchestra. Zhao Manyang yelled. Zhao Manyang was just about to call the orchestra out as the beats got louder when he saw a huge sonic wave surging at the officials. The beats were not just hyping up the crowd's emotion. They were part of a deadly sonic wave. A group of students were seated in front of the officials. They were all wearing the new uniforms set by the Andes Federation. They all vomited blood as they were hit by the sonic wave. The seats were like stairs. The rows of students fell unconscious as the beats reached them. It's an ambush. It's an ambush. A few mags were on guard close to the officials, but the prelude played by the cellos had hypnotized them and slowed down their reactions. The powerful beats knocked them flying before they could come to their senses. The officials were the main targets of the deadly wave. The orchestra was blasting the officials like a magic sonic cannon. Chapter 2280. The Kamikaze Orchestra, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The orchestra was trying to assassinate the officials? Was this a terrorist attack? Are they out of their minds? So many people are dead. The orchestra turned out to be a magic formation. No one expected that the live background music would turn into a deadly cannon. Most terrifyingly, the officials went crazy when they realized they were the targets. The orchestra could not have cared less about the tourists and spectators. They kept firing their spells at the important officials of the Andes Federation. The sound element had a huge area of effect when it was used destructively. Hundreds of people died after a sonic wave swept across the spectator seats. The tourists there collapsed to the ground. Blood splattered like paint everywhere as the enjoyable music turned into a butcher's knife and slaughtered the crowd. Stop them, quick! Protect the people! Run, there's an ambush! All councilmen, please follow me. Damn it, why do you even care about them? Didn't you see so many people have died? The officials had many powerful bodyguards, yet they did not attack the assassins right away. Their priority was to guarantee the officials' safety. As the situation worsened, a few assassins who had disguised themselves as spectators lunged at the officials, carrying out kamikaze attacks. They were all using terrifying destructive spells. The people of the Era Sacred Institute were on the other side of the arena. Not only was there a barrier in the way, there were thousands of spectators in between them too. It was not like they were watching the fire burn across the river, but they did not dare to use powerful spells, as they might harm innocent lives. The seats collapsed as flames surged widely across the arena. Sonic waves were crushing the crowd like huge and deadly hammers. Their bones were broken as their ears exploded. The dead and those who had sustained heavy injuries were stacked on top of one another. It was nothing but a slaughterhouse. Why is this happening? Berlin was struggling to stand properly after witnessing the shocking sight. Even Sonny, who was a sound mage, stood there like a statue. He did not know that a group of sound mags could deal such a destructive blow. The whole place was filled with screams, cries of agony, and shrieking. The murderous music was still playing and the whole process did not last very long, but the casualties were extremely high. Most people were unsure of what was going on. They were fleeing for their lives mindlessly. The mags who were responsible for maintaining order had surrounded the arena, but the problem was there were kamikaze bombers among the crowd. They kept tossing destructive spells at the innocent people after the officials had left. Even an intermediate spell could kill over a dozen people in an instant. A middle-aged man rose to his feet and started murmuring like he was possessed. Liars, you drove us away by threatening us with the invasion of sea monsters, yet you turn our lands into factories for your own greed. I have nothing left. I have nothing left. Many people were running for their lives in fear, yet he seemed to be enjoying the atmosphere. He started emitting an icy aura after muttering to himself for a while. It was spreading in all directions without any clear targets. The walkways began to freeze while the seats were covered in frost. The people on the walkways slipped and caused even more chaos. Die, you filthy new Federation! The man was holding heavy ice chains. He flung them at the people who had slipped on the walkways. The ice chains could easily kill a healthy adult if they fell from a few meters high, let alone when they were being swung around wildly. They could even leave cracks on the cement. Mo Fan fixed his eyes on the man and instantly cast a shadow spell. Shadow spikes bind. A lump of shadows appeared under the man's feet. They stuck out of the ground like wooden spikes and punctured his shoulders, knees, chest, and neck. The man was no longer able to move after the shadow spikes nailed him to a pitch-black cross, like preserving a moth for collection. Mo Fan did not kill him. He had only sealed away his mind and body. Soon enough, the law enforcement mags finally got the orchestra under control. They only managed to control the situation after killing more than half of the orchestra. The rest of the orchestra was as good as dead, too. Unfortunately, the Kamikaze orchestra had already finished their job. The whole place was littered with corpses and severed limbs. Those people are King crazy. Zhao Manyang swore. What the heck just happened? Mo Fan looked around the bloody stadium before staring at the cloudy rain in the sky. Why did it happen again? It just happened out of nowhere. The thing he was worried about had happened again in a different way. Did the Black Vatican arrange so many assassins for a mere terrorist attack on the Andes Federation? Mo Fan was still feeling uneasy, even after the situation was already under control. Blue Bat was willing to sacrifice her life to regain the Black Vatican's trust, yet what exactly was she trading her life for? Was the Black Vatican only planning to attack the public tournament? Impossible! It was only a single clap of thunder before a wild thunderstorm. It might have gathered a lot of attention, yet it was far from the end. Sir! Miyamoto Shin weaved through the crowd and made his way to Mo Fan with a panicked expression. What is it? Mo Fan said. Councilman Meng is asking everyone to retreat. Why? Mo Fan asked. The battle had only just begun. Councilman Meng just received an update from Half Ridge Mountain City. The Brown Army has just taken over the city. It will soon cross the Scorching River to attack Banlo City. What do you mean? Mo Fan was unfamiliar with the different factions that were involved in the Federation here. Besides, the situation of the Federation was very confusing since there were so many countries involved. Miyamoto Shin stared at the bloody arena. The new Federation will soon announce its disintegration. This city will soon turn into a war zone. A war zone? The new Federation had fallen. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai stared at him with blank faces. Chapter 2281. The Fleet of Wind Warships. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Scorching River had rapid currents which could easily knock a cargo ship over. In the past, no matter how terrible the weather was, a few dozen huge ships would still be transporting goods to the cities along the Scorching River, but there was not a single cargo ship on the river today. The ships were carrying mags in the brown outfits that belonged to the rebelling army. The other side of the Scorching River was like a beach the brown rebellious army had set foot on to invade Banlo City's green territory. The mags were able to use their magic easily once they set foot on land. The wind mags joined hands to summon wind warships that could fly rapidly above the ground. The wind warships carried thousands of mags as they advanced. Even those who did not have any movement spells just had to stay within the wind magic's coverage to move along at the speed of a jeep. More wind warships appeared in series as more mags crossed the boundary of the Scorching River. The line of defense that had been established near the Scorching River did not put up any resistance. That line of defense was made up of thick tropical woods. They could grow rapidly into a rainforest under the control of plant mags when needed. Unfortunately, the mags who were on duty along the line of defense had put on the brown outfits of the rebels too. Even the resistance had joined the brown tide which was surging fiercely towards the outskirts of Banlo City. Banlo City had a lot of swamps on its outskirts. The enemy would reach the city as soon as they crossed the swamps. When the first wind warship reached the swamp, a loud siren immediately sounded on the other side. Warning, you are entering Banlo City without permission. The Andes Federation will attack you if you enter the swamp. The warning kept repeating as if Banlo City had a powerful armed force guarding it. The wind warships completely ignored the warning. They went straight across the swamp and attacked Banlo City before it could respond. Connect your star orbits and star patterns just like a normal spell, the captain of the first wind warship said. The wind mags began using their magic. White star orbits surrounded the wind warship like a circuit that had been activated, transmitting an enormous amount of energy. Wind gear wheel. Smash through it. This city is ours, the commander of the brown rebels yelled. The city is ours, the rest of the army followed. The wind magic that poured into the wind warship turned it into a magic wind cannon. Huge tornadoes began to rise above the swamps. The tornadoes were like giant gear wheels, crushing the roads, hills, and structures in their paths. The hills turned into ravines, while the roads had huge cracks on them. The outskirts of the city were split into several pieces. The fierce winds lashed at the outskirts like giant whips. Broken trunks smashed into the buildings, and the galvanized iron sheets on top of them were knocked into the air. Vehicles were falling into the swamps. The minuscule humans were fleeing for their lives, but the deadly wind gear wheels crushed them mercilessly. Their blood splattered across the ground. Charge! Charge! We are taking back what's ours. No one can turn us into slaves while they indulge in their pleasures. Those goddamned capitalists. The second wind warship sailed right into the center of Banlo City. A group of well-trained riders in heavy armor led the way in front of the wind warship. They were riding the battle beasts the army had raised, pangolin beasts from the Andes Mountains. The rebel army would have no trouble razing the sturdiest fortresses to the ground with these pangolin beasts. The little fortress to the west of Banlo City was reduced to debris in less than 10 minutes. The Mags of Banlo City were slaughtered thoroughly. More wind warships sailed into Banlo City, killing any military personnel in their blue uniforms and anyone else who tried to resist. They could not have cared less about innocent lives. Halfridge Mountain City was now their base, and Banlo City was their first target. They had to strike and take over the economic hub before the new Federation could react. That way, the Brown Rebel Army would finally have their own city and land. Why do we have to live on the other side of the Andes Mountains? Are they trying to feed us to the sea monsters? We have claimed this city. It's ours now. The soldiers of the Brown Rebellious Army kept repeating their slogans. It was obvious that the army did not consist of real soldiers. Most of them were agitated Mags who held grudges against the new Federation. These Mags and their families had been assigned to the other side of the Andes Mountains. Perhaps half of them would survive once the invasion of the sea monsters began. The small cities along the coastline had disappeared one by one, but the government was still keeping the invasion a secret. The government was waiting until they had settled the nobles and people of their factions into the new Federation. They could not have cared less about the well-being of the common folk, since there was only limited space in the few cities. As for the ore veins, mining towns, and industrial areas, the new Federation had been demanding the laborious work extra hard, like they were slaves. It had promised to let them settle down in the cities, yet it never had any intention to keep that promise. Either we end up as food for the sea monsters in the next season, or we fight for our lives today. The Brown Army will emerge victorious. We will emerge victorious. Every wind warship carried around 2,000 rebels. Over half a dozen warships had forced their way into the highly populated districts after they destroyed the fortress. Over 10,000 Mags were casting destructive spells, razing the tall buildings in Banlo City to the ground like toy building blocks. The wind gear wheel was the strongest weapon of the fleet of wind warships. A single wind gear wheel was able to flatten a whole street when it was fired at the right angle. The Brown Rebels have taken over Banlo City. We will kill anyone who dares to resist us. The Brown Rebels have taken over Banlo City. We will kill anyone who dares to resist us. The heavy rain was washing the blood off the streets, yet more blood was pouring onto the gloomy city over and over again. Creator's thoughts. Zephyr said if all that was said about the Federation was true, I'd be cheering for them. Unfortunately, they aren't acting like people who are morally right. So, neutral bystander time, I guess. Chapter 2282. Someone is controlling the rain. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephyr. Edited by Aelrianth. Dampness, coldness, and a foul scent. Everything felt so familiar. Mo-Fan stood on the roof of the stadium like a lightning rod under the stormy clouds. It looked as if the western district of Banlo City had been devoured by something from his angle. The city looked scarier than a battlefield. In the end, they had still failed to stop the Black Vatican's plan. They thought the Black Vatican intended to use the frenzy liquid to provoke the demon creatures into invading the cities of the Andes Federation and turn them into slaughterhouses. To their surprise, the Black Vatican was not relying on the demon creatures this time. 1. The frenzy liquid. Why did they assume the Black Vatican would only provoke demon creatures? Mo-Fan had long known that humans were more terrifying than demon creatures. If the Black Vatican's frenzy liquid could drive demon creatures to madness, why couldn't it drive humans mad, too? The new Federation had long been swarmed with great threats. The Federation had abandoned many people to the threat of the sea monsters. Millions of people held strong grudges against the new Federation as a result. If a frenzy rain were to fall in a time like this, those people would completely lose their calm. We've been keeping an eye on the kingdom of demon creatures in the Andes Mountains and the Hillman by making sure the mounds were working properly, yet it turned out the ones we should look out for are the people dressed neatly, the people we are trying to protect. Mo Fan recalled what had happened in the 9th mound. When he saw Blue Bat, there was a Hillman's corpse on the table beside her. The body composition of a Hillman was close to a human's. Many research unions were willing to pay a huge sum for a Hillman's corpse in good condition so they could conduct experiments on it. Blue Bat's final assignment was to provoke the Hillman to raise the Eris Sacred Institute to the ground. Perhaps the conspiracy to destroy the Eris Sacred Institute was only a test run for Salon. Salon was extremely cautious. She liked to carry out a trial first, making sure everything would work according to her plan. The plan to destroy the Eris Sacred Institute was just an experiment they had stopped. However, it did not mean Salon was not going to carry out her plan. The undead were the ancient capital's threat. Similarly, the threat to the new Federation was its own people. The only thing missing was a huge rain which could awaken the madness inside the bones of those who were thinking of revolting. There were clues everywhere, yet they still did not see through Salon's plan after chasing the leads here. Salon had her way again. This time, she did not provoke demon creatures, but humans instead. Mo Fan. Mo Fan. Zhao Manyang stood behind Mo Fan, but Mo Fan did not respond. Mu Bai climbed to the roof with them and looked to the west of the city with pity. In the past, we still had the option to jump down and kill the one-eyed magic wolves or the undead, but what are we supposed to kill now? Mo Fan said. Did Blue Bat, one of Salon's disciples, know about her plan? Or perhaps the reason she did not tell Mo Fan the truth was because they were not against demon creatures this time. It's my fault, I should have realized they had improved the frenzy liquid, Mu Bai sighed. The frenzy liquid. They kept assuming the frenzy liquid was only effective against demon creatures. It had no effect on humans in the past. However, the Black Vatican had created a new version of the frenzy liquid. They had most likely conducted experiments on the Hillman. The body composition of a Hillman was very close to a human's. If the frenzy liquid had effects on a Hillman, it would most likely work on humans, too. There were accidents in each of the exhibition matches. First, a participant had killed his opponent's contracted beast. Second, a student had used the curse element to reduce the lifespan of his target. Even Richie, who was usually calm and collected, did something ridiculous. Everyone was under the frenzy liquid's influence. Even Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang could not tell if they were affected by the frenzy liquid. The Federation was in utter chaos amid the heavy rain. The Brown Rebellion army was born from the Yellows. They had tried to kidnap Sunchar to obtain financial support from her father. The Yellows were gradually losing ground and were about to be replaced by the new Federation, but the rain had given them the courage to commit treason. It had also given the rebels a lot of allies. It was a revolution, the more people that were involved, the stronger the revolution would be. Banlo City was only the first city to fall in the war. In a few days, the brown tide would reach other cities, turning the whole country into a war zone. Mo Fan believed the biggest conflict lay between the Yellows and the Federation, but the Federation had a lot of problems itself. How many riots would take place under the influence of the frenzy liquid? The factories, magic organizations, clans, and political factions. I think we should leave. It's their country's business, after all. We have no right to stick our nose into their business, Zhao Manyang spoke up. Even though they were not satisfied with the outcome, there was indeed nothing they could do under the circumstances. Mu Bai pointed at the glowing crystal orb and said, Mo Fan, take a look at the crystal orb. Mo Fan immediately looked at the crystal orb, which was shining suddenly. It seemed to be projecting an image. Can you tell where that place is? Zhao Manyang came closer and asked. It seems to be the Scorching River. It's upstream, close to the Andes Mountains, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had a faint impression of the Scorching River. He remembered seeing it when Zhu Meng's plane was passing Half-Ridge Mountain City. It had been as wide as a sea canal. Why would the crystal orb they found in Blue Bat's eye be projecting an image of the scorching river? Look, is that a person? Mu Bai pointed at a tiny dot. It's Wu Ku. Mo Fan's eyes glittered when he recognized Wu Ku's bald head. He did not understand why the crystal orb was only working now, yet it was obvious that Blue Bat had used it to track the man, just as he had used the same trick to track Blue Bat. That's right, I did check the weather when we were in the Andes Mountains. It wasn't supposed to rain so heavily, starting from this month until the next season, Mu Bai blurted out as he remembered something. What do you mean? Zhao Manyang asked. Weather has too many uncertainties. How could Salon make sure it was going to rain heavily when she carries out her plan? I was bothered by something else, too. How did they mix the frenzy liquid with the rain? How did they make sure the rain will keep falling after they use the frenzy liquid? Mu Bai said. Are you saying that someone is controlling the rain? Mo Fan said. Yes, Salon has always been careful with her plan, but the weather of a place has so many uncertainties. Rain is very crucial to her plan, both in Bo City and the ancient capital. If it was only a short rain, the frenzy liquid wouldn't be as effective, Mu Bai said confidently. Chapter 2283. Weaving Through the Battlefield. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Manyang realized something as they were discussing the topic. That's right, that goddamned monk knows how to control the rain. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. Wu Ku had gathered the raindrops and turned them into a 3-layered barrier around himself at the 8th mound. Zhao Manyang was also a water mage, but his control of the water element was nowhere as strong as Wu Ku's. He'd had a strange feeling about Wu Ku's water magic, too. The evil herbalist knows how to produce the frenzy liquid. If Wu Ku is the head priest, he must have his uses to Salon. Mo Fan stared at the crystal orb. The image in the crystal orb was extremely small, yet he could still see Wu Ku releasing his water magic. He was like a mist-producing machine. Mo Fan noticed a cloudy gas rising into the sky, like a moving grey mountain. Is Wu Ku the one controlling the rain? Mo Fan suddenly remembered something. When he and Mu Ningxue were having a walk on a sunny day close to the Potala Palace, a rain started falling out of nowhere, just before he stumbled into Wu Ku, who was worshipping on the street. Lhasa rarely had any rain. If it too was not a coincidence. Salon had to risk her life just to save Wu Ku, meaning that Wu Ku was playing an irreplaceable role in her plan. Every calamity had something to do with rain, and Wu Ku was the one controlling it. Everything made sense now? Blue Bat used her death to regain the Black Vatican's trust, just so Wu Ku would not be suspicious of her. The crystal orb had helped Mo Fan and the others to find out how important Wu Ku's role was in Salon's plan. If they could take down Wu Ku, they could stop Salon's plan too. Wu Ku is at the scorching river. We might not be able to intervene with another country's business, but we must take him down at all costs. Mo Fan clenched his fists. They had to take down Wu Ku, whether it was to make up for Blue Bat's sacrifice or to avenge those who had died in Bo City. The list he gave to the Enforcement Union only had the names of people with minor roles in the Black Vatican. As long as Salon, the chief extraditor, the evil herbalist, and the head priest were still around, Salon could keep using the same trick over and over again. The frenzy rain could already influence people's emotions. It was worse than provoking demon creatures. Salon could keep causing the same calamity with the frenzy rain. It would be difficult to predict where she was going to target next. Wu Ku was a crucial part of her plan. If they could take him out, it would be a heavy blow to Salon's assets. Mu Bai had already experimented and determined the frenzy liquid was not water-soluble. If so, how did Salon mix the frenzy liquid with the rain and make sure the rain would keep falling? Wu Ku had to be the answer they were looking for. It was most likely what Blue Bat was trying to tell them. He's really controlling the rain. Look! Zhao Manyang pointed at the crystal orb. Wuku was using his magic. A hole had appeared in the clouds right above him, like a well connected to the sky. A red liquid was rising into the eye of the storm. It split rapidly into tiny droplets after it reached the eye and spread throughout the clouds. "Is that the frenzy liquid?" Mo Fan asked urgently. "Yes, he's spreading the frenzy liquid through the clouds. This Wuku must be a water mage with an innate soul grade seed." Mu Bai judged. "An innate soul grade seed? This person could bring disasters to anywhere he went with an innate soul grade seed." He was just like Qin Yue, who was not allowed to live in the cities, as the city she stayed in would be covered in snow throughout the year, making it impossible to plant crops. Transportation would be paralyzed, too. Such people were normally referred to as disaster bringers. They were so powerful that they could even control the weather. If Qin Yue was able to bring a snowfall, Wuku was able to bring a heavy rain. The Rainbringer had colluded with Salin to cause one calamity after another. Mo Fan finally realized the truth about Salin's plan. The evil herbalist's job was to produce the frenzy liquid. The chief extraditor was responsible for recruiting members and planting spies. When the frenzy poppies matured, the spies would be ready to carry out the plan. Wuku would then show up to call up a huge downpour. He would mix the frenzy liquid with it to bring destruction upon the place. It was how Salin had caused the calamities. In the end, Salin was never the god of death. She was merely relying on a seemingly complicated trick. It was like sleight of hand. If they did not know the truth, they would not understand how the magician pulled off the magic trick. It was like the magician had some kind of supernatural power. However, after they learned the trick, they would think it was not that impressive. Salin was not a god. She was just a cunning schemer, patient and cautious when planning her conspiracies. "We can't stop the revolution, but we can take down Wuku and stop the rain," Mo Fan declared. They were finally able to do something this time. They were no longer swaying aimlessly, like a wooden raft in the middle of the raging sea that had trouble protecting itself. They would be able to deal a serious blow to Salin's faction with the help of Blue Bat's crystal orb. They would eliminate the Black Vatican's head priest and stop Salin from using the frenzy rain again. "Sir, our superior is asking us to retreat," Miyamoto Shin informed Mo Fan. "What superior?" "I'm not from the enforcement union," Mo Fan replied. "But the situation is already out of control. If you use your magic here, they will think you are trying to put up a fight. Your involvement won't make any difference in a war like this," Miyamoto Shin pointed out. The country was in a total mess. The area between Banlo City and the Scorching River was a complete war zone. Rules, restrictions, and laws were no longer applicable. It was either friendly or enemy. If Mo Fan wanted to go to the Scorching River, he would have to cross the battlefield. It was not a match with teams of 9 fighting one another, but a battle that involved thousands of mags. It was no longer about his capabilities. "You might die at any second," Miyamoto Shin pressed him. It was more important to guarantee their own safety in a situation like this. The Enforcement Union was not willing to risk the lives of its field enforcers. Why would they bother with such a meaningless struggle? Chapter 2284. String Puppets. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Most of the people in the stadium had been evacuated. The officials of the Greens were the first to flee from the city after the rebellious army blew their horns. They knew the city had little defense. It had no chance of fending off an attack. However, Banlo City had many tourists from different countries and cities because of the open tournament. They might be safe if they made it to the bunkers in time, but the battle was happening right in front of them. A single collapsed building would cause massive casualties. The rebellious army might be reckless, but our country's enforcement union has its reputation too. They won't attack our people as long as we don't attack them, Miyamoto Shin vowed. It's extremely hard to track Wuku down. If we miss out on this chance, it will be harder to kill him next time. Get the field enforcers out of here, but the 3 of us won't leave until we take Wuku down, Mo Fan stated grimly. The 3 of us? Fine, Zhao Manyang said unhappily. He agreed more with Miyamoto Shin. Fine, but please be careful. The enforcement union is proud of you all. Miyamoto Shin had no choice but to give up after seeing Mo Fan's firm attitude. The people of the Eris Sacred Institute were leaving as well. They were no ordinary people, after all. None of the factions wanted to mess with the Eris Sacred Institute due to how powerful and influential it was. Many organizations were willing to protect them as long as they proved they were from the Eris Sacred Institute. Unfortunately, not every student was from the Eris Sacred Institute. The city had many students who were wearing the uniforms of the new Federation. When the fleet of wind warships sailed across the main street, a group of students in their light blue uniforms was stuck behind a building. Some light beams of light had knocked the building that was over 50 floors high to the ground. The debris scattered in front of the students, blocking their escape route. One after another, wind gear wheels swept forward, crushing the rows of shops into pieces. The high schoolers were so terrified that they all crouched on the ground and burst into tears. It seemed to be a girls' school. Most of them were wearing knee-length skirts. Not long ago, the girls were discussing their favorite male celebrities and the brand of the lipsticks they were using. However, they were no different from the rest of the dead bodies that were scattered on the streets after the battle broke out. The internet, bereft of clear regulations and restrictions, was filled with violent and inhumane statements. In reality, when laws were no longer applicable, verbal violence would soon escalate into physical violence. Laws were subsidiary to a country, but a war was something that would destroy both the laws and the country. All kinds of crimes would take place in an environment where people would no longer be punished or condemned for their actions, since everyone was only focused on staying alive. The influence of the frenzy liquid was excessive. Humans would easily turn into beasts on their own when they were free from rules. Mo Fan was amused when he thought about the list of people who were members of the Black Vatican. Under the current circumstances, every person he saw could tear their shirts off and become a member of the Black Vatican. The Black Vatican was the whole world's public enemy, yet they would never go extinct. They would always find a way to come back from the ashes. Every person who was not disciplined enough to contain the evil in their heart was a potential member of the Black Vatican. How could they possibly exterminate all of them? The Black Vatican's plans always worked because Salon knew everyone had an evil side in their heart, much like a trapped tiger. All she had to do was to unlock the cage, instead of creating the tiger. We are the Brown Rebels. Those who aren't from the Federation are advised to leave at once. Any person who uses magic will be treated as an enemy of the nation. We have the right to execute them on the spot, a man in a brown military outfit yelled out. He sounded righteous, like a heroic commander who was opening up new territory for his country, even though he had a malevolent face. Mo Fan landed in front of the collapsed building and asked, "I don't care if you are attacking the city or killing the Green's army, what did these high schoolers even do to hinder your advance? They were wearing the Federation's uniform. Please don't get in our way, or we'll execute you on the spot," the commander of the fleet of wind warships declared. "So you're saying that their skirts are hindering your army's advance?" Mo Fan asked. Mo Fan took off his jacket and wrapped it around the waist of a high schooler who was trembling in fear. These people were clearly out of their minds to do something so wicked in front of him. He despised scum like the commander the most. Did he really think he could conceal his scummy nature with whatever political motive his brown outfit was displaying? How many people were abusing the chaotic war to commit unforgivable acts just to satisfy their own pleasures? "Brothers, come over here, there's a foreigner who's helping our enemy. Detain him. Kill him if he tries to resist," the commander snarled. He was the commander of the fleet of wind warships, with more than 2,000 people under his leadership. No one would dare to lift a finger at him, even if he toyed with the girls from an entire building, let alone bullying one or two high schoolers as he was taking a break. Besides, once he established the new governing body as the pioneer of the Brown Army, many girls would line up just to hook up with him. The commander's men came to his aid at a surprising pace. A few dozen mags gathered around the commander in less than a few seconds. Mo Fan glanced at the commander. His fingers were already holding a few shadow spikes. They were like needles imbued with a dark red magic. Mo Fan tossed the shadow needles forward casually, and they vanished into thin air. More shadow needles appeared between his fingers as he walked forward. He tossed each round of the shadow needles into different directions. "Brothers, take him out," the commander ordered. Mo Fan snapped his fingers, and dozens of shadow needles appeared beside the mags of the Brown Army. The shadow needles were insanely fast. They flew around the targets from different angles and zipped past them. Each shadow needle left a black string along its trail. It was like a dozen sewing machines were operating at 10 times their normal speed. The mags of the Brown Army immediately turned into string puppets. The black string seemed to be going back and forth around them aimlessly, but they eventually combined into a thick string Mo Fan was holding onto from over 100 meters away. Chapter 2285. Infiltrating the City. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. An eerie shadow needle flew slowly at the commander of the fleet of wind warships. The commander was unable to move, completely wrapped in the shadow strings. His face turned pale when he noticed the shadow needle was approaching the part between his legs. "Don't, I'm begging you, don't do it," the commander pleaded desperately. A loud cry of agony rose from the middle of the street. The commander held his crotch and fell rolling to the ground. His body was twitching in pain. He felt like dying from the overwhelming pain. "This is a very detailed map of the terrain, huh? Why are you fighting the Brown Army?" Zhao Manyang was holding something like a scroll. Even though the crystal orb was secretly watching Wuku from the sky like a satellite, the upper scorching river covered an area of dozens of square kilometers. It would not be easy to locate Wuku through the crystal orb's projection. "Nothing, I just took out some scum while I was waiting for you," Mo Fan said casually. Zhao Manyang glanced at the torn skirt on the ground and realized what had happened. The high schooler was nowhere to be seen. She had run away instinctively when she had the chance. It was difficult to say what would happen to her next. The Era Sacred Institute is so selfish. They just ran away like that. They didn't care about others' well-being at all, Zhao Manyang grumbled. They are the future leaders of this country, who are favored by the heavens. There's no point in them sacrificing their lives in this meaningless war. They will still become high-rank authorities, no matter which side wins the war in the end. Mu Bai had a bad impression of the Era's Sacred Institute, too. It's just how it is. There aren't many heroes like us who are willing to contribute to society. Mo Fan, did you new to him? Why is he crying so horribly? Zhao Manyang asked. Needles suit them better. A captain pointed at Mo Fan and yelled, "Our Brown Army will punish you rebels. You will never leave this country in one piece." Zhao Manyang went up to the captain and kicked him to the ground. "Screw you, you dare think you've won the battle here. If it weren't for the rain, you wouldn't even dare to revolt." Zhao Manyang yelled down at him. The Brown Army might seem powerful now, like a rolling snowball. However, a troop of mags was nothing before a super mage, let alone these foxes who were exploiting the tiger's might. "Let's go, we shouldn't waste our time with these hoodlums," Mu Bai said thinly. True. Most people were fleeing in the opposite direction of Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai, who were heading straight toward the Brown Army. They might be wearing the outfits of the Era Sacred Institute's lecturers, but everyone who was not wearing the Brown Army's uniform would be treated as an enemy in such a messy situation. The frenzy liquid was affecting everyone's minds. Their tempers would only worsen as the rain kept falling, until they became savage beasts who only knew how to kill. The trio tried their best to avoid direct contact with the Brown Army. As for the commander whom Mo Fan had neutered, he was not important enough to the army for it to send its men after Mo Fan and his crew. Many civilians were in custody in circles of wire nets in the plazas when they reached the busiest district of the city. Luckily, the Brown Army did not lose their minds completely. They were not going to massacre the civilians for no reason. However, if they started treating the civilians as hostages to blackmail the new Federation, it was hard to say what would happen to the civilians if the Federation did not agree with the Brown Army's terms. "Who's there?" A soldier on duty had noticed Mo Fan and his crew. We are lecturers from the Era's Sacred Institute. We wandered off from the group. Zhao Manyang calmly identified himself. The soldier frowned. He spoke into his communication device in a local dialect. There was a huge checkpoint guarded by the Brown Army ahead. They seemed to have drawn a boundary line at the center of Banlo City. They had even used the debris of the collapsed buildings to form a barricade through the city. The wall was a defensive measure against the Federation's counterattack. It was also stopping Mo Fan from reaching the Scorching River. The area between the Scorching area and Banlo City had become the Brown Army's camp. It was impossible to reach the Scorching River without going through the Brown Army's territory. What are you doing here? We've already given out notices that our army has taken over the city. Every unauthorized personnel is to report themselves to the concentration camps or leave the city at once. Every unauthorized personnel who stays in the city will be treated as our enemies after 7 hours, the soldier announced. Brother, Zhao Manyang sneakily took out a small diamond and shoved it into the soldier's hand. He said, a few of our students are stuck close to the Scorching River. We're going to escort them back to the school. Is it possible for you to bring us over there? The soldier had a tanned face. His eyeballs were oddly white. It was obvious when he moved his eyeballs. He glanced at the valuable diamond and said righteously, it's troublesome to bring someone there now, let alone bringing 3 people. Zhao Manyang immediately took out another 2 small diamonds. The soldier quickly took them and looked around him. Come with me, and remember not to use any magic or talk to anyone. We are currently in the middle of a war, the soldier said. They followed the soldier to the other side of the barricade. They realized half the city was now full of soldiers of the Brown Army, as if they used to be the residents here. Luckily, they had not forced their way through. Otherwise, they would not have made it to the other side of the city without fighting for several days. The soldier seemed to have a high status in the army. Many Mags saluted when they saw him. It was a relief to Mo Fan and his crew. As long as they reached the west of the city safely, they would not be far from the Scorching River after crossing the rainforest. Taking down Wu Ku might not end the war, but it would at least help the people come to their senses and minimize the casualties and corrupt acts. Chapter 2286. 3 against a brigade of 1,000 soldiers. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. They successfully reached the furniture district west of the city. The furniture district had a river flowing through it. The foul-smelling canals had to be interconnected underground. The polluted water in them was slowly rising because of the storm. A brigade had taken over the furniture district. The central plaza in the district had been turned into the brigade's camp. The streets, which held a lot of building material stores, were crowded with soldiers of the Brown Army. The first wave of their attack had been a great success, taking over Banlo City with the surprise attack. The soldiers had set up camp in the furniture district so they could take a rest. They would launch an attack on the next city in 7 hours. By then, the Federation's army would be prepared. It was most likely on its way already. A real battle would take place in 7 hours. Why are we taking this way? Mu Bai asked with a confused look. The other districts are occupied by other regiments. I don't have the authority to bring you through them. I can easily ask my superior to let us pass if we take this route, the soldier replied. He went across a bridge. The 3 had no choice but to follow him. As they approached a tall building, Mo Fan noticed the building was full of Mags in brown military outfits. They were staring down at them, like archers who had long set up an ambush for their enemy. Set up the perimeter, the soldier suddenly yelled before running to the building. Mags of the Brown Army rushed out from the residential houses behind the bridge. They formed a wall at one end of the bridge to stop Mo Fan and his crew from escaping. There were movements on the tall buildings nearby, each channeling their magic. Their star orbits and star patterns lit up the streets like bright banners and street lamps. Troops of brown Mags poured out of the tallest building and surrounded Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai with the rest of the army, who was approaching from the streets. Damn it, it's an ambush. Zhao Manyang cursed. Mo Fan was surprised too. The Brown Army was treating them like the leaders of their enemy, yet they were not even involved in the war. Why did the Brown Army prepare such a huge trap for them? The enemy had overwhelming numbers. The soldiers in their range of vision were not everyone. More soldiers of the Brown Army were gathering toward them. You set us up. Zhao Manyang yelled at the soldier. Luckily, the diamonds I gave you are fake, too. The soldier was startled. He quickly took out the diamonds and inspected them. He could tell the diamonds were indeed fake after he checked them thoroughly. He snarled in frustration. A skinny man patted the soldier on the shoulder. Don't worry, you have led 3 high-priority targets into our trap. You will be rewarded handsomely. Unlike the soldiers of the army, that man was wearing a luxurious tuxedo and a white shirt. His long hair was tidy and smooth. He was holding a silver baton, like the conductor of an orchestra. It's you. Zhao Manyang instantly recognized the man. The conductor clearly held an important role in the Brown Army if he could summon so many soldiers to trap them. I remembered you after you ruined my plan last time. Interestingly, someone also requested that we stop you from leaving Banlo City alive. Our army is about to take over the Andes Mountains, so I didn't mind doing such a little favor, the conductor named Cook grinned. Another man wearing the Eris Sacred Institute's uniform came out of the building too. He had a dark grin on his young face. The chief extraditor wants you 3 dead. We have prepared a warm welcome for you, because we know how strong you are, the wolf chief said. The student of the Eris Sacred Institute was none other than Sancha's bodyguard. He had gone missing when Mo Fan and Zhu Meng were planning to take him out. They thought the wolf chief had gone into hiding, yet he had been watching them all along. He had even listed them as the Brown Army's high-priority targets. Kill them. Cook ordered. A group of mags with black hats gathered as he waved his little baton. They opened their mouths and uttered deafening shouts together under Cook's lead. It sounded like a hot-blooded army song. However, Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai's heads hurt whenever the choir sang a high note. It felt like hundreds of dwarfs were beating gongs and cymbals in their ears. I can't use my advanced magic. Zhao Manyang swore as he covered his ears. Me either. What should we do now? Mu Bai grimaced in worry. Mo Fan was affected by the choir's sound magic, too. They would not have difficulties handling the disturbance from 1 or 2 sound mags. However, the combined attack from a choir was torture for them. It was impressive they were able to remain conscious, let alone use their magic. Combination magic, wind warships, the commander of a different fleet of wind warships yelled. The wind mags among the soldiers constructed star orbits and star patterns simultaneously. The white star orbits and star patterns gradually combined. A fleet of magnificent wind warships floated above the plaza. Wind gear wheel. The white wind warships fired shredding gusts of wind continuously. They had the shapes of enormous white gear wheels. The first wind gear wheel was heading straight toward Mo Fan and his crew. The petty defense Zhao Manyang could set up in his current state would not be enough to defend them from the wind gear wheel. The choir was singing loudly, hindering the 3 from using their advanced and super magic. We have to take out that choir. Mo Fan swore. It's no use, they have around 1,000 people. I can only fend them off temporarily with my magic equipment, but it won't last for long. Zhao Manyang used his magic equipment right away, taking out a magic shield and putting on his magic armor. A fleet of wind warships had over 2,000 mags pouring their magic into the spell. The wind gear wheel was the combined attack of over 2,000 mags. Even if most of them were only basic and intermediate mags, it still posed a huge threat to a super mage. Chapter 2287. Lord of Lightning, Mo Fan. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I'll fend them off. You 2 figure out a plan, Mo Fan said. How are you going to do that? You are as useless as us when you can't use your advanced spells. Shouldn't we be thinking of a way to run away? Zhao Manyang shot back. Zhao Manyang had the habit of uttering nonsense whenever he was nervous. He had put on a set of pangolin beast armor. A blue light was shining down on them from above, like a glowing pangolin was shielding them with its body. The wind gear wheel kept grinding at the barrier. It started cracking in no time, making Zhao Manyang even more nervous. The situation was no joke. They were completely surrounded by a regiment. They were just like the 5 heroes on Langya Mountain, but there were only 3 of them. Lightning Crow! Mo Fan stayed inside the cover of Zhao Manyang's pangolin beast armor. His nervous system gradually became visible, like a circuit when electricity was flowing through it. More lines surfaced in dense patterns on his arms. They glowed when the lightning flowed past certain points. Glowing dots scattered across Mo Fan's arms. If one looked closely, they would notice the lightning dots actually resembled a star constellation. The glowing dots the lightning was flowing toward were his lightning acupuncture points. Mo Fan was treating the lightning acupuncture points as the stars needed to construct a star constellation. He was replacing the star orbits and star patterns with his nervous system. The choir's disorienting attack had no effect on Mo Fan's lightning magic. Mo Fan crossed his arms. A brilliant lightning star pattern appeared in front of him, serving as the backbone of the star constellation. Countless light dots scattered in the air when the star constellation exploded. The rain was dyed purple by the flickering lightning. An overwhelming energy soon filled the sky above the furniture district. The cries of crows heralding a bad omen echoed in the sky. They sounded like the cries of condors summoning their comrades after they found an injured creature in the desert. One lightning crow after another appeared above the wind warships. Their glowing feathers were made of arcs of lightning. The lightning orbs capable of firing powerful lightning chains had become their eyes. The lightning crows swarmed the wind warships and attacked the mags on them wildly. Due to the 12-fold damage amplification of the lightning tyrant, even the slightest touch from an arc of lightning would inflict serious damage on its target. Mo Fan had no intention to show the brown rebels any mercy. The lightning crows were everywhere. They would unleash deadly lightning chains whenever they beat their wings. They could also cause terrifying lightning explosions whenever they slammed into their targets. Lightning was mutually attractive. Since it was raining heavily, the rain would also conduct the lightning while gathering all the raw lightning magic within a distance of 10 kilometers. Mo Fan's lightning acupuncture points were like an enormous electromagnetic field. It felt like the lightning strikes in the sky were under their command. How much energy did the bolts of lightning from a thunderstorm contain? The lightning bolts that sliced across the sky were visually stunning even when they were a few thousand meters away, let alone the lightning flashing in the clouds. How terrifying would it be when all the lightning had gathered on a single lightning mage? Mo Fan connected all his lightning acupuncture points. He felt like he could control the lightning magic in the sky even if he had only activated the lightning acupuncture points on his arms. Every object that contained lightning energy was now his soldier. In the past, a single lightning crow was only comparable to a normal super spell, but now the lightning crows that he had summoned with the lightning acupuncture points were a full murderous flock. Back in the day, Mo Fan had to control a flock of lightning crows and order them to attack his enemies, but this time, a few flocks of lightning crows appeared on their own to eliminate his enemies whenever he attacked. They were not part of Mo Fan's spell, but the lightning acupuncture points had summoned them to his aid. The lightning acupuncture points had improved the strength of his advanced spell significantly. Mo Fan was dumbfounded when he saw the lightning crows crushing the fleet of wind warships. Is this really my power? The extremely troubled Zhao Manyang had calmed down too, and was now staring at Mo Fan like he was looking at a monster. He was behaving like a wife watching her husband taking Viagra. He was in disbelief and excited at the same time. How insane! As expected of the Lord of Lightning. His knees were going soft after he saw how strong Mo Fan was. How come you aren't affected by the sound element? Mu Bai asked pointedly. Cook and the Wolf Chief shared the same question. Was the choir they had hired with a huge sum just lip-syncing? Not only was the guy able to use a super spell, it felt like he had summoned a thunderstorm equivalent to a red alert disaster. The lightning crows were basically the same as kamikaze aircraft during the Second World War. The mags who were supposed to attack from the tall buildings were in a mess. Even the fleet of wind warships was in disorder. They could not possibly maintain the wind gear wheel. Try harder. Follow my instructions and shout at the top of your lungs. Cook started waving his baton again. The choir had to be slacking. They must have let their guard down. They were only going up against a few young lecturers. Their cultivation was nowhere strong enough to ignore the sound element. Ready, sing. Cook stood on his toes. The choir immediately sang as loud as they could. They no longer sounded like elegant tenors, trying their best to suppress Mo Fan's lightning magic. They had turned into mad dogs that had been locked in cages. They were barking madly at anyone who posed a threat to them. Their faces reddened. Their voices were hoarse. Their lungs were about to explode. A few members of the choir were rolling their eyes as they fell short on breath. They were on the verge of fainting from lack of oxygen. A disadvantage of using the sound magic was how easy it was to injure friendlies when the sound magic became too powerful. The mags who were relatively weaker were now struggling to use their magic due to the deafening song of the choir. Their star orbits kept breaking as they were unable to focus. Mo Fan turned around and noticed how hard the choir was trying. Since Mo Fan had the lightning acupuncture points, he was able to construct the star orbits, star patterns, star constellations, and star palaces inside his body. He no longer had to rely on his mental strength. The choir had no chance of affecting Mo Fan's lightning magic, even if they sang until their deaths. Chapter 2288. I'm Ridiculously Strong. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Why am I sensing the aura of a super spell? The soldier who had led Mo Fan and his crew into the trap exclaimed. Impossible, no one can use a super spell under the influence of my choir. Cook snarled. Wolf Chief stared at Mo Fan like he was trying to open up Mo Fan's body with a scalpel and dig out his secret of being able to use his lightning magic under the sound magic's disturbance. It's most likely his superpower. Wolf Chief frowned with a gloomy expression. To think that the guy was a super mage who had awakened a superpower. He had really underestimated this trio. Superpower. Cook was startled. He thought only old super mags could possess superpowers. The young man was in his 20s at most. How did he awaken a superpower, not to mention it was related to the naturally strong lightning element? Humph, so what if he has a superpower? There's no way he can take on so many people by himself. Wolf Chief grinned. Wolf Chief was jealous, yet he felt a lot better when he thought the young man was going to die soon. Human wave attacks had always been the most powerful strategy in the world. Even though only a few super mags would possess superpowers, the mags of the Brown Army were everywhere. They just had to construct a single star orbit to kill a super mage by abusing their numbers. Don't be scared of him. He's almost at his limit. Wolf Chief called out. Commander, it's all you now. Cook yelled at a Caucasian woman. The woman had a pointy nose, yet her face was oddly masculine. The lines on her face were too distinguished for a woman. She was as tall as most men, and her eyes were cold and firm, like a soldier who had undergone proper training. Raise the fleet shell, the commander ordered firmly. She had no interest in the grudge between Wolf Chief, Cook, Mo Fan, and his crew. Her only desire was to end the fight as quickly as possible. In 6 hours, the Federation would be launching its counterattack. That was the real battle she was waiting for. The fight here was like a little brawl. It did not matter how strong the 3 mags from the Orient were. They were merely struggling like little porcupines prior to their deaths in front of her regiment. The lightning magic was oddly powerful, however. It was puncturing through the soldiers' chests with ease. The commander did not want to lose too many of her men, and ordered her captains to move into defensive positions. The wind warships began moving as a whole. They still possessed enormous strength despite losing several hundred mags. The fleet shell was not the real armor of a battleship. It was a defensive system made up of many light mags. As soon as the order was given, advanced light mags immediately took command of the wind warships. The whole fleet turned into a battle machine with each mage as a gear. The gears had varied sizes. The advanced mags were big gears while the intermediate and basic mags were smaller gears. They were providing the battle machine with energy. Wind magic was its core. Light magic was its shell. The wind warships were not actual battleships with decks, hulls, and armor, but the whole fleet was made up of the light and wind magic of around 2,000 mags. The system allowed the mags to stack their magic very effectively. It was similar to machinery components. The components were not useful on their own, yet when they were combined into a machine, the power they could unleash was far greater than their individual power output, provided the fuel was sufficient. Mo Fan's lightning tyrant had made him one of the strongest lightning mags in the world. He could defeat a few hundred mags with ease. However, the light shell the light mags had raised for the wind warships was surprisingly sturdy. It was comparable to the defense of a super mage like Zhao Manyang. The Brown Army's formation was not to be underestimated, since they had the strength in numbers. There are too many of them. They have come prepared, Mu Bai analyzed. Zhao Manyang was almost at his limit. Mu Bai had no choice but to use his trump card now. The wind warships were not their only problem. A whole lot more mags were raining spells at them from the nearby buildings. Blizzard and fierce winds, scorching flames, and burning light, rolling sandstorms and ferocious tides. Even though the army mainly consisted of basic and intermediate mags, they had no trouble defeating powerful mags when they kept bombarding their enemies with spells. Mo Fan, I can't hold on for much longer. Mu Bai exclaimed, his face pale. The enemy's numbers were too overwhelming. The buildings in front of them had several hundred soldiers. The heads that were sticking out of the windows alone were enough to form a few dozen platoons, let alone the men on the roofs. The whole building had turned into a fortress with countless cannons aimed at them, and the streets on both sides of the plaza were crowded with mags too. The number of mags they could see were several thousand, not to mention those out of their range of vision behind the buildings. The bridge was behind them, and it was fully crowded with mags without the slightest gap between them, like they were holding a protest. The streets had other buildings too. The soldiers of the Brown Army had occupied their balconies, windows, and roofs. It was obviously a trap Salon and the chief extraditor had prepared for Mo Fan and his friends. Otherwise, why would the Brown rebels go through so much trouble just to welcome 3 mags from China? Zhao Manyang's magic equipment started breaking after a few rounds of attacks, and Mu Bai's defensive moves had only bought them a few extra seconds. Mo Fan had only used 1 or 2 spells to suppress enemies' fire. They might have fended off the fleet of wind warships, but unfortunately they'd had no time to deal with the rebels on their sides and back. Stardust! The circle of crystal teeth did not require star patterns and star constellations. Mo Fan could activate it with a single thought. Mo Fan had no choice but to give up his lightning magic when Mu Bai's defense collapsed. He promptly stacked the shards into a fortress. The enemy had overwhelming numbers, so every spell they used would provide Mo Fan with a shard. The abundant shards immediately filled up any gaps. The fortress was extremely sturdy. Mo Fan managed to fend off another round of bombardment. But even though the fortress was continuously repaired by the circle of crystal teeth, it would not last forever. The circle of crystal teeth was merely stealing a portion of the enemy's energy as they were constructing star orbits and star patterns. It needed around 10,000 shards just to withstand a round of bombardment. The remaining shards were not enough to withstand the next round of attacks. That guy is ridiculously strong, the female commander noticed. Most super mags would be dead by now. Yet, their enemies were still holding their ground. Chapter 2289. The Magic Palace Constructed with Superpower. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The circle of crystal teeth did not hinder Mo Fan from using his magic. The lightning acupuncture points on Mo Fan's upper body lit up during the time that the circle of crystal teeth and star dust had bought him. More lines intertwined on Mo Fan's skin. The aura alone was utterly terrifying, even before the magic was unleashed. Previously, when Mo Fan had crossed his arms to construct a star pattern with the lightning acupuncture points, the lightning flashing across the sky above Banlo City had been assisting him. This time, a huge lightning explosion suddenly took place in the city as Mo Fan activated half of his lightning acupuncture points to construct a star palace. Lightning was arcing everywhere in the city. There were quite a lot of lightning mags in the city right now. The moment Mo Fan activated his lightning acupuncture points, every circuit, wire, and electrical appliance in the city exploded simultaneously. The city fell into darkness following it. The whole area was suddenly as dead silent as if a blackout had occurred. The plaza of the furniture district was on the city's west side, between the residential areas and the commercial areas. The whole city had lost power, except for the furniture district. The dark city and the gloomy sky were brightly lit up by the lightning arcs shining down like the sun upon it. The lightning arcs were the star palace Mo Fan's lightning acupuncture points were constructing. The star palace was not formless or just an energy-transferring medium. It was an actual palace made of lightning. The magnificent palace was a great calamity that had fallen to the mundane world from the heavens. The ground of the mundane world had no chance of withstanding its weight. Every building in its area was destroyed completely. Every person caught in its lightning was turned into ashes. The furniture district was flattened very suddenly. The buildings inside an area over 10,000 meters square turned into ashes. The mags of the Brown Army were falling to the ground like ants and insects, together with the falling trees they were hanging onto. Those who were caught by the slightest arc of lightning from the lightning palace vanished into thin air with the buildings. Everyone was struggling to keep their eyes open. They almost fainted upon witnessing the astonishing sight after their vision recovered. The buildings in the furniture district were gone. Mags were moaning in pain on the ground. The number of mags who had gathered at the plaza was clearly a lot higher than the ones who had survived. Is he still human? The choir was dumbfounded. They could not sing even a single note right now. The mags on the streets froze as if a blizzard had just swept through the area. Only a few minor spells were still lingering in the air, like little sparrows in front of a huge dragon. The people were too shocked to notice the dark swamp that was appearing under their feet. The streets were suddenly covered in a dark ooze, as if the roads had melted. Not only was it emitting a foul smell, it was extremely sticky, and was grabbing firmly at the mags' feet. An icy dark aura slowly penetrated their bodies through their feet. The mags who had yet to recover from the great shock were soon trembling in fear. What if the lightning palace had targeted them? They would have perished like ashes, regardless of their numbers. Attack! Attack now! Kill them at all costs! Cook yelled. What are you waiting for? You bunch of useless pricks! Captains, Commander, give your orders at once. Cook could not care less about the casualties. His only thought was to stop the monster from getting away. The loss is nothing compared to the war we are about to fight. Kill them, and we're one step closer to victory. Cook shouted at the mags overwhelmed by fear. It was not like Mo Fan's superpower had truly frightened them. Anything could happen in a war, even though Mo Fan's strength was rather ridiculous. However, Cook, Wolf Chief, and the female commander had not noticed Mo Fan's shadow magic spreading to the other side of the bridge. The Dark Swamp was an evolved version of the NYX regime. It did not have to attack the soldiers. It just needed to enhance the fear and panic in their hearts. The Brown Army's numbers might be overwhelming, but its soldiers were mostly low-level mags. Mo Fan's powerful shadow magic could easily suppress them. Mo Fan had caused massive destruction with the Lightning Palace, and was using the Dark Swamp to pressure thousands of mags on the other side of the bridge. He had crushed the enemies in front of him with the Lightning Palace, and kept the enemies behind at bay with the Shadow Element, giving him and his friends the perfect chance to escape. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai did not hesitate. They forced their way through the debris in the plaza instead of retreating. There were a lot of enemies, still, behind them, but Mo Fan's lightning had cleared a huge path ahead. The choir was overwhelmed by the fear coming from the dark swamp. They were not able to interrupt Mu Bai and Zhao Manyan's magic in time. Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang immediately took over Mo Fan's role and charged forward recklessly once they were able to use their advanced and super spells. Rapid growth of all things. Mu Bai was in charge of stopping the enemies behind them. He tossed some special magic seeds in all directions. The seeds would cause the things they came into contact with to grow rapidly, including a human's body. A huge forest appeared out of nowhere while the Brown Army was still gaping in shock. It forcibly created a national park in the middle of the war zone. Thick vines were intertwining like spider webs. The sturdy trunks were as tall as buildings, while the branches were dangling from the trees like curtains. Still, Cook's shouts were quite effective at helping the soldiers come back to their senses. However, all they could see were green plants when they began searching for their targets. The twisting vines were like a bunch of snakes woven together. King useless, you can't even stop 3 people from running away, yet you are thinking of seizing control of a country. Cook was so mad that he felt like tearing his scalp off. He vented all his anger on the female commander. After all, she was the person in charge of the regiment. It was you who underestimated the enemy's strength, resulting in unnecessary casualties to my regiment, the commander scoffed. She was coldly amused by Cook's attempt to put the blame on her. It seems like a regiment alone isn't enough to take them down, Wolf Chief spoke up calmly, after collecting his thoughts. There's nothing the Brown Army can't do. We can easily seize control of a country. If a regiment isn't enough, we'll send 2. If 2 isn't enough, we'll send 3 or 4 regiments after them. If 1,000 people aren't enough, we'll send 10,000 people. The Brown Army is unstoppable. Cook yelled like a madman. Chapter 2290. Militia. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Hope Street of Banlo City. Black sacks filled with sand were being used to set up a barricade. The barricade was set along the barricades at the center of the city to prevent the Federation's army from sneaking around to the Brown Army's flank. A few militiamen wearing brown singlets were hiding behind the sandbags. They were drinking beer while discussing the ridiculous incident that had taken place that day. Did you hear? 5,000 of our men were sent to take down 3 enemy generals, yet the 3 still ran away unharmed. That's crazy, a soldier with a big nose said. I already told you there are powerful mags in the Federation. We only won this fight because our enemy couldn't react in time. Sigh, I'm such a fool for joining the Brown Army. We won't have anywhere to call home if we lose this war. The battle will happen in a few hours. Let's find a place to hide. A few militiamen were chatting softly when they suddenly heard the sound of glass cracking. The soldier with a big nose immediately turned around. Who's there? We are tourists from Asia. We just want to cross to the other side to reach our embassy, Mo Fan answered with an honest smile. How long has it been since the war broke out? Why the heck are you still here? If we see you roaming around on the streets in another 4 hours, you will be dead for sure, the militia scolded the 3. We were too scared to leave just now. Brothers, please go easy on us and let us pass, Mo Fan said. A bulky militiaman who was drinking beer rose to his feet. He seemed a little drunk and hot-tempered. Are we seriously letting them pass so easily? What if they are from the Federation? The man blurted out. Mu Bai was standing behind Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang, who were pretending to be ordinary refugees. He would use his magic if the situation got out of hand. Mu Bai could not afford to go easy on them too if he wanted to stop them from alerting the army. They were currently in a war zone. Being merciful would only bring them more trouble. Sigh, they are just a bunch of young adults, why are you troubling them? Young man, just go and try not to go on vacation in an unstable country like ours. Isn't it better to travel around Europe? The volunteer with a big nose was more approachable. It's not safe in Europe either, Zhao Manyang shook his head. Then just stay in your homeland. Are you Chinese or Japanese? Sigh, it doesn't matter. Either one is better than our country. Just go, the soldier sighed. He asked his men to move the barricade away so Mo Fan and his crew could pass. The drunk man was reluctant to let them pass. He stood in front of the trio. I hate Asians the most. A rich Japanese hooked up with my woman. She told me she was pregnant when she came back to me, so I sold her as a prostitute instead. The drunk man grabbed Zhao Manyan's collar. His breath smelled strongly of alcohol. That's enough. The other militiaman shoved the drunk man away and said impatiently, that's your own business. Why are you putting the blame on others? You have been killing innocent people for no reason, and now you are trying to pick a fight with a few more innocent young men? You are already in your 40s, yet you don't even have a proper job. How could you blame your woman for hooking up with another man? The drunk man crawled back to his feet and glared at the leader. What now? Are you going to fight me? I'm the sergeant of his militia troop. I'm your superior as long as we haven't lost the war. You better show some respect, the sergeant warned him. Humph, militia? We are nothing but cannon fodder. You are being too full of yourself. The drunk man withheld his urge to start a fight. He kept glaring at Zhao Manyang and the others instead. The sergeant waved his hand and let the three cross the barricade. Mo Fan immediately expressed his gratitude. Be careful, we might be the ones who start the war, but the Federation isn't your friend either, the militia warned them. Thank you so much, kind sir. The three immediately found a building and hid in the kitchen of a cafe after crossing the barricade. There are still good people in this world, Zhao Manyang mused aloud. He took off the shirt he had wrapped on his arm. Blood immediately poured out from the wound there. The three had sustained different degrees of injuries. The defenses of Zhao Manyang's magic armor and shield were not perfect. The wind gear wheel had left a huge cut on his arm. Mu Bai's back was burned by light magic. It looked like he had been scalded by a branding iron. Mo Fan had more wounds on him, but his flesh was a lot stronger than theirs, and his healing was quicker too. He was still in a good condition, apart from the fatigue of using too much lightning magic. It had taken them a great deal of effort to break free from the regiment's encirclement. They did not dare to push forward under the circumstances. They decided to back away from the Brown Army's territory and went to the other side of the city. The Brown Army was still searching the streets. They could not afford to kill the soldiers along the way with their magic, as it would alert the army. They had no choice but to disguise themselves as common tourists. Luckily, they had stumbled into a militia sergeant with some conscience. Otherwise, they would not even have had a chance to catch their breath if they attracted the Brown Army's attention. What should we do now? The Brown Army has taken over the city west. There are trenches and barricades even if we take the long way around the city. Their numbers are insane. Zhao Manyang complained. In 4 hours, the Federation will launch a counterattack. It's our only chance to reach the scorching river, Mo Fan said. Are you kidding me? The three of us are nothing but mere ants once the battle breaks out. Tens of thousands of mags will be involved in the battle. Zhao Manyang protested. It's almost 100,000 if you include the militia, Mu Bai corrected Zhao Manyang. Zhu Meng was right, the city would soon turn into a hot war zone. The battle would escalate to a terrifying level. Super mags were capable of taking on 100 people or even 1,000 people at once, but were they able to handle an army with more than 10,000 people? The battle they were just in only had around 6,000 mags, yet they had almost died there. Chapter 2291. The Federation's army is here. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The rain was still pouring down heavily. The woods between the scorching river and Banlo City were about to turn into a swamp from the rain. The water on the flatlands had already reached their knees. Destructive magic kept appearing across the city. The trash and debris had blocked off the sewers, and the city had flooded. The streets had turned into water channels, making it difficult for people to walk across them. There was no sign of civilians in the city. Most of them were hiding in the buildings or sent to the refugee camps by the Brown Army. Those who were still roaming in the city were interrogated by the Brown Army. They were most likely executed in the end since the Brown Army did not want anyone from the Federation to sneak into their territory prior to the battle. Sirens were going off continuously. The Brown Army was trying to take over the city. They were not planning to massacre every civilian. They were warning the people in the city to hide indoors and stay away from the streets. Otherwise, they would be treated as an enemy. As soon as the order was given, the streets were smeared with blood. Not everyone had listened to the instructions and stayed indoors. Idiot, are you asking for your death? Are you deaf? Did you not hear the warnings that kept telling you to stay indoors? You are lucky that you weren't burned to death by a fire burst when you snuck across the street. Find a place to hide now, the militia sergeant yelled. A slender woman crawled to her feet on the street. My brother, his legs were punctured by a steel-reinforced bar. I have to find some medicine. Otherwise, he won't survive the night, the woman cried. Her eyes were full of tears. She was soaked in rain too, like she had just crawled out of a pond. The militia sergeant frowned. He looked at the drug store across the street. It seemed like the woman was trying to get some medicine from it. Hide inside that bakery, and don't come out, the militia sergeant ordered her. But? There's no but. Go inside, or I'll kill you now, the militia sergeant yelled. The woman quickly hid inside the bakery. She picked up some bread from the ground and munched on it. She was obviously starving. She realized her brother had not eaten anything for some time too. She quickly found a filthy bag and took the bread from the shelves, wrapping them carefully with plastic so they would not be soaked in the rain. Soaked bread was horrible to eat. The woman suddenly heard footsteps as she finished up. She subconsciously hid in a corner until she saw the militia sergeant coming inside the bakery with a white plastic bag which held some medicine he had found in the drug store. The militia sergeant shoved the plastic bag into the woman's hands and yelled, "Your brother isn't going to live if you are dead. Stop coming out on the streets. Do you understand?" The skinny woman lifted her gaze and revealed her tearful eyes between her disheveled wet hair. Beautiful Banlo City had turned into hell on earth in less than 12 hours. Her slender figure could barely withstand the pressure. She would rather have jumped into flames if she did not have her brother to take care of. The woman grabbed the 2 bags and ran back to the building she was hiding in previously. However, just as she reached the building, huge rocks were tossed into the air. They were the size of a large house. They flew across the sky. One of them happened to target the building the woman was heading towards. It landed on the building and snapped it in half. The floors above the 12th started falling in front of her. The woman's eyes widened and almost fell out of their sockets. Her brother was on the 14th floor, meaning that he was among the debris that was falling to the ground. The 2 bags she was holding dropped onto the concrete. She ran at the debris like she had gone insane, but the impact as the debris fell to the ground knocked her into the distance. The militia sergeant was only 200 meters away. He turned around and saw the woman being sent flying by the impact. The Federation's army. They are here. They are on the 4th Avenue with a regiment of rock tanks. Huge rocks the size of houses went flying into the sky before falling down on Banlo City like meteorites. They blew up into pieces, firing splinters into every corner of the city. It was soon covered in smoke and cries of pain. Those didn't they know there are still a lot of civilians in the buildings? Why aren't they coming straight at us instead? The militia sergeant snarled. Even an idiot would know there were still a lot of civilians who had not been evacuated from the city. The Federation's army was bombarding the city with rocks, as if they could not care less about innocent civilians. Retreat to the trenches. Forget about them, we aren't a Salvation Army. Damn it! The militia sergeant knew his power was limited. There was nothing he could do to stop the enemy's advance. More buildings began to collapse on the street, posing a huge threat to the Brown Army. Blood and flesh were mixed into the debris. Bang! A few rocks happened to land on the path the militia were retreating on. The rocks crushed those they landed on like smashed tomatoes. Several militiamen died instantly. The militia sergeant was relatively lucky as the rocks did not land on him. However, he was dazed when he saw his men turning into red tomato sauce on the ground. A huge rock suddenly swept past the militia sergeant's head. Judging by its trail, it was heading toward a nearby refugee camp. The camps were refugee centers for the civilians. Those who were not involved in the war were gathered in the camps. Normally, the Federation's army would avoid the refugee camps since the people in the camps were the Federation civilians. Their relationship with the Federation's army was like hostages and the police. However, one of the rocks was heading straight toward the nearest camp. There were at least 1,000 people in it. The rock was the size of a cruise liner, and would instantly turn the camp into a burial ground with more than 1,000 corpses. "Those scumbags," the militia sergeant shouted. The rock was about to fall on the camp and smash the people into pieces, when a silver light wrapped around the rock. The rock suddenly froze in the air after the silver light completely enclosed it. It was like watching a paused film. However, it was happening in real life instead of a film. How could such a huge rock freeze in midair all of a sudden? The militia sergeant was dumbfounded. The rock had stopped in an instant. How strong would the person have to be to do such an astonishing feat? Chapter 2292. The Heavenly Sensei. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The militia sergeant slowly turned around and saw a man in a transparent raincoat standing in the rain. His eyes were emitting a deep silver light, which was a little bewitching to look at. It's you," the militia sergeant stammered in disbelief. Wasn't he the young tourist he gave permission to leave out of kindness? If he was strong enough to stop such a huge rock with his eyes, why would he behave so modestly in front of them? Mo Fan went up to the militia sergeant and smiled. "Relax." The militia sergeant could not relax at all. The Federation's army had arrived. He was only a basic mage. He had been appointed to lead some militia because he had been a hunter for some time. However, he was just like the rest of his squad. They could die at any second. "Fine, we admit we are the 3 people who are wanted by your army, but I'm grateful for your kindness in letting us go. It gave us some time to treat our injuries and catch our breath," Mo Fan told him. The militia sergeant's face was drenched in the rain. He had a blank expression as he struggled to take in the information. He was only one of 100,000 militiamen. He did not have the clearance to understand what his superiors were up to. "Why, young man, why did you save the people in the refugee camp?" the militia sergeant asked after some time. "Why did you let us go?" Mo Fan asked in return. "I just think that we can't lose our conscience as humans," the militia sergeant answered honestly. "Likewise, you are right that many people in the Federation are scumbags," Mo Fan sighed. The militia sergeant sat on the ground with a regretful face. "To be honest with you, I didn't want to join the revolution, but the sudden thought came into my mind out of nowhere. Sigh, I can't back out anymore. I will most likely die soon in an explosion," the militia sergeant admitted in low spirits. Mo Fan trusted the militia sergeant's words. The purpose of the reign the Black Vatican had conspired to use for so long was to make everyone lose their rationality, so they would tear at one another like primordial beasts with even a little conflict. It was obvious that many people in the war still had a clear conscience, like this militia sergeant. Unfortunately, the people with their own principles and beliefs were slowly losing their ground to the reign, or they were forced to go with the flow in order to survive. I don't know if you will believe me when I say the Black Vatican is actually pulling the strings behind the scenes. They are using the reign. Mo Fan briefly explained the Black Vatican's plan to the militia sergeant. He was waiting for Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai's update, so he decided to use the time wisely by learning more information about the Brown Army from the militia sergeant. The militia sergeant was dumbfounded after learning the truth. "I believe you, but you won't be able to make it to the Scorching River's headwaters," the militia sergeant told him. "Why?" Mo Fan was puzzled. "The main army has set a camp there. As for the Black Vatican's head priest whom you mentioned, is referred to as the Rain Sensei in the army. He's praying to the heavens for the rain of victory," the militia sergeant said. "Rain of victory?" Mo Fan almost burst out laughing, yet he felt sorry for the locals when he thought about the situation. It was clearly a reign of destruction, yet the people were tricked into believing it was a reign of victory, which would bring them blessings. Perhaps it's because the people became more united since the rain started falling. Not only is the headwaters of the Scorching River the main camp of our army, the elite soldiers led by our General Ash are on standby in the vicinity too. You won't be able to reach the woods in the outer circle, let alone the Scorching River, the militia sergeant told. Mo Fan frowned. It sounded like the Brown Army assumed the Black Vatican's reign was in their favor. In other words, the Black Vatican had long colluded with the Brown Army. Or perhaps the Black Vatican had long planned to use their trick on a politically unstable country so they could take it over. Wuku was serving as the Brown Army's battle drummer. He was using the heavy rain to turn the Brown Army into ferocious beasts. In other words, Wuku was protected by the whole Brown Army. I've learned a lot. Thank you for telling me all this, Mo Fan said. I'm not as powerful as you. It's all I can do, the militia sergeant sighed. I should go. Be careful, Mo Fan did not want to stay for too long. All right, you guys should be careful too, the militia sergeant sent him off. He ran to the collapsed building where the slender woman was buried under the debris. Either way, it was still a human life. The militia sergeant took off his brown jacket and started searching for the woman under the broken cement and steel-reinforced bars. Mo Fan left in a hurry, hearing cries of agony around him. A young man with a broken leg was lying on the street. An old man was trapped in a collapsed house. Women were looking for shelter amid the debris. The Federation's army was rapidly pushing forward. The destruction they were causing to the city was on par with the destruction the Brown Army had caused. They were basically tearing the already broken-down city apart. Mo Fan caught up to Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai. How is it looking? The Federation's army will soon reach the barricades. From the looks of it, they will reclaim the city in 3 hours, Mu Bai reported. Zhao Manyang had stolen a few uniforms from the Federation army. He passed them to Mo Fan and Mu Bai. Their goal is to drive the Brown Army back to the other side of the Scorching River. They will keep pushing after retaking the city, Mu Bai went on as he and Mo Fan swiftly put on the uniforms. They did not want to be involved in the war, but they had to rely on the Federation armies advancing to make their way to the Scorching River. The Brown Army had listed them as high-priority targets. It would be extremely difficult to sneak through their defenses. Furthermore, the Brown Army was treating Wuku like a heavenly sensei. Wuku needs an abundant supply of water to control the rain. He turns the water of the Scorching River into water vapor and spreads it into the sky, Mo Fan told them. So he won't move to another place if he wants the rain to keep falling, Mu Bai nodded his understanding. We'll fight alongside the Federation's army and defeat the Brown Army on this side of the Scorching River, Mo Fan decided. Zhao Manyang's expression darkened gradually as he listened to the conversation between Mu Bai and Mo Fan. Holy crap, why do they sound like it is just a simple plan? What do they mean by defeating the Brown Army on this side of the Scorching River? It meant they had to King help the Federation win the war. Chapter 2293. A glorious little recruit of the Federation's army. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Brown Army did not start revolting just because of the rain. Perhaps the frenzy rain had provoked the militia into joining the revolution, destroying the city, and killing innocent civilians. However, the leaders and the army of the Brown rebels must have been planning for it for a long time. Their attempt to kidnap Sunchar, the daughter of an important official tied to the Federation's economy, was obviously part of their preparations for the war. The Brown Army had come prepared. The Federation's army might seem huge, but the number of soldiers it could gather in such a short time was limited. Even if they managed to reclaim Banlo City, could they really defeat the Brown Army at the Scorching River? The Brown Army had obviously taken Half-Ridge Mountain City as their base. They had crossed the Scorching River to invade Banlo City. The Federation's army had arrived too late. It would be difficult for them to drive the Brown Army back now. Mo Fan's trio was planning to blend into the Federation's army. If the Federation's army could drive the Brown Army back to the other side of the Scorching River, they would be able to take down Wu Ku, who could not afford to relocate himself right now. However, if the Federation's army lost the battle, Wu Ku would be unreachable. The rain would then last for at least another half a month. Mo Fan had thought they could weave through the battlefield by abusing their super magic and avoid the battle, then take down Wu Ku. Unfortunately, things were not as simple as he thought. He still had to involve himself in the terrifying war. Zhao Manyang had the same worry. Once they were stuck in the war, even super mags might die there, and at a surprisingly high rate. He was utterly confused why Mo Fan and Mu Bai did not hesitate when they planned to join the Federation's army. "Do our uniforms have any stars or badges?" Mo Fan suddenly asked. He was not going to back away once he had decided on his course of action. Those with high ranks have records in the system. You should be glad that I managed to find a few uniforms for the Federation's army. Were you thinking of disguising yourself as a general? Zhao Manyang snickered. Oh. Currently, they were 3 glorious little recruits for the Federation's army. For the Federation? Mo Fan reached out his hand and played his role. I would rather yell for the tribe, or something. Let's agree on something before we go any further. If we are surrounded by another regiment, we should do our best to stay alive. I don't mind sacrificing my life for my country, but I have no intention of sacrificing my life for this country and being buried in a foreign land. Zhao Manyang declared. We are going to blend into the Federation's army. Why would we be surrounded again? Mo Fan wondered. What should we do now? Mu Bai was confused. Mo Fan was just about to say something when he heard loud marching on the puddles behind him. It sounded rather intimidating. You 3 dumbwits, are you hiding behind a bus because you are scared like sissies? Go to your positions at once. We will be charging at those scumbags' barricades in 10 minutes. I'll kill you right now if you are thinking of deserting the war, a soldier who was built like a chimpanzee yelled at them. His voice echoed across the street like a tyrant. We were chasing after a few militiamen, but they disappeared like mice, Mo Fan quickly replied. Militia? Why did you bother wasting your time on them? Go back to your squad. We'll kill every single one of those scum, the captain yelled at him. Affirmative. Mo Fan mimicked the soldiers of the Federation's army and saluted in an awkward manner. The 3 quickly ran toward the assault troop in the brigade. We'll just pretend to be soldiers for now and wait until they reclaim Banlo City, Mo Fan told Mu Bai. All right, Mu Bai was a little impatient, yet he knew he would only get himself killed if they tried to force their way through the battlefield. They immediately stood behind the assault troop. The black chimpanzee guy came over and inspected them. Asians? Black chimpanzee asked them. Yes. Why have I never seen you before? Black chimpanzee demanded with a hostile expression. We are students of the Eris Sacred Institute's branch in Lei City. We are new recruits. Zhao Manyang proclaimed. He took out the badge of the Eris Sacred Institute to prove their identities. The Eris Sacred Institute seemed to have sided with the Federation, so it was fine showing their student badges. Ah, the branch in Lei City, that good-for-nothing institute that bribes the Eris Sacred Institute's recruiting department with money every year. Stop claiming you are from the Eris Sacred Institute. You are nothing like their students, a sergeant in the troop snarled. You're right. Otherwise, we wouldn't be just recruits now, Zhao Manyang agreed. I hate mags who keep mentioning the name of their school wherever they go. They only know to show off with their fancy yet impractical spells. Stand in your lines and go to the front once you hear the signal. I'll execute you if you dare take a step back. Do you hear me? The apish captain stopped suspecting them and kicked Zhao Manyang's butt. Mo Fan and Mu Bai quickly found a spot in the troop so they would not be kicked in the butt. Zhao Manyang was utterly displeased. However, he did not dare slap the apish captain and send him flying with a backhand, as he did not want to blow his cover. Damn it, how did we end up like this? Shouldn't we at least be captains if we are joining an army? Zhao Manyang grumbled. It was you who found these uniforms. Why couldn't you find better ones? Mo Fan rebuked him. By the way, what rank is Zhong Xiaohu now? Zhao Manyang asked suddenly. He was a major general the last time I saw him. I'm not sure what his rank is now. He did leave me a message telling me he's going on a secret mission, Mo Fan answered. Zhao Manyang's face darkened. Why was his situation getting worse even after he had become a super mage? Zhong Xiaohu was a major general. A little captain like the black chimpanzee would have to drop to his knees to clean Zhong Xiaohu's boots. And yet, that black chimpanzee was ordering Zhao Manyang around like a dog. He had even kicked him in the ***. It F*** King hurt. Pay attention, focus. You will see a bridge once you cross the building in front. The bridge is the line of boundary between the two armies. You are going to charge at it when the signal is given. Do you understand? You can only go forward. Black Chimpanzee walked back and forth in front of the troop, giving the soldiers a final speech prior to the battle. I'll kill you if I see the slightest hesitation from you, the apish captain yelled at them. Yes, sir. The assault troop had 100 soldiers. They were all basic mags. They might not be cannon fodder in the war, but they were only useful for blocking bullets for the main forces behind them. Chapter 2294. Attacking the Barricades. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan kept hearing the sounds of something like long bugle horns. A grey cloud had taken the shape of a bugle horn to the east of Banlo City. The bugle horn was so huge that it almost pierced through the black clouds in the sky. It was blaring out the signal to advance to the army. All of Banlo City could hear it. Colourful spells immediately began attacking the barricades. They combined into a magical storm, pouring down at the other side of the barricades. The 3rd Assault Troop of the army. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai were like ducks being driven out onto a perch. There were around 80 people behind them who kept pushing them forward. Everyone knew the first round of attacks at the walls would be the fiercest. The chance of survival was less than 10%. They did not have a choice. The captains who were supervising the assault troops would treat them as deserters if they showed the slightest intention to back away. Go, take over the walls and you will be a hero to Banlo City, the apish captain yelled encouragingly. The assault troop was heading straight toward a barricade across a minor street. The rest of the assault troops were charging at the walls on the main highway. There were at least 1,000 soldiers in total. The walls were around 2 kilometers long. The Federation Army's goal was to take over the barricades on Hope Street and take out the enemy in the other half of the city. Mo Fan did not rely too much on his magic. This battle was going to last for a long time. They were only waiting for the Federation's army to launch their counterattack. They did not have to fight for the sake of the Federation. Besides, he could easily take over the wall on the minor street by himself, let alone with an assault regiment consisting of 1,000 soldiers. Look out for the water guns! Black Chimpanzee shouted. A few rows of water mags popped up above the walls and began constructing star orbits amid the bombardment. A blue energy was flowing on their arms after they constructed the blue star orbits. The militias gathered the energy on their palms. Water burst out of their palms like a high-pressure pump. It was like a dam had burst when a few hundred water mags did it at the same time. A basic or intermediate mage was only slightly stronger and healthier than an ordinary person physically. They were unable to withstand the pressure of the fierce tide. Some of the mags were even knocked flying by the water and slammed into the jagged debris and concrete. Those who were unlucky were punctured by scattered steel-reinforced bars and the sharp edges of the rubble. The assault troop of 100 soldiers was indeed cannon fodder. They had lost their ground before they could even cast a single basic spell. Mo Fan palmed his forehead. What the heck were they doing? He knew these soldiers of the Federation's army were weak, but how did they all fall in less than half a minute? The three of them felt completely out of place, as they were the only ones standing. Stand up now and keep going forward," the apish captain yelled. The high-pressure water guns were not to be underestimated. Even those used to wash cars were strong enough to hurt people, let alone these spells that were at least 5 to 6 times stronger. The pressure could even break a person's bones. "Why don't we join the assault troops on the main street instead?" Zhao Manyang suggested. "Idiot, we are assigned to target this segment of the walls," the frantic captain yelled at him. "We are the only ones left. Do we really have to keep going?" Zhao Manyang pointed out. The apish captain glanced at his remaining men before looking at the well-trained militia on the walls. "To the main street. Damn it, come with me if you can still move. You useless pricks, you can't even handle the militia." Black Chimpanzee never stopped chewing them out. They ran to the main street, where a chaotic fight was taking place. The Federation's army had 11 assault teams, who were charging recklessly at the barricades like cannon fodder. The main force, which mainly consisted of fire mags, was further behind the assault troops. The fire mags were like archers and cannons in a battle, protected in the middle by the rest of the army. Their job was to overwhelm the enemy with firepower. The troops to the sides were mostly wind and light mags. Their job was to occupy the enemy. A war was more or less a bigger-scale group battle. The groups would have their assault squads, main battalions, side platoons, and a platoon with control magic. The Brown Army was defending the barricades. Their formation was much simpler. The walls had provided them with a geographical advantage. They just needed to stay on the high ground and throw their spells down, just like rolling stones from the top of the slopes. The walls were only occupied by Brown Army militia, but they were still a great hindrance to the Federation Army's advance. The Federation Army did not have militia, but the Brown rebels kept recruiting people who were influenced by the frenzy rain into their army to fight as militiamen. If the rain kept falling, the number of militia would continue to increase. Even kind people like the militia sergeant from before would end up as weapons in the war. "Those are **H***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** ruined by the rain. Our assault troops are struggling to climb to the top, the commander of the assault regiment snarled. The blonde commander kicked Black Chimpanzee in the stomach as soon as the apish captain came up to him. The captain was not behaving as arrogantly as when he treated his men. He had a wronged expression, just like an obedient lackey. I told you to cause some disturbances by attacking the other side of the trench, yet you've crawled back here in defeat. Can't you see how many soldiers have sacrificed their lives? Go and find a way to climb up the trenches, the commander shouted. His temper was even worse than the Black Chimpanzee's. The captain did not dare disobey his superior's order. He quickly led his remaining men and joined the battle. A troop had managed to clear a path. They quickly took hold of the opportunity to climb to the top of the walls. Let's go. You guys, come with me. The apish captain managed to find an opening amid the chaos. The militia of a certain segment of the walls had retreated after they were scared by a huge rock flying in their direction. The rock tanks were further behind the army. They were only firing randomly at the enemy's territory, but the rocks were still extremely deadly. This is our chance, there's an opening over there. Sir, there's an opening right in front of us. We don't have to run so far. Nonsense, there were at least a few dozen people defending the walls here. Why would there be an opening, huh? Black Chimpanzee lifted his gaze and noticed the water mags in the trenches behind the barricades had been taken out. There was no sign of danger. It was like a blessing from the heavens. They were alive. Chapter 2295. Promotion. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It's a blessing from Fornius, the apish captain cried out excitedly. The enemies who had been posing a great threat to them had disappeared so suddenly. Some intermediate mage must have taken care of them, even though he did not see the spell. What other reason could he possibly think of to explain his incredible luck, other than saying it was a blessing from the gods? He was relieved that his parents had forced him to kneel on a huge banana leaf in the garden and pray to their goddess since he was 5. The apish captain led them forward with only 8 of his men remaining. He no longer relied solely on his mouth, taking hold of the opportunity to cast an intermediate spell of his own. He was an intermediate wind mage. He advanced straight into the enemy's line. The militia, who were only basic mags, failed to react in time. Wind disc! A cloudy tornado appeared above the trench behind the barricade at the apish captain's shout. The tornado swept the trench and tossed a few dozen militiamen into the sky. They fell back to the ground after a few seconds. There's an opening. Follow them. The attacking commander immediately noticed the tornado. It was surprising that the commander saw the opening amid the rapid flashes of spells from his angle, but still more than 300 assault troopers raced in the apish captain's direction. Most of the enemies on the barricade wall were militia. They were initially abusing their high ground when attacking the Federation army, but they quickly lost their ground after the Federation army broke through their lines. They were not as disciplined as proper soldiers when it came to obeying orders. They lost their cool as soon as the Federation army broke through the walls. 2 rocks the size of cars fell onto the barricades and wiped out 2 groups of brown militia. The militiamen were standing in clusters to maximize the damage of their spells, making them easy targets for the rocks. The sight was like scoring a strike in bowling, knocking down all the pins perfectly, except for the blood that was splashing everywhere. The assault troopers climbed up the walls and wiped out another 2 enemy squads in an instant. The militia on Hope Street were no longer able to hold their ground after the Federation army broke into the trenches behind their barricades. Kill all of these sons of B********, Hez, ha ha ha. Black Chimpanzee burst out laughing. His men let out relieved sighs, not because they were victorious, but because they were still alive. Mo Fan stood at the side expressionlessly. He casually cast a few earth spells to pretend he was contributing. These idiots, they probably have no idea we are the ones who created the opening for them, Zhao Manyang spat on the ground casually. The Federation army's strength was worrisome if it took them so much effort just to break through the enemy's first line of defense, especially when it was only guarded by militiamen who had been assembled at the very last second. It was likely that they had only undergone some military training in middle school. They were nothing but sheets of loose sand, yet the Federation army had almost failed to break through their defense. Mo Fan was clueless about the situation on other streets, yet he could not help but worry after seeing the Federation army's strength on Hope Street. He had created the opening Captain Black Chimpanzee had discovered. If he had not lent the Federation army a hand behind the scenes, he would have found himself once again in the same awkward situation where only the 3 of them were still standing. I wonder if these idiots are going to wet their pants when they encounter the Brown Rebels' main army. Mo Fan muttered to no one. The Federation army had claimed a little victory on Hope Street. More surprisingly, the battle on Hope Street was the Federation army's first breakthrough. The whole army pressed forward through the opening to advance the destructive brigade of rock tanks into the other half of the city. Well done, I didn't expect you to be the first one to reach the top, Mason, the lieutenant colonel complimented his underling. I'm your man, after all, Lieutenant Colonel Blair, Black Chimpanzee replied humbly. My superior is very satisfied with the victory. He says we are the spears of the Federation and the Brown Army's rippers. Lieutenant Colonel Blair exclaimed. I'm really honored. The apish captain's smile was so wide that his whole face was shining. Since when had he ever won their superior's favor? They have promoted us right on the spot. You are now a major. I want you to ambush our next target with 500 men and launch a surprise attack, the new Colonel Blair went on. Ooh? Wasn't I supposed to withdraw to the second line of duty? The new Major Mason's smile froze. If you succeed, I will introduce you to the general. You should understand that this is the time when our Federation needs warriors like you the most. When there's peace, soldiers have to work for generations to be promoted from a little captain to a major, but when there's a war, one can easily rise to the role of a leader through it, even if you're just a little recruit. Colonel Blair encouraged him. The new major straightened his face after hearing the words. Even the eyes of the survivors by his side glittered. You are now my assistant, which makes you the second in command. Your soldiers are all promoted to senior sergeants, too. It's true that the odds of surviving are low when you are leading the front, but not many people can rise so quickly in the army even if they died a few times. The Federation has only been established recently. I believe you understand how important our ranks are better than anyone else. Colonel Blair announced to all of them. The new major could feel his blood boiling. Yeah, they were currently fighting a war. Anyone who contributed during a war would rise quickly through the ranks once the country was stable. The Federation might become the strongest nation in South America. If he managed to stand out in these dangerous times, he no longer had to worry for the rest of his life. Even his descendants would be respected by the people of the nation. The survivors were already impatient, let alone the new Major Mason. We were promoted to senior sergeants. Were we really promoted to senior sergeants? The general is right, we must contribute to the Federation. Major Mason felt like a different person when he left the command tent. The sky was oddly clear despite the heavy rain. Second in command. He had become a major just because he was the first person to climb up the wall. The trend of events brings forth the hero. It is all thanks to Fornius. To be honest, I'm a little excited myself. Zhao Manyang told Mu Bai softly. You're crazy. The feel-good motivational stories during wartime are specifically written for idiots like you, Mu Bai scoffed. Mo Fan looked at his uniform. It was different now. They were no longer little recruits of the Federation. They were 3 glorious senior sergeants now. Chapter 2296. Cold Storage Fort. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Even though they were promoted to senior sergeants, they were only leading 100 men each. Major Mason subconsciously raised his chest as he walked along the wet street. You guys have gone through hell with me. I won't mistreat you. Major Mason promised them. Sir, we are at your service, a soldier with a nose piercing replied quickly. The Federation had recruited their soldiers from the ordinary people. Their soldiers were not allowed to have tattoos or other distinguishable markings. The soldier with a nose stud was most likely a street hoodlum before enlisting. He did not even have time to take off his nose piercing. However, after being promoted to lieutenant after surviving the first battle, the young man had been brainwashed by the convincing Colonel Blair. He could not wait to render meritorious contributions to the army again. All right, we will soon be leading new recruits. You will each take 100 men and we'll proceed with our next operation, Major Mason said. The Federation's army had claimed the first wall. They would be on the Brown Army's territory from here onward. The furniture district where Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai had been ambushed was in this half of the city, too. The area had already been ruined by the massive destruction brought by the wind gear wheels. The streets were covered in debris. Only a few buildings were still standing before them. The structures on this side of the city were strangely lower compared to the other half, like a disastrous earthquake had just taken place. The soldiers of the Brown Army had already been dispersed across the place. They had built a few temporary forts using the fallen walls and steel-reinforced rubble. The Federation's army had to destroy those strongpoints to reclaim Banlo City. As a matter of fact, the plaza of the furniture district was one of the places where the Brown Army had been planning to build a fort at, but the terrain was no longer suitable after Mo Fan had turned the debris of the collapsed buildings into ashes. Do you see those little hills that look like a junkyard? We are going to climb up there and assault that fleet of wind warships. Major Mason told them. They had 500 men in total, and were currently just over 300 meters away from a strong point. They were hiding behind the cover of a few residential buildings. The fort used to be a cold storage marketplace, and was close to a branch of the Scorching River. It was mainly used for transporting supplies. It had the main storage area for frozen products. Most of the incoming frozen meat and seafood was transported to that marketplace. The marketplace had once had a few dozen storage buildings made of metal sheets, but the wind warships had destroyed them. The frozen meat was scattered across the ground like trash. Those who did not know about the marketplace might even think a bloodbath had occurred here recently. Metal sheets, trucks, concrete, and thawed poultry were stacked into piles messily. The soldiers referred to it as the junkyard fort. The place was indeed a junkyard, yet it was sturdy enough to withstand super magic. The Federation's army had no idea how the Brown rebels could stand the foul stench inside there. The Brown rebels had occupied the high ground to defend the fort. The structure of the fort had provided the Brown rebels with advantageous positions to fend off the enemy with their spells, like putting Gatling guns along a castle's wall. There's no way we can survive against their defense. Many of the new recruits were intimidated after seeing the strong point. The wall they had previously attacked was only a little hill. All they had needed to do was to climb to the top. However, the fort they were about to attack was surrounded by junk piles. It might not be made of steel, but the area around the fortress was open and spacious. They would be easy targets for the Brown rebels on the walls there when they charged at it. The fort's walls were tall and had rough terrain around them. How were they supposed to climb up the fort, even if they managed to reach it? Charge! Move forward! I'll execute anyone who dares to take a step back. Major Mason ordered them coldly. The Federation's army had already given its signal. 5,000 men were sent to attack the fort. The 500 men under Mason's leadership was only a portion of the assault regiment, which consisted of 2,000 men. The string on the bow had been pulled. They had no choice but to fire the arrow. The soldiers were forced to charge forward. The quiet frozen food marketplace was soon bustling with noise as the soldiers fired their spells with colorful displays, like a wild meteor shower sweeping across the sky above the city. These soldiers were no footmen and riders. They were mags. The assault troops mainly consisted of wind and earth mags, who were moving forward in wind tracks or sliding across the ground with earth waves. The assault troops seemed unstoppable at a first glance. It was Mason's first time leading 500 men into battle. He was lost thought when he saw his men charging into the enemy lines recklessly. Wind gear wheel. Gusts of wind like sharp whips and blades appeared above the fort as the assault troops entered the spacious field. They gradually merged in a seemingly disorderly manner. The wind whips eventually turned into wheels, while the blades started spinning like gears. A huge wind gear wheel descended from the sky. It swept across the field like the blades of a lawn mower. The mags of the assault troops were just petty weeds. Blood splattered across the field, and bodies were shredded into pieces. Over 100 mags had died after being run over by a single wind gear wheel. Look out! Don't retreat! Not many people could see the destructive spells clearly amid the splashing blood and flesh, and the chaotic clashes of spells. Many people were still constructing star orbits when they saw their comrades being shredded like mincemeat in front of them. They only realized how terrifying the enemy's magic was when the wind gear wheel ran over them. How many men do we have left? Major Mason demanded, his face blank. Around 100, Mo Fan informed him dryly. Those sons of B********. Hes. Charge, go forward. Mason completely lost his calm. Mo Fan looked at the cold storage fort. The destructive fleet of wind warships seemed to be their biggest threat. They could not afford to underestimate the ship's strength. They were a threat even for a super mage like Mo Fan. Mo Fan decided not to muddle along in the assault. He was ready to destroy the fleet of wind warships once and for all. Chapter 2297. Vengeful Seed. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Chaos. Order manipulation. A strange glow appeared in Mo Fan's eyes. It was the same mysterious silver as the space element, but it had a slight hint of a sinister and evil aura. That pig, didn't he see the wind warship is targeting us? The next wind gear wheel will be coming right at us. Zhao Manyang swore. Not only did Black Chimpanzee Mason have a bad temper, he was brainless, too. The tornado forming above the cold storage fort was an obvious sign that the wind warship was about to fire another wind gear wheel. They were supposed to spread out and find some cover behind nearby objects or let the Earth Mag set up some dunes to defend them so their troop would not be wiped out by the wind gear wheel. Unfortunately, Zhao Manyang was not commanding the troop, and no one dared to disobey Major Mason's order. The deadly wind descended from above the fort. The remaining soldiers of the assault troops had almost reached the fort, but their minds went blank when the destructive wind poured down at them. Humans had trouble reacting when an enormous object was coming their way, since their subconscious was telling them they would not be able to dodge the object no matter which direction they moved in. They would simply stand still when they were left with no escape, as if they could no longer respond to the situation. A ferocious wind swept past the soldiers. Even the air it stirred up was as deadly as the shredder of a heavy tractor. However, the soldiers were surprised when they saw the wind gear wheel going off track and barely brushed them. "We are blessed by Fornius! We are blessed by Fornius!" Mason shouted at the top of his lungs. It missed! The powerful wind gear wheel missed. He had thought his men were all going to die, yet he was blessed by his goddess once again. It was common for a missile to miss its target amid the rain of fire in a chaotic battle. However, it was rare for them to survive a second round of spells. The soldiers who were shredded into mincemeat in the previous attack clearly did not share their luck. "Quick, climb up there!" The soldiers of the Federation's army who had survived the second round of wind gear wheel started climbing the walls of the fort. A troop of brown rebels was defending the lower section of the fort. The wind warship was their main support. It would not allow the Federation's army to come any closer. "Mo Fan, we have to destroy the wind warship. Otherwise, the Federation's army will lose a lot of their men here," Zhao Manyang spoke up. They had witnessed the strength of the wind warships before. The Federation's army had to destroy the forts in this half of the city to reclaim Banlo City. The fort only had a single wind warship guarding it, but the brown rebels had at least a dozen of them. "I know, they are most likely the brown rebels' trump card, since they allow low-level mags to cast a spell that is as deadly as a super spell," Mo Fan agreed. "I'll go, this fort is like a beehive with many holes. You might struggle to take out the people who are hiding inside it," Mu Bai volunteered. "You shouldn't go alone. We'll wait for the rest of the army. We can't afford to be exposed. Otherwise, the brown rebels will send powerful mags after us," Mo Fan warned him. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." The three did not dare to do anything too reckless. After all, the brown rebels might be alerted if the battle suddenly became one-sided in favor of the Federation's army. "You three, how are you still alive?" Mason blurted out in astonishment. "We have no idea, I think they are more focused on our intermediate mags," Mo Fan replied helplessly. "Damn it, there's no way we can break into the fort. We have no idea how many enemies there are inside." Mason cursed. "Sir, I have some special seeds. You can pass them to the soldiers behind us," Mu Bai offered patiently. "What difference are these seeds going to make?" "We are fighting a war, this isn't a farm," the apish man shouted in frustration. "Just ask them to bring the seeds along with them. I'm a plant mage. These seeds will blossom into vengeful flowers when the soldiers die. They will eliminate a lot of enemy soldiers," Mu Bai told him. "Are you being serious?" Mason asked carefully. Mason was desperate enough to try everything they had. He knew his men would eventually be killed by the endless fire and lightning that was pouring down from the fort if they were to climb the walls mindlessly. He passed the seeds to his men and asked them to pass the seeds to the rest of the soldiers who were approaching behind them. Vengeful seeds! When the people carrying them died, these seeds would rapidly absorb the energy of their bearers and blossom into a magical flower that shot out spikes in every direction for 5 seconds. The inside of the fort was like a maze. The brown rebels were hiding in the shadows, preventing their enemies from reaching the wind warship at the top. Even if Mo Fan tried to make his way to the top, he would waste a lot of time trying to locate the soldiers who were hiding in the shadows. However, things were a lot simpler with the help of the vengeful seeds. Every soldier in the assault troop was carrying a vengeful seed with them. If they were unharmed, they would make their way closer to the wind warship. If they were killed by the brown rebels in the fort, the vengeful seeds would kill the enemies nearby. Mu Bai was hesitant to use the evil magic, which basically turned the soldiers into suicide bombers. After all, the seeds were only useful when their bearers died. However, he had no other choice under the circumstances. No one had the right to call themselves innocent after taking part in the war. The trio already had their hands covered in blood. Even if they ended up being executed by the Brown Army, they had made their own choices. The vengeful seeds did not make a difference at first, but as more soldiers invaded the fort, ghastly cries kept echoing down the halls. The soldiers of the Brown Army were human, too. They no longer dared to show themselves when they saw the Federation's army using such a self-destructive method to take them down. Little did they know, there were a lot of unreliable soldiers in the Federation's army, too. They ended up falling into the traps and ambushes inside the fort because of their own stupidity and lack of strength. It was their deaths that had activated the vengeful seeds, but the Brown rebels thought the Federation's army had sent out a suicide squad to destroy the fort. It was difficult for an army to win a battle once they lost their morale. The Brown rebels who were protecting the wind warship retreated. The wind warship powered by 2,000 wind mags was the only thing left protecting the fort. Chapter 2298. Replicating Seal. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was not like the Federation's army did not have their trump cards, but they had not sent their cross-chaos formation up to the front line earlier, trying to avoid unnecessary casualties. The cross-chaos formation had 3,000 mags, but its core was formed by an advanced Chaos Mage and 10 intermediate Chaos Mags. The formation resembled an enormous cross. When enemies were targeting it with destructive spells, the formation would start spinning like a windmill. The mags were not moving around like a windmill, but the chaos magic they cast would combine into a vortex looming above the formation. It looked like the mags were moving within the blades of the windmill. A colorful rain of destructive spells poured down at the Brown rebels' wind warship. The wind warship immediately activated its shell. The barrier constructed by the light mags outlined the wind warship with a strong sheen of thick light. Seriously? Is this really the Federation Army's trump card, simply firing their spells at will? Zhao Manyang looked up and saw a mix of basic spells and intermediate spells pouring down from the sky. Their enemy's trump card was a powerful wind warship made up of 2,000 soldiers. The Federation Army's formation of 3,000 soldiers seemed impressive at the first glance, but why did it feel like its strength was nowhere close to the Brown rebels' wind warship? Be patient, our army isn't as weak as you think, the man with a nose stud spoke up. Another wave of destructive spells came pouring down from the sky. Thousands of spells landed on the wind warship's light shell, generating a series of deafening explosions. The rainbow of destructive spells did not stop there. The chaos vortex above the Federation army started spinning again, firing the same round of spells as before. The basic and intermediate spells kept pouring down at the wind warship. The mags in the cross-chaos formation were casting their spells at an impressive rate, as the pause between each round was very brief. A new wave of spells was flying across the sky even as the previous wave just landed on its target. It was like replacing a row of Gatling guns with the next row after they had fired all their rounds. However, the mags of the cross-chaos formation were all using their magic simultaneously. They did not take turns casting their spells. What's going on? How are they able to cast their spells so rapidly? Zhao Manyang was astounded as the spells kept pouring down from the sky endlessly. The problem was that most of the mags in the army were only basic and intermediate mags. Their cultivation was not strong enough to cast spells with a single thought. There would be time discrepancies between the mags since the times they needed to channel their magic was different. It was unlikely they could all fire their spells at the enemy in such rapid succession. It's the chaos element's replicating seal. Mu Bai blurted out in astonishment. Replicating seal, the advanced spell of the chaos element. The advanced Chaos Mage had constructed a replicating seal while the other Chaos Mags enlarged it to cover the whole formation. Whenever a mage inside the formation cast a basic or intermediate spell, the replicating seal would replicate the same spell instantly. Wait, the Chaos element can do that? Mo Fan's eyes widened in shock. Mu Bai and Zhao Manyan's faces darkened. Aren't you AF *** King Chaos Mage too? How can you not know the Chaos element's capabilities? Is there anyone as magic illiterate as Mo Fan? Is the replicating seal duplicating the spells? Zhao Manyang asked, interested. Yes, it is, hence why they are able to fire their spells so rapidly. Even if 3,000 mags are casting a basic spell, that would be 6,000 spells after the spells are replicated. Mu Bai said. That's insane, we shouldn't underestimate the Federation's army either. Mo Fan exclaimed. Even though Mo Fan was surprised to see the Federation army's true strength, he was more interested in the replicating seal's power. If he was able to replicate his destructive spells, imagine the replicating seal replicating his lightning star palace, it would have double the flavor. The replicating seal was only an advanced spell, thus it would take him less energy to construct it than constructing a lightning palace. It was basically buy one and get the second one at half price. He had to learn the replicating seal. His chaos element had long reached the advanced level. If the Federation's army could learn it, why couldn't he? A regiment of 3,000 mags was already quite intimidating, but the replicating seal had turned it into a regiment of 6,000 mags. Even the Brown Rebels' wind warship was struggling to fend it off. The assault troops had gradually seized the fort. The fort was the wind warship's foundation. It was on the verge of collapsing after losing its foundation. The large wind warship finally crumbled to the ground after a few more rounds of spells. A few hundred wind mags had already left the wind warship and fled for their lives to the west. The replicated spells circled in the sky and chased after those who were running away. The Brown Rebels of the cold storage fort ended up running away miserably. The fort they had made eventually collapsed to the ground. These temporary forts were mostly constructed by Earth mags who were specialized builders with readily available material nearby. As a matter of fact, it would be quicker to take down the fort by hunting down the builders. Unfortunately, the builders were important assets to an army. They would rather lose a wind warship just to guarantee those men's safety. They were surely under the Brown Rebels' heavy protection. The Federation army quickly built sentry towers in the vicinity after reclaiming the cold storage marketplace, raising their flags around the marketplace. Those flags were very important. After all, there were other regiments fighting the Brown Rebels in Banlo City. They could retreat to the places where their flags waved when necessary. Most surprisingly, the regiment at the cold market storage was the first to take down one of the Brown Rebels' hardpoints. Many soldiers of the Federation army came to the cold storage marketplace to catch their breaths. The regiment under Colonel Blair's leadership grew bigger as a result. Ha ha, Major Mason, you are truly talented at leading an assault. If it weren't for your brave men who were willing to sacrifice their lives to take down the enemies, we wouldn't have been able to take down the fortress so quickly. Our casualties are a lot lower compared to other regiments, Colonel Blair exclaimed with great excitement. It was a blessing from Fornius. I didn't expect my men and I to survive the battle. The apish Major Mason glanced at his surviving senior sergeants. There were not many survivors among his troops, but the three who claimed to be students from the Eris Sacred Institute's branch were perfectly fine. It was unbelievable. Besides, judging from Colonel Blair's tone, it sounded like they were going to be promoted again. Chapter 2299. Exposed at last. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A flag was raised on the cold storage marketplace. The former Colonel Blair had suddenly become the brightest star in the Federation's army. He even had a seat in the highest meeting among the leaders. The meeting was held at the command center. The decision that the persons made in the meeting would decide the outcome of the war. The new Brigadier General Blair never thought he would have the chance to take the same seats as his most respected superiors in his lifetime. They were going to discuss their plans to drive the brown rebels out of the tropical woods. The battle in Banlo City was to reclaim the city. However, the brown rebels had occupied the woods between the Scorching River and Banlo City. They had to drive the brown rebels back to the other side of the Scorching River at all costs. They would then worry about reclaiming Half Ridge Mountain City afterwards. The first thing Brigadier General Blair did was reward his men based on their contribution in the battles after he was given more authority. The assault troops had the highest rate of deaths, but the rewards they received were the greatest, too. It was obvious that the new Lieutenant Colonel Mason was going to receive the highest merit. The assault troops he led had destroyed the fort's foundation. Without them, the Cross-Chaos Formation would never have gotten in range to take down the Wind Warship. The Cross-Chaos Formation was powerful. However, it had a great weakness: its attack range was limited, and its movement was very slow. The enemy's Wind Warship had been located on high ground, making the Cross-Chaos Formation an easy target. If the Wind Warship had focused its attack on the Cross-Chaos Formation, a wind gear wheel could take out half its mags before they were close enough to attack the enemy. They would have had no chance of taking down the fort and the Wind Warship. The assault troops had played an important role in the battle. They had to force their way through the enemy's lines and go close enough to the Wind Warship to disrupt its attacks so the Cross-Chaos Formation was clear to do its job. Mason, you must have noticed that many mags were willing to join our regiment after we raised the flag on the cold storage marketplace. I've decided to place you in charge of them. They have just finished the head count. There's a total of 1,300 mags. Mason, you are now leading 1,000 men. Brigadier General Blair patted Black Chimpanzee heavily on the shoulder, like he was utterly impressed by him. Lieutenant Colonel Mason had yet to recover from the shock. He realized how weak the militia were when he saw how strong the Wind Warship was. However, he was full of passion after he was promoted again. He now had 1,000 men under his lead. He had once had a teacher who had scolded him as brainless and claimed he could never climb to the rank of a lieutenant colonel. It turned out that his teacher was wrong. He was now a lieutenant colonel, and he was only 33 years old. A lieutenant colonel was basically the local tyrant in a second-tier or third-tier city. He could choose to marry the prettiest woman with the best figure and live in a mansion. Even the authorities of the city had to treat him with utter respect. He could do whatever he pleased. We'll attack the enemy's base in the woods in our next operation. I hope you will continue to show your heroism in the upcoming battle and aim to spread your name across the whole Federation. Brigadier General Blair kept motivating Mason. What? Are you saying that I'm famous? Mason exclaimed. Of course, go ask around in our army. Who dares to say they don't know who the Horn of the Army, Mason, is? Blair proclaimed. Horn of the Army. It was such an impressive title. Mason nodded crazily. He felt like he had been possessed by the god of the military. Your men have contributed greatly to the army, too. They are promoted to lieutenants. Keep up the good work, you are all heroes of the Federation, the guardians of our nation. Blair patted Mason's men on the shoulders. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai were perfectly calm, but the young man with a nose stud and the others who had survived almost had an urge to tilt their heads and kiss their shoulders. They felt honored to be motivated by their superior. They even felt like their magic had been enhanced by their motivation. Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang were given new uniforms again after leaving the camp. You three, come with me, the new Lieutenant Colonel Mason ordered Mo Fan and his friends sternly. Mo Fan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the Black Chimpanzee was not a complete idiot. He had realized something after the two battles. Humph, do you think I have no idea what you are up to? The Black Chimpanzee rolled his eyes. Heck, it sounds like you figured it out, Zhao Manyang said proudly. They were not supposed to be foot soldiers. They could easily affect the outcome of an entire battle with their strength. I'll make it straight, you three better stick close to me if you want to live. You must protect me when the time comes, do you understand? Lieutenant Colonel Mason said protectively. What? You will make it straight. Stick close to you. The three immediately had question marks all over their heads. Are you guys dumb or what? Haven't you realized something after the 2 battles? You were only petty foot soldiers when you first joined the army. Do you think you have climbed to the rank of lieutenants by yourselves? Mason harumphed coldly. Mo Fan was lost for words. Fornius, have you heard of the goddess Fornius? She's the mother of the woods, the gentlest and most dependable goddess of the Andes Mountains. I've been worshipping her by kneeling on banana leaves since I was 5. I finally moved her with my sincerity after 30 years. Mason exclaimed piously. The three exchanged glances with colorful expressions. You are saying that you've been winning battles and climbing the ranks because you have been worshipping a tree since you were 5. Mo Fan probed carefully. Exactly. Mason declared confidently. Fine, as long as you're happy. Mubai did not bother explaining further. The 3 of you must have caught some of my blessings since you have been following me from the beginning, but I don't mind at all, since we have gone through hell together. As long as I am around, you will all climb the ranks with me. If possible, I'll let you worship Fornius together with me. Mason went on reverently. Mason left after finishing the sentence, going off to count his new recruits. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai stared at his back. How surprising, I've never seen anyone as stupid as him. Mo Fan exclaimed in admiration. I'm extremely touched by his intelligence, Zhao Manyang agreed quietly. I'm fine with it, we can conceal our identities better. The longer it takes the brown rebels to find us, the better it is for us. Mu Bai took a moment to come up with a comfortable excuse in an approving voice. Chapter 2300. Crossing the Marsh. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The rain had lasted for more than 15 hours by now. The terrain around Banlo City was mainly tropical woods and swamps. The shallow wet ground had turned into little ponds covered by algae. Mud was constantly washing down from the Andes Mountains. The woods were soaked in a lake of mud, leaving little solid ground. The brown rebels had already adapted to the environment. They were using the vines in the woods to create walkable paths. It was similar to putting a net on the surface of water. Those who were familiar with walking on the vines could move freely around the swamp. The Federation's army was obviously not very good at it. A huge army had gathered outside Banlo City, but it stopped moving after it reached the swamps and the woods. The country was still in chaos after the riot. The Federation would slowly lose its influence and power if it could not stop the negative news from spreading. The people would think the Federation was no longer the only ruler in the country. Other factions who were disloyal to the Federation would rise and revolt against it, and it would have difficulty handling the situation. It was important to stop the revolt as quickly as possible. They had to drive the brown rebels back to the other side of the scorching river within 2 days. The Federation army's time was running short, especially since they had to cross the terrible environment that was the swamp and the woods. The Browns had built walls and forts to stop the Federation army inside Banlo City, but the Federation army had still managed to break through them. However, once they were in the swamps and woods, they might be trapped forever in them before they even saw someone to fight. The whole army was hindered by the swamp. Having more men was not going to make a difference. The army had no choice but to move forward under the heavy pressure from the leaders of the Federation. They did not encounter any resistance from the brown rebels, at first. However, when the army reached the swamps, some cunning fighters began using water and earth spells to hinder their movement and split the assault troops off from the main army. The brown rebels' wind warships were able to move freely about the swamp. They began targeting the troops that had been separated from the main army. 2 hours later, the Federation army realized something was not right. It quickly ordered its men to withdraw. Even with their quick reaction, the Federation army ended up losing a third of their men in the swamps. Those who survived did not catch even a glimpse of their enemies. Should we ask ice mags to freeze the woods? We might need a forbidden ice mage for that. Those cunning brown moles, they were luring us into the swamps and the woods on purpose. What should we do now? Our superiors already gave the order that militia mags like us have to cross the swamp to reach the enemy base in the woods, but I doubt we are going to survive if we go in again, a disheveled mage protested. The captains of the volunteer mags expressed their worries. They all realized the Federation had their necks under the edge of a knife, forcing them to keep pushing forward, yet the enemies ahead were lining up their bows at them. Why are you so scared? The woods are our territory. Just follow me. We will destroy their base and show them who's the owner of the scorching river, the black chimpanzee shouted firmly, slamming his palm against a table. Our territory? Lieutenant Colonel Mason, do you have an idea how we can overcome the hindrance in the swamps? The captain with disheveled hair asked. Victory will be ours as long as you follow my footsteps, Mason declared. Mo Fan was waiting for Mason to come up with a brilliant idea, but had an urge to slap himself on the forehead when he saw the confident look on Mason's face. Don't tell me this idiot really thinks he's possessed by a god? Mo Fan, we can't put all our hope on this idiot to win the battle in the swamps. We have 1,000 men in our regiment. We won't be able to get too far without their help. Mu Bai murmured to him. I know, but I don't like fighting in an environment like that, either. Both the rain and the swamps greatly limit my fire element. The woods, vines, and algae will hinder my lightning magic from spreading too, Mo Fan replied grimly. The plants in the woods were too dense, basically providing the Browns with a natural barrier. Mo Fan's lightning had to go through all the obstructions to reach them if they stayed close to the plants. His lightning magic would be a lot weaker than when it was used in an open and spacious area. Zhao Manyang came closer and asked, what about your vengeful seeds? Are they any good? They are, but the problem is, the spikes won't necessarily kill the enemies if they hide behind the trees or above the canopy, Mu Bai answered doubtfully. You're right, I bet these soldiers are going to die before they see anyone. The vengeful seeds aren't going to do much, Mo Fan agreed. Lieutenant Colonel Mason came over as they were talking among themselves. What are you three mumbling about? Don't tell me you are scared, you are now lieutenants with a few intermediate mags taking orders from you. You must live up to your expectations, the man encouraged them. Sir, even though you are blessed by Fornius, I doubt she's always free like a housewife who sits on the couch and eats sunflower seeds while enjoying your show. She would have to look at other followers, too. If you are in trouble when she switched stations, wouldn't it be a pity for you? Zhao Manyang suggested. Mason seemed to agree with that. So, the apish officer asked. So, we can't step into the traps the enemies have prepared for us. We have to come up with a plan to outsmart them, Zhao Manyang recommended. What stupid ideas do you have? Mason raised his brows. Zhao Manyang's face darkened. How dare you call my ideas stupid? It was really strenuous talking to an idiot like him. The plants are dense in the woods, while the rain and the mist are limiting our vision. If we are having trouble seeing the Browns, how did they know where we are? Zhao Manyang explained. I think I understand what you are saying. Mason cried out. We can cut down the plants to clear the mist. Zhao Manyang froze immediately. My gods, even the black chimpanzees in the zoo are smarter than this guy. How were they supposed to cut down all the trees of such a huge forest? If cutting down the trees would drive away the rain, why would they go through so much trouble just to take down Wu Ku?